It is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. This is the end of the road for the Challenger Series. Alyssa Spencer, our defending champ for the women, preparing herself this morning. Imai Kalani-Deval, we'll see him in quarterfinal number 2 today when we turn our attention to the men. Mihimana Bray, the Tahitian, we will see him in quarterfinal number 1 for the men. Preparation in the contest area. Kika Veselko for the women. Reigning world junior champ is going to have a challenge up against Kira Pinkerton in quarterfinal number 1 for the women. There's Pinkerton getting ready for her match in the opening match of the day. As today is finals day, last day of the waiting period, and the surf is here, the stage is set, and the storylines. We have one more spot available for the women to qualify for the championship tour. 2 more spots for the men. That's going to be the story today, as well as we're going to crown some champs. I'm Kai Paguro, along with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell, we ended yesterday with a excellent showing by Sammy Pupo. Went way up into the excellent range. Sammy Pupo making the tour, but we got more people to qualify.
Yeah, we have a couple people on the men's side. Cade Matson's still in the driver's seat, number 9 in the rankings. David Silva coming off of that big win in Edeseda. He's number 10. But both Marco Mignon and Michael Rodriguez in real good positions right now to qualify for the men's CT, Kaipo.
Maida, on the women's side, it is 1 spot left, and Nadia Erostabe has a chance to represent the Basque Country on the championship tour, but she must win this event.
Yeah, she really have a chance here. She must win. If she doesn't, it's Isabella Nichols who will qualify.
Isabella Nichols, I'm sure. Well, I don't know if she's going to want to see it or not, but Isabella Nichols on the sideline to see what her fate is. Speaking of fate, what we have going on today, we're going to go to Tours and Competitions. Travis Logie, he's with Manu.
Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. What a great event we're having here in Saquarema. Good morning, Travis. Today we don't have the sun, but we have some great waves. It's going to be a big day.
It's amazing to finish off this event and what's the best day for the event, but arguably the best day of the entire year for the Challenger Series. Finish off the Challenger Series, qualification on the line. You couldn't script it any better. Super pumped. We're going to start off with the women's quarterfinals, then straight into the men's quarterfinals and alternate back and forth. And we should have our champions crowned around 4 p.m. today.
So big day for the surfers. Some people are going back home, but some are going to be qualified.
Yeah, it's all come down to this, and you couldn't ask for better waves. It's absolutely pumping out there, so it's going to be a great watch.
Thank you very much. Great day, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Manu. Thank you, Travis. Conditions today, as Travis alluded to, the best conditions we've seen, and the swell still hanging in there, 6 to 8 foot out of the south, Mitchell.
Yeah, and a lot more rights at the disposition of the surfers today, Kaipo, whereas yesterday was really all lefts. Yesterday was pretty brutal. You know, a lot of big sets coming through, a lot of roll-ins for a lot of these surfers all the way on the outside. I think today is going to be a lot more manageable, especially with 35-minute heats out there in the water.
Yeah, Maida, a lot less of a washing machine. It was a giant challenge yesterday, and it did seal the faith of some of our surfers not able to advance out of this heat. Coming to mind was really a disappointment for Mateus Hurdy not getting through his round of 16 heat and no chance of qualifying for the championship tour. But Maida, let's take a look actually at the women's bracket here. We heard from Travis. We're going to start off with Kira Pinkerton up against Francisca Veselko.
Yeah, this match for start the day will be nice. Francisca Veselko is surfing pretty well. She's a former junior champion. So, yeah, but I'm really looking forward for the third heat of the day with Nadia Erostabe, because there we have qualification issues.
Yeah, that's right. Nadia Erostabe, you can see her. She's going to have to get past India Robinson. She's going to have to win that semi-final as well and make it into the final and win the event. Is it possible? Of course it's possible. Just last year, we saw Sophie McCulloch, who we're going to see in quarterfinal number 2. We saw Sophie go all the way to a victory in Haleiwa and take her spot on the championship tour. Horn sounds. The 5-minute clock is ticking down. Kira Pinkerton up against Francisca Veselko. Mitchell, it's a battle of former world junior champs.
Yeah, and both of them really thrive in these kind of conditions, Kaipo. Big left-handers with a lot of consistency out there, especially Pinkerton. But Veselko's win, if you remember, over at Seaside Reef earlier this year, was in very similar conditions, and she truly was the best surfer out of the event over there on the women's side. But right now, she's looking to make it into the top 10, number 6 all the way to the 10 on the women's side, re-qualify automatically for the CS if you're able to fit in that positioning right there. Same thing for Kira Pinkerton. A win goes a long way, Kaipo.
Yeah, sure does. Kira Pinkerton, our 2018 World Junior Champ. Kikas Veselko, Francisca Veselko. She is our reigning World Junior Champ. Maida, we open up with open priority between the two surfers, so we'll see who gets the first wave going and really set the scale for today. Look at the conditions, Maida. Beautiful.
Yeah, the conditions looks pretty beautiful there. The first heat of the day, it's always challenging for the girls because nobody has a heat before to watch. So sometimes it's kind of hard to find your spot where you have to sit to catch the best waves. But for sure, these girls are able to do so.
Yeah, Mitchell, we look like as we fly from up above, two different positions with our surfers. Kira Pinkerton taking a little bit more of an inside and over. Looked like Pinkerton's identifying the lefts for her opener.
And she wants to get to work quickly, too. Yesterday, she had to see Cade just be a victim of real bad luck and positioning out there. And another surfer from San Clemente into finals day, Kaipo. Not only her best result outside of Haleiwa on the Challenger Series, but really outside of the continental United States as well, besides the World Junior Championship. So a big moment right now for Kira, at least in the quarterfinals, but knowing her, she wants to win this event. It would be her first Challenger Series win overall.
Yeah, Kira Pinkerton, 21 years old, San Clemente, California, and a little paddle from Kika, Francisca Veselko. No waves in yet, but when we conversation back to Kira Pinkerton. Kira Pinkerton this year winning the ISA World Games, earned the USA team an extra spot for the 2024 Olympics. That was a big feat. We filled that spot with none other than Katie Simmers. So we're going to have 3 USA women competing for a gold medal when we look to Tahiti.
Yeah, and I think Kira's been one of the underrepresented surfers when it comes to female surfing within the United States. She's only 21, by the way, which is really impressive when you see what she's done overall in her career. But her Achilles heel up until this point, Kaipo, had been the round of 16. She hadn't been able to make it out of there. Now she's in the quarterfinals. It definitely feels like she's found some comfort on the Challenger Series. And if she's able to win this event and not have to do the regional series next year in North America, that would be huge for her, not only financially, but also to concentrate on the bigger events like this one.
Yeah, Kira Pinkerton, a second-generation professional surfer. Father Jim surfed along with myself on the Bud Tour back in those Bud Tour days, and Jim, a goofy foot out of San Clemente, California, and of course, he taught his daughter to surf, and she surfs very well.
Yeah, she does.
Maida, Francisca Veselko, out of Portugal, Carcavelos, Portugal. She is just a bright and shining upcoming star, and here she goes.
Nice takeoff there. Huge wave, Kaipo.
Yeah, we still, okay, that was an indicator this morning. We still have a lot of swell in the water.
And there's her coach right there. Oh, yep, it's still big, Kaipo. I didn't expect it to be this large this morning. I thought it was going to taper off quite a bit. The swell is decreasing throughout the day, but as you can see, plenty of size out there. I think the most difficult part is going to be able to manage the timing with the sets. 35 minutes, it sounds like a lot of time, but that's really 5 or 6 sets at the most throughout an entirety of a heat.
And you can see, Maida, the beating for Kikas after this takeoff.
Yeah, here Saquarema is a powerful wave, so hard to when the conditions are like this. Look how large is this wave right there. Unfortunately, she couldn't pass through this section, and wow, probably she got really hard beaten.
Yeah, it looked like she took a couple on the head, had to bail her boards. It's going to take some energy out of her. You can see her kicking a little frustration there. Hometown Carcavelos, a great little area right in Cascais, Portugal. Just a beautiful slice of the world, Mitchell.
And some really heavy waves over there too, Kaipo. So she's used to these kind of conditions. Obviously the water a bit warmer here in Saquarema, but also resides quite a bit in Huntington Beach, where her father's originally from. And Huntington gets quite big, especially in the wintertime, and you do have to manage a lot of water moving around with those beach breaks over there in Southern California. So I've seen her compete both in Europe and in Southern California before. I can tell you that she is very prepared for a big moment like this in her career. Has a real tough test against Kira Pinkerton. I like the way we're starting off the day with this battle of regular footers Kipes.
And a tense battle, Maida, because no scores really of any worth, or just a half a point ride so far for Kika, but priority to Kira Pinkerton. Where do we expect this scale to go? We'll see when we get going, but the on and off here, there's Kira.
Yeah, as I said, like the first heat of the day is always something like a little complicated when we are talking about positioning, wave selection. Like even the ocean is just kind of waking up and showing what we are gonna have for the day.
It seems like the trend as we take a look at the Pupo brothers. Hey, congratulations. We're going to see both of those siblings on the championship tour next year. How excited is Brazil to have both Pupo brothers back on the tour?
Wow, really excited. Yesterday, Samuel just put on a show right here, like the 8.7 wave that he surfed with a single maneuver was simply amazing how he can deal with those kind of conditions, and we are really excited to see both of them. Miguel also looks pretty in shape,
Yeah.
completely recovered from his injury, so it will be amazing to have both of them.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo, a tour veteran, injured himself in Portugal, stopped number 3 of the championship tour this year, and was granted a wild card, an injury wild card for 2024. And like you said, it looks like he's well healed. He is surfing great, so look forward to what the Pupo brothers are going to bring on tour. But Mitchell, beyond that, Samuel's job is not done as of yet because he's still in the comp.
Yeah, and he could be looking at a second Challenger Series win in 2023 so far, which would be huge for him in terms of seeding for next year. And it was almost a grim moment for Brazil yesterday. They might not have had anybody qualify for the championship tour. Mateus was out, as we see Alyssa Spencer, our defending champion here at the event. But Mateus bowed out. You were thinking, okay, Sam needs to make this heat to keep the kind of roll going. David Silva right on the cusp, and Rod needs to make his heat to qualify. And I was thinking to myself, oh wow, like we're not going to see anybody new on the championship tour coming out of Brazil. And next thing you know, there's a chance that 3 qualify now. So things are looking bright for them. And I especially think for Sam and Miguel, their relationship is so intimate. I think they're going to thrive off of that next year on the CT Kipes.
I agree. I can't wait for that dynamic to get reattached on the championship tour. We'll have some new brothers as well, both Colapinto brothers, when we look at 2024. And that should be another exciting conversation. And we'll see that dynamic duo out of San Clemente on tour together. So that's going to be a first for the Colapintos. The Pupos, they've done it before, and they worked really well. I mean, I look back at 2022 when Samuel made the finals here. And his brother, up until then, had never made a final. Miguel, out of 10 years on the championship tour. I felt like that was Maida. I think that was motivation for Miguel. Miguel, at the end of the season, took a big win in Tahiti.
Yeah, I think all this competitive thing around siblings, around brothers, and probably this really pushed Miguel up to win his event in Tahiti.
Yeah, it sure did. Well, we see Kika, Francisca Veselko, paddling, trying to position herself. She's under the priority because she took off basically on a straight-hander this on the first wave of this quarterfinal. So Kira Pinkerton really in the driver's seat. Mitchell, how important is it for Kira right now to get a meaningful score on the board?
It's extremely important. 25 minutes on the clock, 10 minutes have gone by already. You want to start off on the right foot, but more importantly, you want to be on the better wave out of this next exchange. What Kika has to do, though, is get deeper positioning. You get something close to a 4 or a 5, you're in the heat, and you're in the lead, too. So for Pinkerton right now, the smart thing would be on the outside and be able to catch the better out of the next exchange. But 25 minutes, it seems like the current just as strong as it was yesterday, Kaipo. But as I mentioned before, the rights are opening up a lot more than they were yesterday. So options over there for that. I feel like the left still might be the better wave, though.
Yeah, Maida, it's a tough lineup because it's still a sandbar. There's some rock and stuff, but it's a tough lineup to negotiate and to read because that peak will move throughout the day.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. the big moves, and also with the tides, the backwash, when the tides are high, the backwash starts to play his game here. That it's really strong backwash, so it's very hard to read well this kind of lineups here in Saquarema. And I mean, these athletes must do this because we have like 3 events here. So yeah, they need, it's a wave that you gotta surf well if you want to be there on tour.
I agree. Well, we can look at our tides right now. It's 8:46 local time. You can see the high of, I'm sorry, it's 7:46 local time. You can see the high of 7:54. So we're pretty much at the high tide mark. And then the low will be drawing. We'll get that correction there throughout the day with the tides.
Not a huge difference, though, Kaipo, which I think is big for today. Consistency should maintain itself throughout the entirety of the quarters, the semis, and both finals, I feel. But in terms of those bigger sets, there might be a couple of rogue ones every now and then, and that might be what we saw right there on the opening ride of Tika Veselko. What I'm feeling, though, today is 11, 12 points. That's almost a guarantee for you to move into the semifinals. I just feel like you need to get going. If you get one of these waves on the inside, it adds some pressure to everybody else to move towards the inside and try to follow you. But more importantly, you could get caught out of position. So the smart thing would be just get a score on the board right now. Anything above a 4, I think you're doing your job well, Kaipo. 23 minutes on the clock, and nobody has anything significant so far.
Yeah, back to those tides. We have a really, basically no change in tide this morning. I'm looking closer at it. After noon, we will have a little bit of a draining tide towards the end of the day as we're looking towards the final, but it'll only go from a 2.6 to basically a 1.9, maybe a half a foot of change.
Yeah.
But this morning, there's virtually, with this low and high tide, or the high to low tide, there's virtually going to be no change. So I feel, Mitchell, that's actually good news, not having a big tide fluctuation.
100%. I agree with that. And Joao was in here yesterday with us, and he was mentioning that he actually prefers a low tide at this spot, even if it's 12 feet or if it's 2 feet. He just feels like the less amount of water that there is on the sandbar, the more hollow it is. And we did see some big sections yesterday score for just one maneuver, Kaipo. I feel like the same thing could be happening today.
Fans coming out. Finals day here. It's a beautiful Saturday. And I'm actually welcoming the overcast skies, Maida, because we've had some really blazing hot days, up until now. So maybe this overcast sky will keep not just the temperatures cool, but also help with avoiding that onshore breeze from developing.
Yeah, probably, Kaipo, you were right there. And the weather is being like pretty cool. It's not hot. Here in Rio, it's always like so warm, so hot. But this week we had this chilly weather, and today is a Saturday. For sure, the beach is going to be packed sooner or later, even with this weather.
Yeah. It was a festive evening last night. You could see through town, different restaurants hosting people moving into town. And so there are some great family operations here, Mitchell, that, really relish in the traffic. Maida, as Maida said, we have a QS here, we have a Challenger here, we have a CT here. So when the traffic comes into this small beach town, Saquarema, it seems like the merchants and the restaurants, Mitchell, are welcoming because it really helps their overall business.
For sure. I mean, in terms of the economy, I feel like these events here have improved the overall status of Saquarema tremendously. And we have to give a lot of props to the local municipality, too. I mean, the mayor has done incredible stuff for this place, and she has brought in a good amount of tourism outside of surfing alone. And surfing events, they provide a lot of it, but the most important thing is to get people more involved. The more involved you get them in surfing, the more events you're going to be able to have, especially on an international level, Kaipo.
Yeah. And Maida, environmentally, also there's been a big local push to make sure that we keep the watershed right. That's the Nossa Senhora de Nazaré, that church that you can see there in the background. Behind that church is a river mouth, and that river mouth opens up into the sea. That's what makes a sandbar. But the environmental cause of people and groups taking care of that river, making sure that the watershed is nice and clean to protect the environment, has really come into play in the last few years.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. We went there during the championship tour to make a cleaning on the beaches around the lagoon. and they are really taking care of that. And look, this is Veselko.
Kika finds a frothy one under priority. Still no major turns yet, just looking down the line, eyeing up this closeout, snaps there, and that's going to be much better on the second wave. Puts her hands up, Mitchell, hailing the jet ski. Looks like we got ski assist today.
And that'll be huge, especially with those big sets that we saw to open up this heat. Some great execution right there, Kaipo, from Kika on this one. Looking at the replay, it was a smaller inside one when you compare it to the set that we saw earlier in the heat, but she surfed it extremely well. Just a setup turn right there, pushes off the rail as well, engaged a lot more with that second one, and got a little early here to the third one, but was really smart just to be able to finish this wave off. Should be a good score for her, and no doubt going to be the best of the heat. You know, you look at the sky angle right here, it's the last one that's really going to have the largest impact out of all of them. Pushed off a little bit harder right there on both rails, but the impact of that last turn, especially with the section, should be pretty critical. So not going to be a major score, but still going to be a good one to open things up.
Yeah, sharp eye surfboards slicing through there, and just a smart play, I feel, Maida, just to get things going, because we're under 20 minutes now.
Yeah, for sure. It was a smart move for her. Yesterday we saw many guys getting stuck with priority outside and not even surfing like many waves. So now we have 18 minutes left, so good wave to put on board.
Look at the waves spinning off there. Look at the position, Mitch, of Kira Pinkerton. You mentioned the current and the drift today, and it seems like that current coming into effect, and you really got to pay attention because you can get taken off your mark. Now Pinkerton paddling the other way, so a little bit confused in the lineup.
Well, there is another peak that she could surf a little bit further south, which is to her right. That wave doesn't break as often as this one, though, so with 17 and a half on the clock now, she needs to get busy and soon, because Kika's about to drop a decent score. You want to at least match it or get something better than that if you can. And look at how far away that ski is right there. That's really where the other peak is breaking, and Kika's already back out, Kaipo.
Jet ski assist. Gets her right back out there. There's a bit of a channel next to that rock formation. Here we go with Kira Pinkerton. Pinkerton.
Oh.
Just a misfire there, takes off, and that wave gave her zero opportunity. Now I'm thinking with that jet ski assist, Kika likely to get to the peak first and establish priority. And let's take a look here. Just the duck dive, and Kira Pinkerton, Maida, in slow motion.
Yeah, it was a nice carpet there, but she lost balance and couldn't get through the section.
Yeah, couldn't find the open face. That wave really closed out extremely quickly. Mitchell, you talked about the multiple peaks. Should Kira look at another spot on the beach?
I think right now, don't get too desperate yet. You still have enough time, especially with the jet ski assist. If there weren't a ski assist, I'd be thinking, yeah, move around a little bit more. But 16:20, I think that's plenty of time. Scores in for Veselko, though, Kaipo, just where we were thinking, around the mid-range.
Yeah, 4.67 checks in for Kika's, the Portuguese surfer. So she has the only meaningful score so far on the board. Kira Pinkerton searching the sandbars, searching the lineup to find a wave with some open face. Again, when I see a surfer as we fly above with this bird's eye view, Maida, going back and forth and zigzagging, it seems to me that there's some confusion right now in her place in the lineup.
Yeah, it seems to me as well, as I said, this first heat of the day, always challenging in choosing your position in the lineup, especially here that we have like both directions waves, good waves, like you can get a really good right and get the score, and also we have those lefts. Yesterday we saw many lefts, good lefts ridden, so I think they're kind of lost. Veselko chose a nice one, smaller, and surfed well for a 4.67.
Yeah.
Kiha needs to find one for her.
This is right. Kika Veselko with heat control. I call heat control when you have the lead and you have priority and you're able to really dictate what's going to happen in front of you. Mitchell, if Kika's able to use that priority for another meaningful score, she's really going to put Kira Pinkerton into a bad situation.
And it seems like her coach is sending her to move over towards where Kira is. I think the smart play here, Kaipo, would be to set anchor, be a bit further on the outside. You have priority. If you already caught the 4.67 in that zone, might as well stick to it and get something that'll increase your lead by a significant margin. 14:35 on the clock, that's a huge amount of time for Kira Pinkerton. We've seen her just alone in this event, Kaipo, get a couple of fives in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, and that's what she's going to do. Clock ticking down right now. We're under the 15-minute mark, so things are getting stressful in this quarterfinal number one to start off the day, finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're going to go to a break right now. Quarterfinal number two is going to feature McCulloch. That's going to be coming up. Quarterfinal number two. More of the show after these messages.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By TikTok, download the app. And by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil.
Quarterfinal number one out in the water, finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. It's Kira Pinkerton up against Francisca Veselko, Kaipo Guerrero, Maida Paps, and Mitchell Salazar in the booth on the call. Since we went to break, absolutely nothing's changed. We still got Kika Veselko with the only meaningful score. Here we go. This is important to get the ball rolling for Kira Pinkerton. On her heels here, find some open face. That's a nice turn for the San Clemente surfer. Just one turn, however, leaning for her score, Mitchell.
Still should be a meaningful one right now, Kaipo, with 11 minutes to go. Really like the intensity right there, and it just seemed like she really wanted it. Had to bail her board on that instance. Goes to show you that even the smaller ones out here have a lot of power in the lineup. Looking at the replay here, Kaipo really pushes off of the rails well on this one. She makes it to the open face and fully executes a beautiful turn up into the lip line. Brings it down as a carve, and you can see right there that beautiful bottom turn, really precise in the pocket. Love the angle that she was able to choose coming out of it too. Unfortunately for her, just the one, wasn't able to get up there in time for a second one.
Yeah. Kira Pinkerton riding Mayhem surfboards, Lost surfboards, one of the many surfers that we see both on the Challenger Series and the Championship Tour, Maida. Those guys over at Lost, they're going to be making a ton of boards for some CT surfers because they qualified a number of surfers already in the way of Cole Hauschman and Crosby Colapinto, Eli Hanneman. It's Annalisa Spencer. And Sawyer Lindblad. Well, actually, Alyssa Spencer's on Challenge, but Sawyer Lindblad came to mind. Yeah, they're going to be a busy crew over there building boards.
For sure, each surfer must have 10, 12 boards for each competition, so
yeah,
a lot of boards.
Especially when we start the Championship Tour over in Hawaii, Mitchell, and because Hawaii is a location that demands a quiver, because You need a full range of boards because there's a full range of waves on the North Shore.
I remember I went to the airport with Kanoa at the beginning of the season, and I asked him, oh, yeah, how many boards do you have in your board bag? I was taking 2, and he's like, oh, yeah, I have 3 board bags with 6 boards each. And I'm, like, and I'm getting another 10 sent over.
So like, 28 boards total.
Yeah, just for 2 events.
That's a North Shore quiver of 28 boards.
And it goes to show you that a demand is necessary in terms of different kinds of equipment for different waves, obviously. But I think the comfort level for a lot of surfers, too. We saw yesterday, both Crosby, Colapinto, and Samopupo looked incredible on step-up boards. And I feel there's a huge need for a lot of these boards to be used in different kinds of conditions as soon as it gets a little bit bigger. I wouldn't be surprised to see a couple surfers rather step up today, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, you know, North Shore snaps boards like cheap chopsticks.
Like candy.
So can Itona. We've seen a lot of board changes there. Speaking of surfboards, that's the guy who's going to be responsible for a lot of board orders, Mitchell.
Yeah, Gian Bernini from Law Surfboards. Obviously, not only the team manager, but also a great surfer himself. And, you know, he's got a couple of surfers still on the cusp of qualifying on the men's side. He could potentially have both Kid Matson and Emrod back on tour. But a big moment right here for Kira. On the inside again, Kaipo, and she's looking to get busy. Drops a 4.1. That's a decent score, and I told you, just for the one turn, all it takes is one big section.
Look at the numbers, Maida. It's a very close matchup at this final 8 minutes.
Yeah, very close matchup. I mean, everything is opened right there. Kia Pinkerton now under priority.
Takes off on this one, and just looking for anything to back up that 4.1. Gian looks troubled.
She's trying, though. I mean, she's really going out there and looking for these waves and looking to make something out of nothing. A lot of these waves are closing out on her real quick. But this is what you have to do, Kaipo. The waves aren't going to come straight to you the entire time, especially with the amount of rip that we have out there. She actually might be turning on one of these on the inside.
Oh, the backwash lifting up there. That thing's going to be super difficult. You could see that just from her paddling in, Maida, on how difficult that wave would be to surf with the backwash.
Yeah, the backwash here really makes things hard. A lot of water moving. Yeah, I don't think she can get like a really good score in this inside waves. She still has 7 minutes left, so probably it would be better to paddle a little more. I know Francisca has the priority right there, but maybe she can push her, make her surf a wave. Look, and this is a paddle, but yeah, no.
We saw yesterday, Mitchell, the game of rip and rip tides and the water moving out versus the water coming in. Very difficult to paddle into some of these waves.
And look at how good that left was that Kika wasn't able to get into. But the plan right now from Pinkerton is simple. You get the lead, regardless if it's a low score, if it's a big score right here on the inside. Then you take the ski back out. And the last 5 minutes, that's when you try to control the rest of the heat and just pressure Vaselko into making a mistake or going on a closeout. So 6:20, seems like there's a big set coming through right now, Kaipo. This could be bad stuff for Pinkerton and maybe some gold for Vaselko.
Kika scratching into this one. It's going to be a long wall in front of her. She needs to get up into the lip and is unable to do so. Straightens out. That's going to be really a non-score and an opportunity for Kira Pinkerton to get to the peak and control the final 6 minutes.
That was a big drop, though, and she might increase her low score by just a slight margin. And she is not happy with herself right now, but that wasn't an easy wave to surf without Kaipo. I mean, just the drop alone, that was some tough stuff. Yep.
Coach is saying, come in, get on the inside.
Take the ski.
Get the ski. Now remember, she needs to get way on the inside gutter, if you would, near shore for the ski to be able to pick her up and then deposit her back in the channel next to the rock formation. You can see the frustration from her.
But you explained it perfectly well yesterday, Kaipo. The reason in having to catch the ski all the way on the inside, first of all, safety purposes, it's way too dangerous to pick up people in the mid-zone. But more importantly, you're not affecting the lineup for the other surfer either. So Vaselko understood the assignment right there. She's going to be back out. Seems like with around 3.5 minutes left on the clock right now.
What she doesn't understand right now is the ski driver looking back at her saying, possibly get on the sled, get in the saddle. That is just always that prone position and staying on the sled, you're putting stress on your fins, you're putting stress on your board, bouncing on that, and unless it's an extreme rescue situation, I'm not a fan of taking the ski out that way. Now, you see, he's telling her, get up here in the saddle.
Takes a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and now she's in a proper ski position. There you go. Board in the gunnel, leg around the board for security, fins out. Now you're in the riding position, Maida.
Yeah, because on the sled, it's bad for your board and also for your back.
For your back too. Oh,
sometimes the bounces, you can really get hurt. We saw a few times these things happen, especially in the big wave surfing. So.
Yeah, I'm a water reporter sometimes, and I've been in big waves on the back of the ski, and I've done those scorpions, and they're no joke. You know, your body bends backwards there. All right, 3 minutes, 45 seconds. Kira Pinkerton can take this heat. All she needs is a 1.51 to take the lead. Furiously paddling, we see her on the screen here. Looking right, can't find it there. Needs to find a wave, Mitchell.
Yeah, and she's too far on the inside to establish priority as well. I mean, she's literally just looking for anything she can possibly go on to get the 1.5 that she needs, Kaipo. 320, that's a lot of time. She needs one of those waves, and Kika is almost back to the primary takeoff zone.
Oh, this is going to really stir things up. Kika Veselko outside of Kira Pinkerton. Kika stroking there. Kika likely going to establish priority, and that would establish control in the final 3 minutes. If Kika can get a P by her name, get that priority, Maida, she's going to control this heat.
For sure, with 2 minutes, 55 seconds left, it's a good timing to get the priority, control the heat. She's leading. Yeah, it's going to make life of Kira Pinkerton a lot of harder.
Mistake, Mitchell, for Kira not to go outside and establish that priority.
Well, she's just looking for the lead. So, I mean, she needs a mid-1, and she knows that Kika has been very selective with those set waves that have been on the outside. There haven't been a lot of them so far. I think she's just trying to go on anything, get something in the 2s or 3s for one turn, but she needs to be a little bit further on the inside. Kaipo might be a right here for her. She needs to really hustle for this one, though.
Pinkerton scratching into this one, cannot get into this one either. Frustration from the San Clemente surfer. We're down to 2 minutes remaining. And frustration on the sand. 2 minutes. Priority still not established by either surfer, so our priority judge is saying neither of the surfers are far enough out to establish priority. I'm a little confused on the priority call right now.
Well, Veselko seems to be on the outside now, but...
There it is.
Yeah.
That took a long time, okay?
Yeah.
So now we have our priority cubes there. That blue cube on top is telling the two surfers that Kika has priority. Now with priority in 1:30, I would think that Kika's going to double back, shadow Kira Pinkerton, and block Kira Pinkerton from getting that 1.51.
Yeah, but her priority could get suspended if she comes all the way in because Pinkerton's not in the rotation right now, so that might be a non-priority situation there. Or would it be open priority if Veselko would get suspended if she were to come all the way on the inside?
I'd test the rules in this situation.
I
would test the rules, no doubt. If I was Kika, I would come shoulder to shoulder with Pinkerton and close this out, but she has no intent of that as we take a look here. So interesting strategy at the end of this heat.
Well, 55 seconds, Kaipo. Kira's all the way on the inside still, and she has just not been able to get into a single wave. And Veselko, I mean, Veselko only needs to improve on a 1. I mean, she stands up and tries a turn, and she's improving on that.
She's praying in the water right now. We're pacing on the beach right now. 30 seconds. Kira can still do it. She stands up. Oh!
Oh, my God.
What a dramatic, low-scoring, but dramatic start to today, Maida.
Yeah. we were looking forward to see them, like, catching good waves, but, I mean, this was brutal. Look.
Just needs a 1.51, but if you can't even get a turn in, you're not going to get the score.
Hey, she showed a lot of heart, though. Both of them did. They never gave up. And it's always the low-scoring affairs, Kaipo, that are the most intense ones for sure. But still, I mean, Kira's got to be really happy. She makes the quarterfinals for the first time this year. It's her best result And Kika Veselko keeping the roll going, Kaipo. She's into the semis.
Kika Veselko into the semifinals with a two-wave score, get this, of a 5.6. Would have never thought that's the way we're going to start the day, but the Portuguese flag, it's out and proud on the beach, Maida.
Yeah, and with this result, she now shares the 10th position of the rankings, sharing with Ellie Harrison. So good for her. Congratulations, Kikas.
Yeah, remember, 6 through 10 on the women's side of the rankings will have an invite for the Challenger Series in 2024 without having to do any of the qualification series. Next up in the water, Sophie McCulloch versus Alyssa Spencer when we return.
I'm Alyssa Spencer. I'm from Carlsbad, California. Right now, my biggest goal is to qualify for the championship tour, so I'm going to do everything that I can in this next year to get there. Last year was definitely the best competitive season I've had on the Challenger Series. I had a couple good results in the beginning of the year and then had the win in Brazil, which was so special. It's such an amazing time to be a part of women's surfing, and I know all the girls that came before us pushed really hard to have it where it's become now. They're definitely the ones that have given me inspiration for what I do now.
Some words from Alyssa Spencer, filmed at the beginning of this season. Alyssa Spencer nearly qualifying in 2019, nearly qualifying in 2021, nearly qualifying in 2022. Good news, Alyssa Spencer is freshly qualified for the Championship Tour. We'll see her 2024 on that Championship Tour Series. Eyes here on a relieved Francisca Veselko after she advances into the semifinals. Cover girl, Maida Paps on the call here. Quarterfinal number 2 out in the water. Sophie McCulloch up against Alyssa Spencer. And here is Alyssa on her first wave. The Goofy Foot out of Carlsbad, California.
Yeah, she found a better wave that the other girls found in the previous heat. Surfing to the inside, she's going to get the jet ski assist right now.
Yeah, no doubt Alyssa saw what happened in quarterfinal number 1 and how wave-starved that quarterfinal was and how the waves were eluding the two surfers in that first matchup of the day. She wanted to get to work real quick here, Maida.
Yeah, this first wave, nice carve right there. Good snap, and another one. She just wanted to start quick, fast, and put some waves on the score.
Yeah, so this is wave number 2 actually for Alyssa Spencer. She did catch another wave during the break. This is that wave. This is a 5.17, Maida. Nice opener. Nice
Rack right there, another one, throwing a lot of water. And yeah, it was the end of the road there for Alyssa, but I mean, she caught pretty decent 2 rides right in the beginning of the heat. Look, Kaipo.
She did not want to get starved in her matchup. Alyssa Spencer is our defending champ here. She was in the final with Tessa Tyson last year here, but she was the most informed surfer throughout the entire competition. She continues with that form and that great mechanics there on that Channel Island surfboard. Alyssa Spencer, there's her coach, Matt Myers. He likes what he sees.
Yeah, so did I. She served pretty well, especially after that heat that the girls were starving for waves. We were here kind of freaking out that they couldn't find the best position to seat. And now Alyssa Spencer found 2 good opportunities for her to show her surfing. So good start for her.
Yeah, good start, smart surfing. Alyssa Spencer getting dropped back off in the channel there. She'll paddle to the peak, where on the peak and holding priority is Sophie McCulloch. Sophie McCulloch, a great surfer, regular footer, 24 years old, did spend a couple events on the championship tour. Of course, she qualified for this year's championship tour, but an early season injury for McCulloch took her out of the first couple events, put her in a put her in a tough situation for that qualification. She did not survive that mid-season cut. That's why she's here on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, Kaipo, it's always hard when you see an athlete that qualifies and then get injured right in the beginning of the season. And this was the case for Sophie. She couldn't make the cut in the middle season because she had those injuries. Now she needs to requalify. Unfortunately, this season she cannot. And also she is in 14th position of the rankings and must get to the finals to move to the top 10. Sorry.
Yeah, from the Sunshine Coast, Queensland, Australia. She has a degree in biomedicine from the uni there. So also a really smart individual and a studied individual. Here we go. Our first look at Sophie McCulloch on the backhand.
Bottom turn. A rack over the top right there. Another one, spraying water and looking for a finishing move. Oh, my God.
Yeah, you know, and it's moments like that, Maida, that will really change the pace. She's going to have to stay calm, Sophie is, but and regather herself, because that was a big missed opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. The wave stand up with an open face right there for her. Nice first move. The second one was a little better, and it would be the money turn.
Slow motion here, and you can see that Paizel surfboard slicing through the water, but then that nose area catching, and she goes down incomplete.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear from our first semi-finalist, Manu.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Kika, and it seemed pretty hard to catch a wave out there. You were also pretty selective. How was that for you? Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, that was a really tough heat. Being the first one of the day, you can't really see the other people's mistakes or what they're doing to better in your heat. So yeah, I was too far out. Now I've been noticing what I did wrong, and I needed to be a bit inside. But you know, these weren't the scores I was really looking for, but I'm happy to make it through. That's all that matters, and fix it for the next.
Oh yeah, now you're in the semis. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. This is so far my best result. You know, I don't have any pressure, just trying to make some heat, show my surfing. It's the last event of the year. Yeah, I like these bigger conditions. Unfortunately, I got a lot of closeouts in my heat, but like I said, I will fix that and try to improve on the next heat.
Great. Now, some Portuguese, send a message to your supporters.
Olá a todos que estão a ver em casa, à minha mãe, ao meu pai, aos meus irmãos e a toda a gente que me apoia. Estamos nas meias finais, estou super contente, o mar está muito difícil, mas agora é focar no próximo hit e dar tudo. Vamos com tudo.
Thank you very much, Kika. Finals days, guys. Back to you.
That's right, and all her friends and family in Carcavelos, it's about lunchtime there, and they can celebrate a semi-final finish minimum, but of course the crowd there in Carcavelos would love to see their surfer girl go all the way to a victory here.
Yeah, it would be great. She's so young. She's surfing pretty well, and she likes these conditions. Her surfing really suits here, this kind of wave in Itaúna. So let's see what's gonna play.
Situation in the water, Alyssa Spencer got that early start, a couple of waves. That was enough for a lead over Sophie McCulloch. McCulloch with a 3.23 and a 2.17. At the moment, McCulloch needs a 5.61 to take the lead off of Alyssa Spencer. Winner of this quarterfinal is going to face up against Francisca Veselko in semi-final number 1.
Yeah, and for Alyssa Spencer, if she can win here, she can take the lead over India Robinson. It would be nice for her because for the seedings,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, so we know already that Sally Fitzgibbons is going to be our number 1 seed going into.
Oh, okay, yes.
Going
sure.
into, and then there is the seeding that's involved right now. She can take the number 2 spot, have that all played out. Actually, I'm going to take a look at the numbers again, but before confirming that, because a win here is 10,000 points. That's a lot of points. There's Alyssa Spencer's year so far. A couple of quarterfinals in Sydney as well as Bolito, but really that victory in Portugal was what set Alyssa Spencer up for the CT qualifications.
Yeah, she was surfing pretty well there on her backhand in Ericeira, just putting a show. And look, it's
McCulloch up, down, and going to waste nothing but time right there for Sophie McCulloch as that wave had no opportunity for a score. She's under priority though, Marita, so she has to kind of take what she can get.
Yeah, it's true, Kai, but she just saw what happened in the previous heat. I'm pretty sure she doesn't want to get in the end of the heat without surfing, without getting some opportunity. So she's just trying to find the best spot and the best waves as she can get.
Yeah, this is true. 23 minutes, 35 seconds. Alyssa Spencer calmly sitting, controlling the lineup, controlling the heat with priority and the lead. A little bit of warble as there's always been. I feel the sand changes here at Itaúna. The sand is not a super fine-grained sand. It's a little bit more, it's that Atlantic sand where it's a bit coarse. So that coarse sand grain is able to really move during all the swells. We saw some bombing waves yesterday, so I'm sure the sand has been altered here at the break as well.
Yeah, this is something like it's very common here in Brazil. Whenever a huge swell comes through, moves a lot the banks, and sometimes change for better, sometimes it doesn't. What I see here is just, I think the ocean is just kind of waking up. We saw this yesterday. It got better during the day. So probably here we will see that. But I mean, there's a lot of opportunities right there. Not a lot, but a few opportunities right there. They gotta be smart to pick the best ones and show them surf.
Yeah, Moida, you brought it up. I got a rankings update right now. So Sally Fitzgibbons did come into this event as the number 1 ranked. But as we stand right now in the live rankings, it's a race between India Robinson, Sawyer Lindblad, and Alyssa Spencer to take that number 1 position at the end of the year. So we're going to see how this event plays out. Of course, Robinson, Lindblad, and Spencer all in the quarterfinals. And we'll see how that plays out. Who's going to be the winner of the Challenger Series rankings, we'll know by the end of the day.
Well, this is huge because winning the championship, like the Challenger Series, is huge. I think it's something to put in your story, in your life. And look,
That's India Robinson. India Robinson from Jan Juk in Victoria. Get with the warm-up there. Jan Juk, Bird Rock area, a wonderful area, and she has a wonderful community support there. One of my favorite pubs in all of Australia is the Jan Juk pub. Jan Juk pub, they held raffles, if you would. Every Friday night there's a raffle there, and the proceeds from those raffles were to help India Robinson in her initial Challenger Series championship. So great community there. at the Janjak Pub raffle night. You can win a meat tray.
Wow.
So it's a full tray of meat that you can barbecue with your friends. Also, they have a parmy night there that's really good where they have chicken parmesan specials. They make it 12 different ways over there, over in Victoria. It's wonderful.
Nice, Kaibo. So you have all your best spots that you, when you travel to eat or something. What about here in Saquarema? What do you like the most?
I'm picanha every day, and you guys know, all you guys know that I go to I got like 3 different picanha places that I go to every, I alternate every few days, but that's my favorite. I love it. I love all Brazilian food.
So Saquarema is treating you well, Kaipo.
Oh yeah.
Look, the beautiful church of Saquarema. I really love this town. It's so nice. People are friendly. We have all these restaurants and many things you can do here on the late days. You can go see the coast, go to Búzios, to Cabo Frio as well, and here you can fly on those paraglidings. Yeah.
I'm up for that. Last time I was here for the CT, Maida, you and I, we went to Búzios and had a wonderful day over there. It's a quaint town, about an hour away, I think, and a whole different slice of culture there.
Yeah.
Really, it feels the architecture in Búzios feels very European to me.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's true. Búzios, it's nice as well. But here, Saquarema, I think you have like a lot of things to see also. If you go down to the south, you can see they have a really interesting thing for me. It was because they have grass farms, so they're beautiful fields, and we have waterfalls here as well. I went in a waterfall, I think it was in 2017.
Yeah.
So plenty things to do here in Saquarema.
Plenty things to do, beautiful scenery like the Nossa Senhora de Nazaré that we're flying around. We're going to fly straight into a commercial break. We'll fly back with the conclusion of quarterfinal number 2. Saquarema is an epicenter for paragliding and power paragliding and skydiving in Brazil. To celebrate the popularity of these activities in the region, the winner's trophy for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, was delivered this morning by a 2-person powered paraglider and parachutist. Gustavo Aria descended from the high above Praia Itaúna to hand the trophies to Manuela Perez, the mayor of Saquarema. What a delivery, Maida.
Wow, this was amazing. I really liked to see the paragliding coming, and then the parachute all from sky. For sure, these athletes will get this award.
That was the most incredible trophy delivery that I've seen pretty much ever out of any event.
Yeah, in your entire life.
Hats off to the whole crew here. This happened during the break, and this was a heat turner for Sophie McCulloch, a 7-point ride.
Well, a very nice looking wave right there. A single maneuver one, but look, the carve was amazing right there. She went straight up there under the lip, throwing buckets of water, and could manage to stand on her feet.
Yeah, that's exactly why she got that great score of a 7-point ride, was because of the commitment and the degree of difficulty on that large wave. The judges here, we take out the 6.5, the low. We take out the 7.5, the high, leaving us with that flat 7, and a keeper for the Australian right now. She's got the advantage over Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer now with priority, needing a 5.07. Alyssa really knows her way here in Saquarema. She won last year here, and she has plenty of time to make a comeback.
Yeah, I agree with you. 14 minutes is a ton of time for Alyssa Spencer, the surfer out of Carlsbad, California. Already has planted a 5.17. So if she's able just to duplicate that, she'll take the lead back from Sophie McCulloch. I like this back and forth type of quarterfinal. It was a really tough opening to this finals day, quarterfinal number 1, but now we're seeing the machine on, the surfers surfing and waves building in consistency here at Itaúna.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. I was wondering if Saquarema is already the best spot in the world for Alyssa Spencer, because she won her pretty first Challenger Series event last year, and now she got qualified here, so she probably is in love with Saquarema.
Yeah, she's probably in love with Saquarema. I don't know how much she likes Haliva, because Haliva a couple of times has dealt her a big blow with her, But that's all the history, because looking forward for this young lady is a championship tour. Here she goes, finds a left, and gets caught off her feet there, so that's not going to do it. We'll see if she can get back to the lineup before Sophie McCulloch and establish priority. No surfer has established that priority as of yet.
Yeah, and this wave looked beautiful in the beginning, but unfortunately was just dead after all.
Yeah, we had a vision of Matt Myers, her coach, with that fluorescent yellow hat, making a note of exactly what happened. So a lot of times the coaches will film your heat, they'll make notes, and that way you can review, because in surfing, it's always been my philosophy. I used to be a high school surf coach, because I always would tell my surfers, you either win or you learn something. So even if you lose, you don't lose 100%. You can go back and review what happened, and then you learn from that mistake and correct that in future, in future heats.
Yeah, and you more you lose than you win.
100%.
100%. Everyone. So
except for Kelly Slater. I'm kidding.
You gotta learn something.
Yeah.
When you lose.
Of course, yeah. And so we'll see. Right now, the lesson is how to get your score under priority for Alyssa Spencer, because now she's in second priority. Sophie McCulloch with heat control, with the priority and the lead at the 12-minute mark. So Alyssa's going to have to be a little more crafty to find a wave and get that 5.07 if she wants to take the lead.
Yeah, but here in Saquarema, we saw many athletes get opportunities under priority and turning the heat. So, I mean, she gotta be active. She just need to sneak the lineup right there and find a good opportunity for her. And on the other hand, Sophie, she has the chance to choose better her wave.
Yeah, and look at Sophie where she is. She realizes she has heat control. And when they pop back into view, you'll see Sophie really tracking Alyssa at this moment. Sophie knowing that she can take any opportunity off of Alyssa with a wave coming through. And if Sophie's able to improve upon a 3.23, she will strengthen her lead. Here's a shot from above. Beautiful water, but we know that the sand with the big swell yesterday has really taken some movement overnight, and the peaks have shifted.
Yeah, Kaipo, is true. Yesterday, the waves were like huge, and there was a lot of water moving. And in the end of the day, I saw a pretty good free surf there. Jake Marshall was just ripping out there, and also Imai Kalani DeVoe. They were all training, and it looked pretty good. But I mean, there was a lot of water, so for sure changed a lot the sandbar.
Yeah. First time I came here for the Championship Tour event in 2017, I brought like a groveler board and a normal board. I learned since then, because of the nature of this wave and this town, this is definitely a spot, especially if you're a competitor, to pack a step-up board, to pack some bigger boards, because it quite often gets really big out here. It really surprised me, Maida, of how much swell that this particular stretch of beach pulls in.
Yeah, you said that, oh, I got surprised to get here today and we still have these waves. This is really interesting and amazing actually here in Brazil, because we have like many places in Brazil, the swell doesn't hold that much, you know. You have like a really huge peak during one day, and then the next day the waves just kind of vanish from the ocean. Here in Saquarema, it holds a lot, like bigger swells.
Yeah, and it's just consistently big. I mean, it's really, really. I can see why people call it the Maracanã do Surf, the stadium of surfing, comparing this beach to the legendary stadium in Rio, where you would have, you know, thousands upon thousands of soccer fans descend upon. I can see why this is a focal point here for Brazilian surfing.
Yeah, for sure. Comparing to São Paulo's coast, I think the only place we can really compare is Maresias. In Maresias, we do have like a good wave, powerful wave as well, and it holds like huge swells. So sometimes we can see like Lucas Chumbo and his whole crew, like Ian Cosenza, Michel, they travel there to catch some good waves. And yeah, this is Sophie.
Sophie uses priority. Alyssa tried to paddle into that wave. Sophie did the block. Now Sophie's not going to improve upon her score with that wave that tapered off. So good sell by Alyssa Spencer to regain priority and more opportunity to score that 5.07. Alyssa really sold Sophie on that one. She made a big paddle for it. Sophie said, hey, I'm not going to take a chance. I'm going to block her with priority. But Sophie was unable to improve upon her score line.
Yeah, it wasn't a good wave. Well done for Alyssa Spencer. Kind of a little mistake for Sophie. Actually, she had to bet what's going to happen. But yeah, and it's not a high score that Alyssa needs.
Yeah, not at all. There's Alyssa Spencer. 7 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown here. Opportunity for the surfer from Carlsbad with that priority. It's been a tricky lineup today. It's been tricky to really find a wave and paddle into the wave. A lot of times it seems like they've been popping up and then really backing back off. So it's been a struggle for these, and these are really fit surfers. These are strong, fit surfers. So for these surfers not to be able to paddle into some of these waves is a sign of some confusion out in the lineup. Let's take a look at our heat recap. It started off with Alyssa Spencer, and Alyssa was able to put things together straight off the horn.
Yeah, nice bottom turn right there. Good carve, splashing water. Another one, throwing buckets, and this was the end for her.
That was a 5.17. Then Sophie McCulloch. She got this 3.23 to get her name back in the game in this quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, unfortunately she couldn't pull the last one. It was kind of missed opportunity right there, but this was a bigger wave. She snapped over the lip right there, and it was nice.
Yeah, 7-point ride. That's what turned the heat into the favor of Sophie McCulloch. Here's Sophie, live action. Finds this one. Nice looking left here from McCulloch. Chatters off the bottom on the Paizel surfboard. Snaps off the top. A little more chatter again. One more time in the lip for McCulloch. Comes around the corner here, and this wave is a gem. It's delivering for the Australian. closes this out, wants to stand up out of the convergence of water, does so, and she is going to pull away with the lead.
For sure, Kaipo, very well served wave for Sophie. Look, good looking wave, finds the wall right there, hits the lip, and then another bottom turn, another one, and this wave kept delivering for her. Very nice flow, good combination and variation on this wave.
Yeah, this wave you can see there's some energy moving down the line, and she's in front of that energy the whole time. You can see that rib in the wave, and being able to time that rib and be right in the sweet spot there really gave her a lot of speed and enabled her to have the speed to finish off in some really tough water. I'm expecting a big number for Sophie McCulloch. Look at this in slow motion, Maida.
Yeah, she plays the moves right in the pocket right there. On that one, she, look, just under the lip, and she could hold this.
Yeah, it's almost like a side wave that's pushing her along. And really was able to accentuate all of her speed and maneuvers. And you know what, Maida? It's an excellent score. We're watching here on a replay. We're watching the finish of an 8.17 for Sophie McCulloch, and she coming out of this one looking strong. Wow. So Sophie McCulloch on the paddle back out. Here's all of our judges' numbers. Every single one of the judges said it's an excellent ride. 8 points and above, we call in the excellent category. So well done for Sophie McCulloch. And she's put Alyssa Spencer up against the wall, Maida. Spencer now needed a 5.06 previous to that ride. Now Alyssa Spencer needs a 10-point ride to turn the heat.
Yeah, a perfect score is what she needs. Whoa, very good wave ridden for Sophie.
Yeah.
She really found the jam right there.
Sure
during this
did.
heat.
Well, qualification scenario here in quarterfinal number 3. Nadia Arostabe needs to make it past India Robinson and all the way to win this event to qualify for the championship tour. If not, Isabella Nichols will qualify for the championship tour. We have Nichols with Rachel right now.
Thanks, Kaipo. I'm here with Isabella Nichols, and I think you must be nervous because the next heat is going to be important because you and Nadia are fighting for the last spot in the CT 2024. How are you feeling about the next heat?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I'm definitely feeling pretty nervous, and it's quite surreal, like seeing the contrast in when you have a heat that you can control. Like the nerves are so different to something like this where I can't control the outcome. So I've really had to, try and ground myself. I've had 5 days of waiting now, and I'm ready for it to be over. Either way, Nadia's been surfing really well, and I'm never the one to wish anyone to lose. So I'm just here supporting my friends, and whatever happens, happens. It's been a really long year, so I'm ready to get home and just start again, whether that be on the Challenger or the CT. So yeah, I'm just here supporting Sophie. She just got an 8, so yeah, all the Aussies are fired up, and we're excited to cheer on Indy next.
All right, thank you for your time. Let's see what happens. Good luck. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. You bet Isabella Nichols is going to be cheering on India Robinson in the quarterfinal number 3, because if India Robinson beats Nadia Arostabe in that quarterfinal 3, Isabella's on the championship tour.
Yeah, for sure. She's going to cheer a lot for her friend. And yeah, we saw how she looked kind of nervous. She was like coughing.
Hey, I mean, and to her point that she said in that interview, it's a different kind of nerves because she has no control what's going to happen. She needs to just be on the beach and watch it all play out. As we're watching play out this quarterfinal number 2, Alyssa Spencer with priority, but for Alyssa to make it out of this quarterfinal, she's going to need to show us a 10, and that's exactly what her coach there, Matt Myers, knows. A 10, tough going, but we did see a 10-point ride in this competition. So it would take something spectacular. We saw a 10-point ride by Joel Vaughn earlier in this competition.
Yeah, Joel Vaughn sent to the sky and got a 10. So I'm pretty sure Alyssa is capable of, but the timing, the clock is clicking down.
Oh,
She
yeah.
has 50 seconds left.
And she would need the super wave to come in.
Yeah.
She would need an incredible left, and she would need to do incredible things. And I do not see that on the horizon. Neither does her coach, Matt Myers. But hey, she's had a great season. She accomplished her mission. She's on the championship tour. So I'm sure, you know, even though nobody likes to lose, I think this loss for Alyssa Spencer is going to be, you know, one of her easier losses to take.
Yeah, for sure. And for Sophie, it's a really important hit right there because she got here in 14th of the ranking. So she got to move forward on this competition to get through the top 10.
That's right. Sophie McCulloch with her best result so far this season on the Challenger Series. Sophie with 15.17 went excellent. And she will be faced off in semifinal number 1 with Francisca Veselko when we get to those women's semifinals. But we have semifinal number 2 to set. How are we going to do that? That's going to be the next 2 quarterfinals that are going to be entering the water. When we return from break, we will have Nadia Aerostabe up against India Robinson in a must-win for Nadia Aerostabe to have a chance of qualifying for the championship tour. We'll be back with that after this.
Quarterfinal number 3 of the women out there right now. It is a big one because we could potentially be seeing somebody qualify at the end of this one. Could it be Isabella Nichols, who is out of the draw already? Or could Nadia Aerostabe keep the dream alive of qualifying for the World Championship Tour for 2024? Those are the men and the women who have qualified so far. Mitch and Marcos here in the booth. The men, they look great. There's still 2 spots available. The women, only 1 left, Marcos.
Yeah, just a few spots for the men, just 1 for the ladies. Amazing week, amazing comp, amazing day so far. Actually great.
Yeah, and you look at the women's draw right there. Alyssa Spencer, Sawyer Lindblad. They are in the quarterfinals. We just lost Alyssa to Sophie McCulloch, but Sawyer will be in the next heat. But Heat 3, Nadia Aerostabe from the Basque Country will be in red. India Robinson, who has qualified for the World Championship Tour, will be in blue. A must-win for Aerostabe. Robinson, though, she has qualified already. She's won a CS event so far in 2023. She's looking for number 2 here in Saquarema, Marcos.
Yeah, and she can help. She can play the spoil role against all the nation of Spain. The Basque Country will be major for Nadia to start. Will be like groundbreaking for the whole Basque Country people. Good people over there. So let's see what's going to unfold here. Amazing conditions so far. Amazing heats, kind of low score back in the couple of hits back, but the last one was a major, man.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch really put on a show in the last one. But this heat, though, it seems like they are neck and neck with positioning at the beginning of it. 31 minutes on the clock. Erostarbe, a great goofy footer. She came through the junior and amateur ranks over there in Europe, made it to a couple of World Junior Championships, has been able to represent the Basque Country on the biggest stage globally here on the Challenger Series, but she would be the first Basque woman to qualify for the World Championship Tour if she's able to win the event here in Saquarema, Marcos.
Oh yeah, groundbreaking. Shout out to Mr. Aritz Aramburu, the great ambassadors for the Basque Country. You know, Goni Zubizarreta, all the boys there. For sure they are rooting for Nadia right now. India can play the spoil. She's ripping also. She was super well prepared. What an amazing day so far, Mitch.
And big support crews on the beach for Nadia Erostarbe, traveling with her partner Guille Adura Matriain, also here on the beach, a competitor in this event. And they are in full support mode now for the surfer in the red jersey. Meanwhile, though, for the surfer in blue, Robinson, they were loud in the last heat for Sophie McCulloch. Expect them to be loud for India Robinson in this one, too. And Robinson even said, hey, I have a chance to help my friend out, Isabella Nichols. I want to win this one real bad, too, because I want to be back on the CT with her. Couple of waves approaching the lineup. A big set, too. It seems like it's going to close out on top of both surfers. They have to duck dive the first wave. Might be a second one right here. Erostarbe having a look at it. And it's going to go underneath the positioning of both of them. Still big out there today, Marcos.
It's still big, still chunky. I always tell people, man, if it looks big from your screen, will be way bigger inside. And right now I got to rewind to the history books, to the Pipeline Master of 2014, when Alejo Muniz played a big role, like defeating Mick Fanning, Kelly Slater, kind of helping Gabriel to clinch the groundbreaker world title for Brazil. And rewinding back a few minutes, I love when other nations go super loud, man. They can be super loud as us, as Brazilians. So I think everybody, all nations kind of connect with our energy, with the big entourage, with the big crews, and I'm so happy about them.
Yeah, and speaking of big entourages and what they could potentially see at the end of the day, you know the Basque entourage wants to qualify Nadia Erostarbe. She needs to win the event here in Saquarema to move on to the World Championship Tour. Would be great to see another European on the women's side on the CT. Would also see another goofy footer making it over there on the women's side. Those are the trophies. The one on the right, that could potentially go to Erostarbe, and if she gets that trophy lifted up later on this afternoon, Marcos, she is qualified for the CT, would be the first Basque women to qualify for the World Championship Tour.
Yeah, I'll be repeating myself, saying we'll be groundbreaking. Some props for we're talking a lot about siblings in surfing this week with the Pupos, with the Cola Bros. I want to send some props to Aneco and Capacero.
Yep.
Amazing surfers, a regular and a goofy from the Basque Country. Amazing inspiration for sure for Nadia and all the girls.
Yeah, Jose Colazo, Goni Zubizarreta, of course, the groundbreaking performance by Aritz Aramburu, the first Basque surfer to qualify on the men's side more than a decade ago. And they are looking to at least get one surfer back on the World Championship Tour, 27 minutes and 40 seconds. The cool thing about Erostarbe's year so far is that she's only surfed in 4 events, including this one, so she hasn't surfed in all 6. She has been extremely consistent, though. A 5th over there in Bolito, a 5th at the U.S. Open, a 9th. Oh, that was a bad takeoff from India Robinson, and she's going to go down. So looking for the first wave of the heat, and she's way to the inside here, Marcos, looking at the replay. Try to get into it, and the slip and slide went down.
Whoa, slip and slide, man. This is a perfect situation for us to analyze and how chunky can be, how sketchy can be, like positioning, reading those waves. A viral moment right there for India Robinson.
Man, and that is a powerful wave if it's sucking her over the falls right there without actually, you know, paddling for it afterwards. She stopped the paddle and still got sucked over the falls. 26 minutes, 40 seconds. No waves ridden so far in quarterfinal number 3. Let's go downstairs. Sophie McCulloch is with Manu.
Yeah, I'm here with Sophie. That surf just so good. You found some good waves out there, even an excellent wave. Congratulations. How was that for you, this excellent wave?
Oh yeah, it's been a while since I've got an excellent wave, so yeah, that felt pretty nice.
Would you tell us, like in your mind, how was it feeling? Because it was pretty big, wasn't it?
Yes, it was definitely solid, but I feel like the bigger the waves, the more you kind of just have to go for it. If you kind of just, try your hardest to do a big turn, then you're probably more likely to land it than if you're sort of just halfway going for it. So, I guess I was just stoked to ride out at the end, and I knew I just needed to better my 3, so I was pretty happy I did that, and then pretty much knew that was the heat from then.
And you were competing against Alyssa Spencer that won it here last year. Does that make you like scared? Because you seem to be happy to be there with her. You hugged each other in the end.
Yeah, Alyssa's one of my good mates, and she's been on fire this year, so I knew I kind of just had to, bring my best effort, because, you're not going to beat Alyssa if you're not getting excellent scores. So, that was my goal, and I'm happy it paid off, and, I'm stoked to see her qualify as well.
And now you made it into the semis, and you have the whole Aussie crew cheering so hard for you. Does that make any difference?
Yeah, it definitely fires me up. As I was running out for that heat, a few of the boys are staying on the beach, and they were all cheering. So, it kind of just, it makes me want to perform not only for myself, but, for my country.
Great. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu, and big congratulations to Sophie McCulloch. Into the semifinals with the highest heat total of the day so far, 15.17 for her. Went excellent on 1 and 8.17 in her scoreline. Seems like we're going to have the first away of the heat here in quarterfinal 3. Erostarbe up and riding now in the forehand. Strong turn right there to open things up for the surfer from the Basque Country. Wraps it back all the way. And this is some excellent work so far from Nadia in a must-win scenario, and closes out this one in great style. Might even have a rebate section here on the inside and fits one more in for good measure. It does not seem like any pressure is on her shoulders at the moment. 24 minutes on the clock. An incredible start to the heat for Nadia Erostarbe, Marcos.
Solid surfer, Nadia, top to bottom. A little cherry on top in the end. Amazing. She was flowing so good with her like DHD sledge there. Check it out, guys. Nice slap on the top of the wave there. Bouncing back, zigzag, on position for the night like Cuddy. Surfing in the pocket. Another one, connecting the dots all over, milking all the way, and there comes the cherry on top. Check it out, amazing form. No, she knows she got it. She's leaving the win-win situation. She got to go for a blast.
And looking at the drone angle right here, just top to bottom, everything on point. Her rhythm on this one seemed like it was as good as it gets out here at Saquarema, given how big and chunky the conditions are, Marcos.
No, she's flowing almost like she was surfing like a waist-high, wave, not a chunky, like double overhead wave.
And how about this first turn right here? Fully engages the rails coming out of the bottom turn.
So clean. Check it out, guys. This is a tutorial. On the top there, almost like a lip slide, free fall there.
It's like she went for the carve, but the section was a bit different when she got there and still executed well. 22 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. I was talking about how she's only surfed in 4 events, including this one so far. Had a heartbreak loss in Edeseda to Sally Fitzgibbons. Had one priority mistake at the end, and that's all Sally needed to take her out in the round of 16. She's at least in the quarterfinals now, but must win the event to qualify for the CT. Here's the answer from India, and that should be a good start if she was able to ride out of that last one. No can do at the end. So just over 22 minutes. Should be a strong start for Erostarbe, and gonna be an okay one for India Robinson. It seems like she's gonna use the ski to reposition herself. The score is in for Nadia though, a 6.83, a good one for her, Marcos.
Amazing start for Nadia. I love how she was placing, India was placing the turns before the closeout session. And Nadia is so on point. She's in the rhythm. She knows she got to go for blow.
And there's the crew. Keoni Lasa all the way to the left. Alura Madriain right there in the middle. And he is like, let's get this going, come on. And her partner Gia right there behind the lens. Big moment, obviously, not only for herself, but when it comes to overall surfing in Europe. They've been underrepresented on the championship tour on both the men's and women's side. They want to get one back on there if Nadia can qualify. There's Robinson. She opened up with a 2.67. Here's the replay, Marcos.
Amazing snap for India in the start of this wave. Second one, super on point. If she go for blow in the end, she couldn't pull that. If she put it would be like, you know, blow to blow with Nadia.
And looking at the sky angle right here, good on the forehand, but just as great on the backhand too, comes from Jan Juk over there in Torquay, Australia. Little mistiming right here with the backwash, Marcos.
Yeah, maybe ski to do like anticipation turns there, maybe a drop waller in the end. But she's trying hard there. And I love those heterogeneous heats, you know, a goofy and a more like crispy and fast and super duper powers regular stance surfer.
Yeah, historically here, most of the regular footers have done very well, but during the early 2010s on the men's side, there were 3 goofy footers that won in a row, all of them from Australia. Kai Otten, Matt Wilkinson, and Mitch Colburn. So looking like Eero Starve has taken inspiration from those performances before and using them to her advantage right now. Still has an established priority out there. She did use the ski to reposition herself back in the lineup, but as you can see on screen, still no P next to her name. Once you get that P, that makes it official that you do have priority. If not, still an open priority situation, which is interesting because the primary takeoff zone, despite still being large today, Marcos, it seemed like it has moved in quite a bit in comparison to yesterday.
For sure. As soon as that tally will fill up a little bit, we'll be even, you know, closer for the shore here. And I love the bird view, so you can figure out, man, this is a humongous field for reading, takeoff position, how you're gonna read the wave. So it's like 4 or 3 soccer fields right there.
Yeah, it's huge. I would actually say maybe even more when you consider the other peak that they could potentially surf over to the right as well. 19:20 on the clock. Both surfers repositioning themselves in the lineup. Eero Starve opens up with a 6.83. Annie Robinson, who was already qualified for the World Championship Tour, a 2.67 on her opener. You know, that area of Torquay, obviously the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, one of the most iconic venues on the Championship Tour schedule. They've had a longboard event this year too. It's been a big, big year for Bells Beach, but for Torquay, they've also been one of the premier states when it comes to surfing in Australia. Adam Robertson, as we look at the results so far in 2023, she is looking great so far in this event. Has a win, a third, and another third coming off of Edeseda too, looking for a second win this year here in Saquarema.
Talking about consistency, everything on point there, man. And just rewinding in the history books to Bells Beach, man, 1981. Amazing groundbreaking moment for Simon Anderson, taking the Bells bowl there and winning the contest with the first thruster being put in a surf competition. So, you know, Bells is in the history books of surfing, and it's the oldest contest being put and being held so far. So amazing history there.
18 minutes to go, and it seems like the wind has changed quite a bit this morning so far. You can see right there, turning more into a sideshore right now. Coming from the north, though, Marcos, shouldn't affect the lineup too much, but if it does get too intense, we could be seeing jumbled up conditions this afternoon.
For sure, you gotta be able to adapt to the things, you know, shift so fast in beach break situation, and Saquarema have the same equation of any like beach break A-frame situation, so you gotta be able to adapt, you gotta have versatility, it's everything, it's about the flow statement.
Absolutely, adapt to survive. It seems like most people that have moved through into finals day have been able to do that so far. 17:20 on the clock. Eero Starve still in the lead with a single score of a 6.83. Robinson opened up with a 2.67. Nadia's going to let that wave go by. It seems like she's a bit further on the inside. Those double ups are good, though, and they do offer up quite a good amount of scoring potential. As we see both surfers make their way back out into the lineup right now. A couple of waves still approaching as Eero Starve does have priority, and she's looking to extend her lead. Might be in position for this one. Having a good look at it, not gonna go. Robinson decides to let it go as well. Seems like it was the right decision because that wave ended up closing out.
For sure, it's super tough to read the waves right now, and maybe the best, You know, the best ones will be the one that looks they're going to close out, they're going to peel all the way to the inside, but it's super tough to read from there. It's easy to be dry here in the booth, like calling the shots, but super tough out there.
That is for sure. Erostarbe in a must-win situation here. Must go all the way to the final and come out victorious if she looks to qualify for the CT for 24.
Chegamos aos 15 minutos finais, vamos reapresentar os atletas da próxima bateria. A terceira colocada do ranking do CS. Vamos convidar a americana Sawyer.
And the storytelling continues here in Saquarema, our women's champion so far on the Challenger Series for 2023. One of them out there in the water. She is in blue and her name is India Robinson. It is a must-win heat though for Nadia Erostarbe though. She's looking for her first CS win, not only in 2023, but in her career. She has been successful so far this season on the regional QS in Europe, won an event over in Lacanau, been extremely consistent in the 3 events that she has served previous to this one here in Saquarema, but must win the event to qualify for the Championship Tour for 2024. On the sidelines, who is currently number 5 in the rankings and just looking towards this heat, is Isabella Neco. She's also won an event on the CS in 2023. Consistent year so far for Nadia, Marcos.
Amazing. I've been calling a lot of heats from Nadia since I got in Portugal in 2019, and she's evolving so fast. Amazing how she plays, you know, her turns in this first, you know, exchange with India Robinson. Heavy hitters there. Amazing path for Nadia.
Yeah, and she is still extremely young, in her early 20s. Came through the junior ranks over there in Europe. Was able to get a couple of great results at the beginning of this one, especially that 3rd place finish in Balito. As we look at her crew, looking good as of right now to move into the semifinals. Still 12 minutes though. Opened up with a 6.83. Robinson needs a 4.17. Backup scores today, Marcos, seem to be like the money out there, really, when you're making a career on both the Challenger Series and the CT. Anybody can get one good score, but to get two of them out there in 35 minutes, that's the real key to success.
Yeah, it's super hard to have like two solid waves today, two high scores, so backup situation. We'll be solving some problems, gonna be doing, you know, making some dreams with this mathematics going on.
Yeah, and I apologize, a couple of fifth-place finishes for Erostarbe at the beginning of the Challenger Series for her, but she has only surfed in 4 events so far this year, including this one. So if she moves into the semifinals, that is good, but it's not enough. She needs to win the event to qualify. Mentioned that Isabella Nichols has been a champion on the CS this season so far. She won over there in Sydney, a bit inconsistent after that. But the good thing for most surfers this year, Marcos, despite the consistency for India Robinson, she could be counting all of her results, but it's only your top 4 out of the 6 events out of the CS.
Oh, it's kind of hard when you have 6 events, you just count 4. When you have just 4 to compete, you got to make everything count.
Does your approach change, though, knowing that you have 2 throwaway results? Can you take a step back and think to yourself, hey, I can compete a different way, or do you still go pedal to the metal the entire time?
Oh, I think it's the better, better chance you're going to have, I think, is pedal to the metal all the way to the pots. This is an expression that reminds me a lot of Martin Potter. So I think she got to go to the full blast mode, because in the psychological issues, you got to put a pedal to the metal all the time you are in the water.
And a paddle here from Erostarbe. Seems like a quick wave, and that was good pressure by Robinson to force her to use priority on that one. So with 10 minutes to go, priority shifts over to India. Needs a 4.5 now as the second score of Erostarbe, just to throw away a 0.33. Good pressure right there. You can definitely tell that's a surfer that has experience being on the championship tour.
Oh yeah, this is pure surfing IQ. I love when surfers play the tactics, use the strategy there to try to sell this one as a good way for Nadia. Priority shifts, look at the squad.
You see the reaction right there from her crew. And they were not super happy about her kicking out on that one. You know, you see the one section out there. We saw some excellent scores come out of one turn yesterday. Waves of Consequence still out there in the lineup right now, Marcos. We haven't really seen one surfer go to town just with the one section so far today. Wouldn't be surprised to see something at least touch the good range if we see something good out there in terms of the sections.
Oh yeah, it's still chunky, still power out there. Like yesterday, we can rewind. You know, Samuel Pupo just having high scores with just one hit on the top of a chunky, super big session. Right now, man, beach break, A-frame situations, shifting, you know, tide is dropping. So it's almost like a box chocolate of Forrest Gump. You never know what you're going to get.
And that is absolutely right. And that is why priority is so significant in these heats out there. Quarterfinals in the water. It's number 3 right now. Here's Robinson. This is a great looking wave down the line. Setup turn right there. Out on the open face, a bit shouldered off now. Has to really navigate this last section if she wants to get a finishing turn in. And she does. Rebounds off of the white water. Went right. Seems like she was able to get in one more before the wave closed out. With 8 minutes to go, a good response right there from the surfer from Janjuk. Needs at least a 4.5. The composure she had coming in, knowing where the ski was at the entire time, taking her time right there to get back on, but a good response right here from the surfer in blue.
I think she had the eye on the prize there, trying to figure out the power source of the wave, trying to connect the dots, hitting in the end. Amazing after, my kind of misreading a little bit of the path, but was a good one anyway.
Real clean water on it too. Was able to fit in one more on the right-hander too. Live action, here's Nadia. Great opening wrap, a second one. Has a beautiful style on the forehand. Does Erostarbe. Once again, keeping it on rail. It's a must-win scenario for her. Wants to keep the hopes alive. Once again, just using those rails and flowing with this wave. Not trying to overdo anything. Just very smart and just finishing that wave off well. 7 minutes on the clock. Her crew loves it. And that is a necessary answer for what Robinson had right now. as she's looking to get back on the ski and make her way back into the lineup. 6:45 here. Let's look at the replay, Marcos.
Yeah, silky smooth surfing on rail, top to bottom, fading in, fading out. Nice snap for the first one, nice cutting on the second one, connecting the dots, you know, milking all the way. Look at this one, another one. Kind of a lack of variety, but a lot of flow. I love this cutting, a little stall situation there, a little fade, and then the cherry on top of it that Sunday.
Yeah, and probably the most significant turn when it came to a lip line, but this opening maneuver, beautiful, crisp, and on rail, Marcos.
Yeah, silky smooth. Check it out, guys. This is tutorial of forehand surfing, amazing snap, amazing style. Talking about rhythm and flow, man, everything on point there.
And she uses that pocket to her advantage so much. It's almost like she fades after every single turn just to be in the pocket the entire time.
I like to call those invisible turns of surfing. The bottom turn, the fading, they are major in like conditions like right now in Saquarema.
Her partner, Guille Adur, right there in the middle, and Keoni Lassa on the left. Stoked on that one for Nadia Erostarbe. Last score for Indy Robinson comes through. It's a 3.03. Erostarbe still in the lead, and she will be extending it with her last score. 5:20 on the clock now. A big moment, not only in this heat, but in the career of the young European surfer out there in the red jersey, being lifted all the way back out, close to the lineup, and that's where she has to jump off. And she'll try to reestablish positioning and priority, saying thank you very much to the ski driver, because that has definitely helped over the course of the last 2 days with the amount of paddling that we've seen, especially with these big waves on offer, Marcos.
Oh yeah, nice, you know, task for the jet ski drivers. Tough conditions for the surfers during the week and tough conditions for them, for the pilots. So amazing work for them, amazing effort so far in the flow state, Nadia. I love those heterogeneous heats, man, a goofy and a regular, going blow for blow.
I definitely feel like there isn't a necessary advantage for either or. I feel like the lines you could potentially draw and choose out there today could be the most significant part about the way you approach a wave in today's conditions. One section, though, can make a huge difference, and we've seen what Indy Robinson can do with just one section out there, getting some big scores before. As the last for Erostarbe comes through, it's a 6.33, a solid backup right here, Marcos.
Hey, talking about rhythm and talking about goofies and regulars, we know how it's the agenda, man. You can pivot hard in the backhand, but you can have more variety in the forehand. She's flowing there. She's putting, you know, nice carvings, fading in, fading out, super on rhythm.
And she has Robinson in a combination situation at the moment. And there's the guys on the beach. They're loving it. And that is the kind of energy that she requires at this moment, because if she wins the event, she is on tour next year. 3.5 minutes away from making the semifinals. Has to win all 3 heats today, though, to qualify for the CT. Robinson with priority, needing 2 scores, Marcos, in just over 3 minutes. Tough task.
She's against the ropes right now. Talking about keep the ball rolling, right there, Nadia putting the dream alive. Amazing. It will be groundbreaking for her and for the whole Best Country crew, the Best Country fans. So let's check it out, how all those things are going to unfold here.
And Robinson, a great competitor, going to be a great re-addition to the World Championship Tour. Has been there before. Really excited to surf back at all 5 venues before the cut, but especially going home to Bells Beach. That is a place that is very significant to her heart. There was a post on social media a few years ago of her being one of the caddies at the event before. The next thing you know, she's surfing in the event herself. Pretty full circle moment right there, Marcos.
For sure, and talking about manifestation, this is right there on point, Bob Proctor's stuff, man.
Yeah, and a great person, great personality, and she has been very vocal about, you know, concussions and the protocols that we need to follow as surfers in order to readjust their lifestyle, in order to provide a lot of safety and security in and outside of the lineup. Had to really deal with a lot of consequences of that throughout the last season, but guess what? She is back on the championship tour and 2 minutes away from Nadia Erostarbe making it into the semifinals if she wins the event on the CT herself. So we could potentially be seeing both surfers in this heat on the CT for 24. On the sidelines, though, Isabella Nichols looking onward. Currently, she is number 5 in the rankings, so if Erostarbe were to lose out in any of the 3 heats that could potentially happen later on today, including this one, Nichols will have re-qualified for the CT. I feel like it's probably even more nerve-wracking watching from the sidelines than controlling your own destiny like Nadia's doing right now.
For sure, we can assess the data yesterday from Miguel Pupo, trying to Ruth to be a coach for someone who was way more nervous when he were like inside of the water, putting all his effort to got into some heats.
Because at that point, it's fully out of your control, right?
Yeah, so there's something you can control, there's something
Yep.
you cannot control. You just want to pray and stay in the zone and throw some chakas, positive vibration to your surfer.
And maybe just think about what could potentially happen out there in the lineup too. Robinson has had a lot of time to think about what she's going to do when she makes it back to the CT. And a couple of missed times right there. She's going to call it quits with 45 seconds to go. So not the performance that she was looking for here in the quarterfinals, but either way, an extremely consistent season in terms of the Challenger Series, 30 seconds away from being knocked out. And that means that Nadia Erostarbe is 30 seconds away from moving on to the semifinals and keeping her hopes alive for the championship tour. A quick one right there for Erostarbe, won't change anything. There's Robinson, she's qualified for the CT for 24. Paisel looks great underneath her feet, and looking forward to the first 5 stops on the CT for 2024 as well. As you're gonna hear the buzzer in the background, Erostarbe moves through in a must-win scenario here for her. She has to win the event to qualify for the CT, and we will be looking closely to see if she can do that, Marcos. A good heat total, 13.16, with a pair of 6s right there for her heat victory.
Talking about the state of flow right there, Nadia Erostarbe put all the dreams alive for her and for the Basque Country folks and the crew and the fans.
Europe well alive in the rankings. Erostarbe moving through into the semifinals. Big quarterfinal coming up. Sori Lindblad against Aaron Brooks. It's going to be a battle of goofy footers here in Saquarema.
I love how smooth she.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Natura Kayak, feeling the power of freshness, by Vivo, official sponsor of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Quarterfinal 4 in the water, but it was quarterfinal 3 that was a huge moment for the Challenger Series. As Nadia Erostarbe moves through into the semifinals, she needs to win the entire event to be able to qualify for the CT, and it seems like the vibes are high right now in the Erostarbe camp. She'll be facing off with the winner of this quarterfinal out there in the water now. Sori Lindblad recently qualified for the World Championship Tour. She'll be in the red from San Clemente, California, against young Erin Brooks, representing Canada. And two phenoms out there in the water right now. It's going to be a great battle of goofy footers. Mitchell Salazar here with Marcos Bocayuva, two of the most talented surfers in the draw, Marcos. They match up against each other in the last quarterfinal.
Amazing. I love those young bucks, young guns clashes. One representing USA, the other one Canada. Can be like a Jay-Z against Drake out there.
And that is some hip-hop knowledge for you right there. Speaking of Brooks and how talented she is, a lot of people consider her to be a future world champion, including myself. The skill level, the amount of speed that she has, the drive, and she's still only in her mid-teens, Marcos. Kind of scary what things are going to be like when she gets a little bit older and maybe a bit more mature with her decision-making in the water. But so far in this event, she has been lights out with her consistency.
Oh my God, she's super consistent. She's a star already, step high star, a global star. Both surfers, amazing skills, two goofies, one more crispy, one more solid. Let's see how the destiny is going to unfold here.
And speaking of solid, Sawyer Lindblad has qualified for the CT for 24. She's won an event this year already. She's made it a final over at the first stop on the CS. That was over at Snapper Rocks. Lost the final to India Robinson and was able to defeat Sally Fitzgibbons at the US Open of Surfing. It just seemed like that event in Huntington Beach, there was nobody that could beat her on finals day. Next thing you know, she gets her first CS win and is able to put herself in a good position to qualify for the CT. Just over 30 minutes on the clock. It seems like Brooks, with deeper positioning, she's going to be up and riding on the first wave of this heat. Good setup snap right there, a lot of speed. The drive off of the bottom is beautiful from Erin. Once again, big section ahead, and she just hammers that wave shut. The Canadian phenom starting off with a bang here. 30 minutes on the clock. You could not have started off better than that, Marcos.
Man, I got goosebumps all over my body. What a top-to-bottom performance there. Three amazing snaps, full of speed, full of commitment, all the way from the hometown of Texas and representing the Canadian flag. It's kind of paradoxical because always when I listen to Sawyer Lindblad, I always refer myself, reconnect with Tom Sawyer from the Rush Progressive Rock Band from Canada. And talking about, crispy surfing, quick reaction, top to bottom surfing, tons of speed, flow. Wow, amazing, Erin Brooks.
And she is just going at such a high velocity there on this one. Really makes these sections look even harder than they are. Looking at the drone angle here, Marcos, flying on this one.
Whoa, flying hard over there. I love the bird view. Top to bottom, 3 turns, right placing, right timing. It's a tutorial of forehand surfing, guys. Check it out. Whoa. Amazing. Working on rails. And talking about speed, even in the, the slow motion, you can feel she was flying fast there.
There is no slow motion with Erin Brooks.
Yeah, never.
And she just seems like she is strapped in on her board right now. Gonna be a monster score to open this heat up for her. 28 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Expecting a big number right here from young Erin Brooks. The fans are on the beach and they are excited for finals day. So is Nadia Erosarbe. She is downstairs with Manu.
Oh yeah, guys, I'm here with Nadia that had to make a good score, and she made a great score. Congratulations in tough conditions. How was it for you?
Thank you. Yeah, it was pretty tough. Not a lot of way. It was really hard to choose the good one. I'm glad I had like the first good one that called me, and then a better one, the second one. But really important contest for me, important hit, but hit by hit, and try to do my best.
Yeah, and if you win this contest, you make it to the championship tour. How are you feeling about that?
I'm really good. Like this year, I wasn't even on the Challenger, so now to be fighting for the city, it's incredible. I will try my best, try to have fun in every hit, and do everything I can.
That's good. Good to see you're happy. And send some nice message for your supporters.
Yeah, muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo. Musu handi bat, mi esker animatzen aiz azten guztia, eta gero arte.
That's it. Congratulations for Nadia, and next heat, guys.
Felicidades and Sorionak to Nadia Erosarbe moving through for the Basque Country into the semifinals. She'll match up against the winner of this heat out in the water. We were waiting for a big score for Erin Brooks. Comes through as a 7.83, near excellent on her opening ride. It's speed versus power out there right now. The speed of Erin Brooks against the power of Soria Lindblad. Score comes through as a 7.83. 3/8 in the scoreline right there, Marcos.
Amazing, no spreads there. The head judge is super happy right now with this, like just a small inches of spread there. So amazing speed, power and flow there. I love those clashes, man. Two goofies, one a little crispy and fast, the other one more solid and power. Let's see how everything is gonna unfold here. Oh, so far amazing week, amazing contest. This is a perfect, close scenario for the 2023, competition. The last one, man.
Yeah, and a big one for most people too. 26 minutes on the clock. Brooks trying to regain positioning in the lineup. Lindblad hasn't caught a wave so far. And it seems like the current's still very strong out there this morning. Lindblad has won a CS event earlier this year. She just had a runner-up finish in Oceanside, California at the Supergirl Pro against Alyssa Spencer in that final. The consistency for her so far in 23 has been impeccable, though, Marcos. Besides those 17s in the middle, a second, a first, and a ninth at Ediceda.
Amazing throwouts with, Sydney, Barilo, and everything can count after that.
Yeah, when you're making two finals on the Challenger Series, it means that you're competing extremely well. The crazy thing is that she's only 18, and she just turned that a couple of months ago, right after the U.S. Open. She's only going to go even higher in terms of the rankings, and could potentially see her at her home break of Lower Trussell's in the finals next year, too.
Oh, yeah, it's a possibility. I love those young bucks with a lot of personality coming to the scene, going for broke. They don't care, man. You are a legend. They're gonna do your scalp.
Yeah, and parents Paige and Mark. Saw Mark on the beach earlier this morning with her. They've been training very early to get used to the waves on offer each and every day. Older brother Taj, also a great surfer. He's on the qualifying series within North America. Had a chance to compete at the Challenger Series in a few events this year. And he will be looking to join his sister Sawyer on the Championship Tour in the next few years, if possible. Just under 25 minutes on the clock. The quick starts for most people tend to be very good. There are some people that tend to wait a bit more with priority, and it seems like with the amount of current we have out there, Marcos, that could be a recipe for disaster. It's not something that Sawyer wants to be doing. She's up and riding, big wave. Great carve to open things up for Lindblad, but that wave just a bit too frothy for her. She's gonna kick out. Brooks still with the lead of 7.83. It seemed like a good start right here for Lindblad, but the wave just ended up being one of those frothy ones on the inside.
For sure, too frothy, and it's hard to read, man. Sometimes you just make your effort, choose the one that you're gonna think is gonna peel, and the soft shoulder appear. The bank changed so much. The tide is still like putting some water out. Let's see how everything's gonna unfold with the tide filling up.
And another surfer out there on Mayhem's is Lindblad. So is Erin Brooks. And could be seeing Mayhem retake the victory for the 2024 Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. Added a lot of spice to the Championship Tour this year. A lot of people were competing for that #1 spot, and that positioning changed quite a bit. This year, Mayhem ended up being on top at Sharp Eye with a slight lead at a certain point of the season. Darren Hanley from DHC was very happy about his lead at one point of the season too. But going into 24, you also are thinking that Channel Islands has a good chance of being one of those big contenders on this Vizsla CT Shaper ranking.
CI team is on point. John Chiank and Britt Merrick was like a whole documentary you can put out with the relationship, how hard they work when the gear, testing boards, testing fins, reaction for feedbacks from John. John is super brainy, super surf nerd with a lot of data for Britt and the OCI team.
And it seems like a few waves approaching the lineup. Brooks with priority, and she's looking to extend her lead and add to the 7.83 that she has in her scoreline at the moment. Gonna let that wave go. And Lindblad looking a bit further towards the south and maybe a bit on the shoulder on this one. She might be in a better position. That wave seems like it's gonna close out for both of them though, and they have to let it go. So priority will remain the same. Brooks with that P next to her name, and Lindblad with just the 1.0 in her scoreline at the moment. You're a shaper yourself now, Marcos. Is it more difficult to shape boards for yourself or for others?
Oh, for me, it's easy because I have a lot of clarity what I want, and I prefer to call myself a designer because shaper is the guy that put. I just a 3D designer, but it's amazing to understand better, to pay more attention on details, and I'm putting like a team of skateboarders with my boys. I'm like flipping upside down the marketing, and it's amazing to throw the guys from the skateboarding inside of the water and see how he can do, some damage with my boys.
And a lot of people get employment through shaping boards, glassers, laminators, and obviously the shapers too, but a lot is involved when it comes to providing employment opportunities for a lot of people within the shaping industry too. It's not just about the one person. There's a lot more that goes involved when it comes to shaping one specific board, especially for the very elite like we're seeing out there with the two Mayhem boards.
Oh, for sure, man. It's not just the designer, the shaper itself, it's the whole entourage, the whole, like here, like web, like TV, is a team effort.
Yeah, no doubt. 21 minutes on the clock. Brooks still in first, and it seems like that current has played a big factor in these first four heats of the morning, as both surfers looking to move back closer towards where the rocks are. Yesterday afternoon, it was so big, I hadn't seen this happen before, but the left was literally breaking just outside of those rocks over there. It ended up being one of those waves that you could potentially say it's a novelty wave. Ends up being way better today due to the size and a bit more manageable, as this guy knows all about managing consistency of waves. From Tahiti, representing France, Mihimana Bray will be in the blue jersey against Hawaii's own Shion Crawford. There's Shishi right now. He has looked on point all event long. A lot of people picking him to win this entire event, Marcos.
Oh, he can, he can pull a spoil roll here. Amazing dark horse history. He's reaping. We don't have the toilet bowl in Haleiwa anymore, but he's putting all this effort here in Saquarema. And I love those clashes of two Pacific islands. Huge surfers. There's a lot of data there, a lot of history. And talking about the wave itself, man, was huge. Humongous the last couple of, and then we can talk all the way down to Charles Davin. You are the seed. You can be like the seed from your system, from your ecosystem. That's why you have in Saquarema guys like Lucas Chianca, man, and João Nelson.
Yeah, the theory of evolution.
Yeah.
And adaptability right there.
It's all about the theory of evolution right here.
19:30 on the clock. Still looking to get a backup score is Brooks. Meanwhile, Lindblad, who has been very consistent when it comes to opening up these heats quickly, just with a 1.0 at the moment. She does have the outside in terms of positioning and looking to at least get on the board with a mid-range score if she can. A couple of peelers on the inside, Marcos, but that current seems to be extremely strong right now. It will play a factor when it comes to fatigue later on today too.
Yeah, there's more pulse today. There's less push than yesterday, so they got to work it better with the flow there.
Aaron Brooks with a strong lead in the first 15 minutes of this one, looking to make it into the semifinals for the first time in 2023.
Lembrando que o Corona Saquarema Pro, apresentado pelo Banco do Brasil, é uma realização da WSL Latina América, conta com patrocínio de Corona, Banco do Brasil, Prefeitura Municipal de Saquarema, Secretaria de Estado e Lazer do Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, Vivo, Natura Kayak, IS e TikTok. Esse é transmitido ao vivo pela outra, turismo.com, na língua portuguesa. televisão formado pelo Charles Kaiser no canal da WSL no YouTube.
Somewhere that you can get lost and really experience the true benefits of nature.
I feel super welcome in Saquarema since I arrived, like everyone is being super nice, kind to me.
Saquarema's been very welcoming for us surfers abroad. You know, we're checking out some beautiful spots here in Saquarema and I'm really enjoying my time here, and the waves are pretty fun, the people are really nice, the food's pretty good, so yeah, I love it here.
É privilégio, né, receber essa galera aqui na minha cidade, ver que eles estão interessados em conhecer além do campeonato, além das praias, uma cachoeira aqui perto, um lugar diferente, ou a história da igreja, e passando o meu conhecimento local é realmente privilégio e uma honra.
It was so incredible to learn about what the city of Saquarema is doing for the kids and to progress their surfing. Facilities are incredible. It's giving many kids like an incredible opportunity.
Thanks to Saquarema. Thank you very much for having us and showing us around.
A lot to do outside of competition here in Saquarema, but it all comes down to doing well in the event, and Crosby Colapinto knows just that, warming up with his trainer Mahina for his heat that will be coming up later on today, as he is looking for his first CS win in 2023. Mitch and Marcos here in the booth for you with quarterfinal number 4 in the water. Aaron Brooks still in a lead over Sawyer Lindblad. Lindblad, who has qualified for the World Championship Tour with just a 1.0 in her scoreline. Brooks opened up with a near excellent one, a 7.83 at the beginning of this heat. And there are the two surfers in the lineup, Marcos. Two goofy footers, speed of Brooks, the power of Lindblad. It's been a great matchup, but it's been a slow one for Lindblad, who hasn't had a score better than a 1.0 at the moment.
Oh yeah, but she can bounce back for sure, because the waves have less pulse right now. There's more pause between the sets, but she can reassess, regain like the flow state, and bounce back against Aaron for sure.
And with 15 minutes to go, you break it down into two numbers right now, because you'd have to be thinking that Brooks is going to be able to get a backup score in the next 15 minutes. Potentially 14, 16 points that you might need out there. Pair of 7s, maybe a pair of 8s. Still very doable in 15 minutes with the conditions we have.
Hey, they got the canvas, they got the confidence in the surfing. So it's a matter of like luck, flow state, everybody taking place here. And I love those clashes. I love how WSL is kind of unfolding this atmosphere, the drama and the glory right there.
And speaking of atmosphere, the mana that surrounds this kid, coming from Tahiti, representing France, Mihi Mana Bray. Mana is in his name.
Yeah.
And that goes a long way when it comes to doing well in competitions. Way outside in the rankings, coming into the event number 70. If he gets a win, though, he will move up into the top 20. That's 10,000 points to your name. And remember, on the men's side, 11 all the way to 20, they automatically requalify for the CS through that performance. On the women's side, 6 to 10. And that's what Aaron Brooks is looking for at the moment. She wouldn't have to do her regional qualification series if she's able to move up into the top and back end of the top 10, Marcos. But she's still one of those surfers that likes to compete all the way around the world. Did even a Pro Junior event in South Africa earlier this year, too.
Yeah, she's making the data. She's making more experience to her books. And, you know, changing back to the next heat, I love the music analogies, but I love the food analogies. So next heat will be like a clash between poke and poisson cru.
Couple of seafood ingredients right there, as that was a paddle by Aaron Brooks. So she will reward priority over to Sawyer Lindblad right now. Lindblad needs a 6.84 to move up into first place. Just under 13 minutes to go. And it's not every day that you get in a position where you're potentially making the semifinals here, just being a teenager. But Brooks is in a strong position right now. And I wouldn't doubt that with second priority, she'll be even further on the hunt to extend her lead. Seems like right now she might be positioning herself for a wave. And she's going to be up and riding on this one. Only her second so far in quarterfinal 4. Oh, strong off of the bottom right there for Brooks. And just the one, but She is lethal with that one section that she has on offer. And there's a reason why she has flames on her board, because she is on fire. 12 minutes to go here, Marcos.
Yeah, some props to the shapers and brushers on the 80s. Amazing effort to put a nice number there as a backup. Now she's putting Sawyer against the ropes. Check it out, guys. Super crisp, fast, on point with this lip slide, close-out situation there. Amazing turn. Talking about prodigy situation right there. You can, rewind to the history books. So the beginning of the career, Carissa Moore, Stephanie Gilmore. Oh, amazing snap, almost lip slide, free fall there.
And that wave looks even larger due to the size of Brooks, too. If it's double overhead, now it might be quadruple overhead.
Yeah.
For Erin Brooks. 11.5 on the clock now, priority with Lindblad as Brooks makes her way back out into the lineup on the ski. You mentioned the prodigies, Carissa Moore, Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright being one of them, too.
Oh, yeah.
I think one of the more recent ones, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and she has lived up to that name and her talent level. I'm really looking forward to seeing the additions of the women on the Championships Tour, especially Sori Lindblad. Pipeline, Sunset Beach, those are two venues over there on the North Shore that are difficult to compete at. As the score comes in for Erin Brooks, it's a 5.33. She now puts Sawyer in a combination situation, needing around a 6 and a 7 to move up into first. But the first two events, Joao was mentioning yesterday when we had him here in the booth, those are really the two events that you need to be looking forward to doing well, so that way you don't have to compete as well and have as much pressure in the last three before the cut.
For sure. To do well in Pipeline and Sunset, two heavy water waves, each one so different from the other. Check it out, guys. This is prodigy stuff. Fast, clean, on point. She got the tactics, quick reaction. Nice backup for Erin Brooks, representing so well the Canadian flag.
That's half of the scale for one turn. It's a significant maneuver, a high-impact maneuver right there. And so cool to see somebody so young, so well-educated when it comes to getting on a ski, off of a ski, keeping their composure in a heat too. I mean, this is high-level stuff right there that we're seeing from both Brooks and Lindblad.
Oh, yeah, check it out. Alicia Keys, this girl is on fire.
Yeah, and Lindblad hasn't had a chance to answer back in this one. Needs 2 new scores to move up into first place. Either way, she loses out in the quarterfinals. She's already done her job throughout this event and throughout the season. She's qualified for the CT, but you get a second event win on the Challenger Series, and people start remembering your name a lot more, Marcos.
Yeah, but the big task was to be able to clinch a spot in the world title situation for the next season at the CT level. So she accomplished that. No pressure right now. Let's see how things are going to unfold now, because she still can bounce back. She still have 9 minutes to go.
Well, and she's had some clutch performances in this event, too. The one real big heat where she was down in 3rd and 4th. Arena Rodriguez Vargas dropped a couple of scores at the end, and Lindblad needed an answer back, was able to get a 6 right in the nick of time to keep her hopes alive. And when she got the call up by Travis, she was very excited, had some tears of joy. It's been a long time coming for her, and when she was able to really just capitalize on the opportunities here on the Challenger Series, especially with 2 finals so far in 2023, her consistency has been on par with the level of surfing we're seeing out of the surfer in the red jersey.
Yeah, this is the last spot on the tour this year, so a lot of tears of joy, a lot of tears of sadness. So we cannot script these guys.
And it's definitely been one of those years where, with only 6 events on the Challenger Series schedule, there's been a lot more impact to not only qualification, but also to the careers of a lot of people here in Saquarema, too. Must-win scenarios for some people. Some people just needed to make a heat or two to be able to move up so far in the rankings. Others weren't going to be able to catch them. But when it came down to it, especially on the men's side, we had so many people move through from the high seeds, Marcos. Heading into the last 2 days, there were still around 4 or 5 people in the top 10 that were in the draw.
Amazing. That's why I was mentioning we cannot script these, because we still have drama and glory to unfold here. And I want to see more, man. Amazing tour, amazing year, amazing comp.
7.5 on the clock now. Lindblad still needing 2 new scores to move up into first. It's been Brooks who has been efficient, incredible, and extremely well polished on these left-handers here in Saquarema. She's only had 2 waves so far in this heat, but out in front by a strong margin. 13.16 heat total, a 7.83 and a 5.33 as a backup. She is getting caught inside and might even have to make it all the way back to the shoreline to ask for the ski once again, as this set has been nonstop on her head for the last 2 or 3 minutes.
I think she's going to have a little buffer zone to get through the outside right now. And it's amazing. Actually, the second heat is putting the same rhythm. One girl is like leading, the other one is trying to bounce back.
And nothing to lose for Sawyer Lindblad. A lot more to gain if she were to make it into the semifinals and potentially win her second event. For Brooks, though, even though she's further down in the rankings, she's the younger surfer out of the 2, and she has no chance of qualifying. Winning an event, that's huge, especially at her age. 16 years of age, you win your first Challenger Series outside of your region 2 in Brazil with an incredible field of people that have already qualified for the Championship Tour as well. This would be an incredible feat for Erin Brooks. As you see her results right there, her best so far before this one had been over in Sydney at 5th place. Besides that, a bit inconsistent with the good results.
Oh yeah, she's breaking her own records right now with amazing, skills, speed. She's putting everything out there, and she's already like a superstar in free surfing. She's proving her talent right here in the big field scenario. And talking about chunky, big conditions the last couple of days, yesterday and today, she's proving herself being like a superstar already.
Yeah, born in Texas, raised primarily in Hawaii, represents Canada, and one of the biggest superstars in the sport of surfing, as Marcos was mentioning, out there in the lead in this one. And when she bursted onto the scene on social media, especially with a lot of those wave pools around the world, a lot of people were expecting her to make the Championship Tour. She's close to doing it in the next few years. Looking at the heat recap right here, Marcos, it's been all Erin Brooks opening up with a 7.83.
Yeah, in the surf pool, she's putting methods, she's putting backflips, everything's like from the air game, but right here she's proving herself with the rail game and everything on point. Check it out, guys. This is just one of those one-move situations wave, but amazing skills there.
And then a 5.33 as her backup on screen. And it's been Brooks from the start of this one. And how about the poise right there? Just knowing that she needs to be on her belly to make it all the way to the shoreline, get the ski once again. And it seems like we might be seeing the first wave of consequence for Sawyer in this one. It's a strong start right there from Lindblad. Just the one. She was looking for a potential rebound on the whitewater over towards the right. Gonna stick with it. Don't know if this wave has a lot more on offer though, as she is waving down the ski. And she's going to try to make her way back out to the lineup with just under 4 minutes on the clock now. So Lindblad can have her first wave of consequence with 3:45 on the clock.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it can be like a backup in the end. But right now, there's a clock situation. There is a different time zone for them.
Ooh,
super fast for Erin and super slow for Sawyer.
She's got her leash stuck on the sled, and they have to slow down, and she might actually have to, toss her board to the side and grab her leash in order to actually get back onto the ski.
Hey, Mitch, I love how she tagged this session there.
So the score's in. It's a 3.5. Now needs a 9.66 or better. Here's the drone angle, Marcos.
At least she's not in a combo situation, but the leash thing, whoa, this is catchy, man.
Yeah, so outside of combination now with 3 minutes to go, needs something near perfection, close to a 10-point ride. Here's another angle.
Check it out, the tag, nice re-entry, kind of a free fall mid-session situation there. She was trying to, zigzag and be on timing for a cherry on top, but nothing come through.
And not really much on offer besides that one section right there for Sawyer. So the requirement now to move up into first, a 9.66. That is a big number for today's standards. We've only seen one excellent score so far. That was the 8.17 in the second quarterfinal for Sophie McCulloch. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Not impossible though She has scored something in the 9s before throughout this year, but with 2 minutes to go and with Erin Brooks having priority at the end of this heat, seems very far-fetched for her to be able to get that score with just 2 minutes now.
Oh yeah, but she can feed herself with the data of John Volk, putting a alley-oop, gaining a 10 straight up, so she still have some data. She still can bounce back.
But she just needs to find the wave right now.
Oh yeah.
A minute 45. Mihimana Bray waiting in the channel now. He'll be coming up in the first quarterfinal against Shion Crawford. So going straight into men's quarterfinals after this one. 90 seconds to go. Lindblad needing a 9.66. Her last wave a 3.5. And Erin Brooks so far has served a perfect heat. A 7.83, a 5.33. She's only got 2 waves. She's held on to priority when she's needed it and got a backup score when she felt it was necessary. Had Lindblad, the new CT surfer, in a combination situation, Lindblad was able to break it with her last score of a 3.5. We're talking about somebody in her mid-teens, and she's able to get something close to an 8 on her first ride in the first few minutes. The future is very bright for these two surfers.
Super bright, shine bright like a diamond. Amazing how those kids can be so well-rounded with such a young age. You know, they got it all, like speed, power, and flow. You know, the surf IQ, the gear, everything's on point for both of them.
Was that a Rihanna reference, by the
Yeah,
way?
yeah,
It was.
right there.
I knew it.
Just for the ladies.
You're a music guy.
Yeah.
35 seconds on the clock. Brooks in front, and it seems like she'll be getting her best result so far in what consists of the 2023 Challenger Series season. And Lindblad will have to settle with a quarterfinal finish here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. 15 seconds on the clock. It seems like they're going to shake each other's hands right here. A good performance overall throughout the event. She was able to get the work done in order to qualify for the championship tour for 2024 as they embrace. Lindblad will be a rookie on the CT for 24, but this heat belongs to Canada's own Erin Brooks, moving through with a big heat total right there.
Amazing era, Erin. You know, head high for you, Sawyer. See you next year on the CT. Oh, gonna be an amazing season next year.
And it's gonna be an amazing next quarterfinal coming up. Shion Crawford, Haleiwa Hawaii's own, taking on Mihimana Bray from France. It's gonna be a big quarterfinal as we have some must-win scenarios for a few people in the later quarterfinals onwards. It seems like we're gonna get things started right here with Bray. So Brooks with a huge performance, a 7.83 and a 5.33. Stay tuned for the men's quarterfinals about to hit the water next.
Parede de esquerda para ele. Acerta na quinta, fica por ali. Parece que essa bateria já começa mais dinâmica. Talvez tenhamos mais ação nessa bateria. Primeiro, quarta de final masculina. Congratulations, Erin Brooks, 16 years old, advanced to the semifinals here in Rio de Janeiro. Grande resultado já para Erin Brooks, a canadense. E vem saindo da hora do campeão, vai pegar a carona no ranking para voltar para o line-up. First rider for blue, 0.63. First off the red. Sorry. First rider for red, 2.67. First for red, 2.67. Na verdade, é a sua Lindblad saindo da água. First priority blue.
We are back here in Itaúna Beach in the town of Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, the final event of the Challenger Series, and we're qualifying people, and we're crowning a champ here today. Taking a look at our women's bracket semifinals, all set. Kika Francisca Veselko was coming up against Sophie McCullough in that semifinal number 1. Semifinal number 2 with qualification intentions for Nadia Erostabe. She needs to win this event, but she's going to be faced up against a tough 16-year-old to beat in Erin Brooks. We're entering our men's quarterfinals. Quarterfinal number 1, out in the water. It is the battle of the spoilers. Shion Crawford taking out Jackson Baker yesterday. Mihimana Brai dashing the hopes of Mateus Hurdy. They're faced off in that quarterfinal number 1. And then quarterfinal number 3 is a must-win situation for Michael Rodriguez. He wins the quarterfinal, he's on tour. Checking out our heat here, I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Maida Pops to talk you through the action. And we got two really, I mean, I would say coming into this event, underdogs, but they made it all the way to the quarterfinals. 18-year-old Shion Crawford from Haleiwa, Hawaii versus 27-year-old Mihimana Bray from Papaete on the island of Tahiti.
Yeah, both surfers have a powerful surfing and really suits here. And this is Erin Brooks. She just put on a show on the last heat. Very young age, surfs pretty well. But now Mihimana Bray just up and riding.
Here's Mihimana, the goofy foot out of Papaete. Starts with a nice slash there. Mihimana's been sure-footed throughout this comp. Manages that backwash that you can see that bounces his board. He opened up with just a fractional score, calling for the ski here. We'll wait for score for Mihimana. Great surfer, by the way, Mihimana Bray. Maida, as we can see from Papaete, but spends a lot of time at the end of the road, Taupo, where he was able, in championship tour competition this year, make it to the quarterfinal as a wild card.
Yeah, he did pretty amazing there. And here, look, first, good of the bottom turn right there, just straight to the first rack, splashing water. The second one was a little stronger, finishing the wave here. Good opportunity for him to start to build his score line.
Yeah, riding Chile surfboards. You can see the board there. James Child, his shaper, importing the boards over to Tahiti. Mihimana spends time on the reef breaks, but also representing France, so he does do a lot of time over in France for the qualifying series in Europe. Here's a replay here, Shion Crawford.
Yeah, the second wave of the heat for him, a snap over the lip right there. Look, pretty committed to this lip. Yeah, nice rack. And the second one was...
So that was a 3-2-3. That was the second wave for Shion Crawford. Here's his first wave. This was a 2.67 Maida.
Yeah, that was the slow motion one, yeah. Oh my God, the second one he wasn't able to pull it. Very strong wave, lip. Sometimes they cannot deal with these closeouts, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's really about pace and timing and be able to get to the lip fast. You can see a bit of a paddle battle between our two surfers here. First one to the peak will gain priority. We're waiting for last score for Bray. Bray checks in with a 5.33 and he takes the lead. Paddle for the peak and we'll see who gets priority, and we'll have first right away for the next set that comes through. Priority judge up in the judges tower, a separate judge just to watch situations like this. That black screen that you can see on the side of the judges tower, that is our priority indicator, a visual indicator to the surfers. We also have on-site announcers giving the information. The information coming out right now is that Shion Crawford has first priority.
Yeah, and now he is with priority, needing a 2.74, but this heat is completely open, a lot of time for them. We saw some slow hits this morning, Kaipo, and other ones, like not that much, like pretty good opportunities for the girls. What's your thoughts about the conditions today?
I think the conditions are cleaning up. You know who made the best of the conditions was in quarterfinal number 4. Erin Brooks took a win. Erin's with Rachel.
That's right, Kaipo. Another brilliant hit for Erin Brooks. Talk us through your hit and how did you find yourself out there?
Well, there was just really good waves. I want to thank God for letting me catch such fun waves in my heat, and it reminded me a lot of some of the waves at home in Hawaii.
What about the conditions? What do you think is going to be the biggest challenging situation, not only for you, but also for the other athletes today?
Since there is a bit more size in the water, just to go big and hit every section as hard as you can to get the best scores.
And what would it mean to you to win this event once you can stay in the rankings for the Challenger Series next year?
It would mean so much. I've spent all year traveling to surf each event on the Challenger Series, and this is my best result so far. So I would love to keep going so I can stay next year.
You have really good chances, so good luck. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, thank you, Rachel. Erin Brooks alluding to the fact that, you know, she can't qualify for the championship tour, but she can get into a top 10 position on the Challenger Series rankings. For the women, 6 through number 10 will automatically be entered into the 2024 Challenger Series, Maida.
Yeah, and this is really good for them because not only financially, but and this was the replay for Mihimana Bri Kaipo.
Yeah, Bray getting caught on his toes. We can see in the slow motion here, goes complete, nice lip glide for the Tahitian. Air drops into it, but then gets caught on his toes and can't get off the toes. And that equals a incomplete ride. Also joining us on the set, Marcos Bukuyuva, men's quarterfinal number 1. Marcus, what do you think about this matchup?
I love those Pacific Island clashes, man. There is a lot of data there. A nice friendly fire rivalry. And I love those heterogeneous heat between a goofy and a regular stance. Both almost like giant killers. There's a lot of dark horse scenario going there also.
Yeah, both of them, both Mihimana as well as Shion, playing spoilers in the round of 16. Both with their best results so far on the Challenger Series as well. So giant opportunity for both of these surfers. Shion Crawford holding on to priority right now. Shion at the peak, needs a 3.18 to turn the heat, but Maida, knowing that Mihimana has a 1-point ride in his scoreline, really to be safe, Shion is going to need a much larger score than that.
For sure, no one is in a safe position right now. Both surfers are really dangerous here. We saw yesterday, both of them did a pretty good job. And yeah, I think 20 minutes 5 left, so everything is opened.
Shion Crawford's year, in a snapshot here, has not been a good one for his first season full-time on the Challenger Series. You know, some defeats there, 65th, 17th, his best effort, where he was actually brilliant at the U.S. Open of surfing, but then a first heat loss over in Portugal that he had to overcome, regather himself, land here in Brazil, Marcos, but now I feel that Shion Crawford has turned the corner, and once you turn the corner, a lot of these surfers continue, they will start stringing together great results. I feel something's going to happen with Shion.
For sure, amazing things going to happen in the future for Shion. She's surfing so good. You know, surf can be super mental. It's not just a physics sport. You got to be on point with your mindset, and after everything clicking here, I think you're going to have a different season next year.
Yeah, Shion has had a great support group, hanging out with Eli Hanneman, Crosby Colapinto, Kate Matson, Jet Schilling, Cole Hauschman, that whole crew all supporting each other. Mihimana finds a corner here. Bray with a nice snap off the top. Bray with another big snap. And that is what the Tahitian needs. He's going to extend his lead over Shion Crawford. Sneaky, Maida, for Mihimana to be able to get that wave under priority.
Yeah, it's what we said before. We saw many surfers turning heats and getting good opportunities under priority here. So I think the best strategy is just keep surfing, trying to provide opportunities, and this was a good one for Mihimana.
Yeah, he's already got a 5.33 in his scoreline, and he's going to light it up with a bigger score. We can really study the style and the approach, Marcos, in slow motion.
Amazing snap underneath the leap, almost like a free fall in the end. Judges love those two-turn combos. Talking about speed, flow there, everything on point, and how he hits, he plays the last turn. Again, once again, almost like a lip slide, you know, re-entry. Everything on point for Mihimana.
That is a 7-point ride for Mihimana Bray as we come out of this replay. So Bray with a 12.33 two-wave total, the jet ski back out. We've seen really the pattern here as we look at all the numbers. All the judge, wow. I think this is one of the few times I've seen our 5-judge panel all on the same score. Of course, we take the high and with the low. It's not going to matter in this sense, and average out the remaining 3. So it's flat 7 for Mihimana Bray, taking the ride out. A 12.33 two-wave total, Maida. That gets you through most heats.
Yeah, for sure. And now Xion with priority, needing a 9.1, a very high score as we see here along this day. So good position for Mihimana right now, a little more secured in the lead of this heat.
Yeah, Marcos, but Xion Crawford, the 9.1 is to do it on 1 waves. With 21 minutes and some change on the clock, Xion Crawford can actually, you know, get 2 waves. 2 6.5s will put Xion in the lead.
Yeah, we can see those cards mix it up later on. You know, talking about the judgment, judge and judge criteria, you know, you want to put a head judge the maestro in a happy mood, no spread there.
Yeah, no
flat 7.
Flat 7. That makes the judge, head judge happy when he has all agreements. You know, there can be a little bit of differentiation between scores, but that's why we take the average of the remaining 3 after we throw out the high and the low. Xion Crawford moving position. You can see him at the bottom of your screen in the red jersey. And thank you for watching the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in finals day. If you're just joining us, Kai Guerrero, Maria Pops, and Marcos Bukuyuva on the call. It's been a long road to get to this finals day, and happy to see us crowning a champ. Oh, Mihimana again sneaks another left. Mihimana comes around the corner, layback hack to finish, and everything is going the Tahitian's way. You can see it with the body language, Maida. I mean, waves are just coming to Mihimana.
Yeah, he looks great down there, very stylish. I really loved the second move there. Amazing surfing from the Tahitian.
Hey, Kaipo, talking about wave magnet, all there, man. Mihimana, connect with God, connect with Neptune. Amazing combo, talking about speed on point with the snap, you know, a high level of difficulty right there, and the second almost like a drop wallet snap.
Yeah, that was crazy. We can really see this in slow motion, the Chile surfboards getting run through its paces, and the clean surfing, quick snap there. But Maida, I like the fact that he's just that double pump after, and this final maneuver, really aggressive.
Really aggressive, a lot of control right there, kicking the tail, look, the slide and the hand in the water. Yeah, looks pretty good.
And the crazy part about this as we come out of this replay is that wave just snuck under the priority of Xion Crawford sitting out the back, and the number comes through. Mihimana praising a 7.83. Now a 7-point ride, a 7.83. There's the numbers. 3 judges went excellent. 14.83 two-wave total for Mihimana. So a lot of pressure now to the kid from Haleiwa, Xion Crawford.
Hey, Kaipo, there was one detail going on right there. The changing position of the back foot on the trail pad was amazing. A little millimetric changing there just to be on point on the carving on the top and just to generate speed on the bottom.
Tough position for Xion, the 18-year-old. Now he is in a 2-wave combination, looking towards the beach, trying to, like, you know, kind of triangulate where he's at to make sure he's at the peak for the next good wave coming through. He is holding priority, Maida.
Yeah, because it's not easy when you are with priority and you see your opponent just sneaking some good waves right there and good opportunities. We saw this happen a few times now. The person with priority just stand with them and not surfing many waves and trying to build opportunities.
Yeah, Marcos, you know, you would think when you have priority, those waves belong to you, those good ones to come through. So not being able to get those waves or identifying them or being too far out. We heard from some of the women in the quarterfinals you know, that they were too far out. We heard that from Francisca Veselko. She was too far out. She had to be a little bit further in and then make that adjustment.
Oh yeah, sometimes underneath the lineup, there's a lot of good leftovers, and he's taking those ones and making everything count there.
Yeah. Well, Xi'an from the North Shore of Oahu, I'm sure he went out there and, you know, in his mind was to control the peak and get the set waves. But those quality waves snuck underneath Xi'an Crawford. And in the corner again, Mihimana finds another one. So it's a rip bowl happening right now, and Mihimana just staying right in that rip bowl. That one will not formulate, but it just shows you how inside, Marcos, those good waves are because of the rip that's involved.
Oh yeah, you saw he's bouncing, trying to hop that one, and it's a speed bump all over there. So it's kind of hard. He fades the bottom term to be on point with the position, with the reading. And now, Shin still have time for bounce back. I think he's gonna, find some, data on the, the legacy of the Hawaiian fighters like BJ Penn, bouncing back fights. And I think he can bounce back. Let's check it out.
Yeah, still time enough for Xi'an Crawford to surf his way out of a two-wave combo. Xi'an needing a 14.83 two-wave total to take the lead off of Mihimana Bray. He does have priority, and there's adequate time on the clock, Maida. I think 16 minutes is enough time for two waves.
Yeah, for sure, especially with the jet ski assist. This makes a little easier for them because this lineup is really powerful. So with the jet ski assist, I think he has plenty time to do so.
Yeah, just hoping for a wave to come through at the moment. Crawford trailing Mihimana. We fly up above, and we can see Mihimana keeping that inside position, Marcos.
Yeah, it's a chess game going on right there. So it's amazing to see those statics playing along. And, Sean still have time for putting some numbers there. Let's check it out, how he's going to proceed with the, the reading. He's trying to connect the, the lineup right now, kind of underneath the lineup situation. There is an invisible line there. He's trying to reconnect with the banks, with the tide changing. There's a lot of current going on. So let's figure out how everything's going to unfold.
Yeah, 15:20 on the clock, and Xi'an still a little lost in the lineup, and Mihimana Bray, sometimes the ocean just gives you some gifts. Here comes a set. Again, Mihimana on the inside is going to get this one. Bray lines up here, and the float off the lip glide goes incomplete. No harm, no foul. He'll continue in the lead.
But he's still a wave magnet, Kaipo. Amazing. Talking about state of flow, guys. Maeda, amazing there. He's so comfortable with the tough conditions.
Yeah, he looks pretty in tune. Unfortunately, he couldn't pull that one, but I mean, look. Oh, this one? Yeah,
Chunky
he lost
session.
balance, yeah.
Catches that outside rail, but an aggressive turn. But again, the positioning and just reading the lineup and being inside the seam. I'm feeling that Xi'an is outside of that seam, that invisible seam. Oh, quarterfinal number 2 coming up, right? It's going to be a matchup against two freshly qualified surfers. Quarterfinal number 2, Crosby Colapinto, and that man, Imai Kalani de Vault. That's quarterfinal number 2. We'll be back with more action.
Two of my favorite surfers coming up.
Sentidos para andar muito buscando dessa próxima temporada e tentar entrar as vistas mundial. ondas diferentes, mas duas ondas de série de ondas muito boas. E aí, chama atenção também a quantidade de ondas dessa qualificação. Depois tem 7 ondas surfadas contra 2 do Havaiana. Está mais seletivo, está buscando posicionamento mais na dentro da avançada.
The people of Saquarema are incredible. And they're on the beach, they're watching, they're supporting. It's thousands and thousands of people screaming. More than listening to the crowd, it's the feeling that this is my time now. I'm home. I've been so successful in Saquarema. Being around people that you love, it translates to my surfing. All that passion is just, it's really special. It's beautiful. My country's here supporting me. They got my back. Puts me in a state of mind that I'm free. Saquarema faz eu me sentir em casa.
A 3-time winner here at Saquarema, the Manacanado surf. This wonderful surf town, Felipe Toledo. He's done it at Barrinha. He's done it here at Itona. He's the man to beat out here on the CT level, Maida.
Yeah, he is. He serves pretty well this wave. That year in Barrinha was really something for the records, you know. And he keeps everything going on here. Every time he's the one to beat.
Shion Crawford now needs to surf his way out of a combination. Patient here on the left. Whacks the lip. Hangs on. It's going to be just a one-turn score for Shion Crawford. He'll prone in, get near shore, and catch the jet ski ride back out. What did you think about that one turn, Marcos?
Amazing hammer there. I like how he plays the wave, plays the turn, like super 12 o'clock. Check it out. Little hop there, and then hit it, the banger. I love his, his effort, his technique. And talking about Felipe, man, not just an amazing surfer, back-to-back world champion. Talking about his soul, he's a special. I never go biased inside of the booth, man, but his soul is a special one.
I agree. So is this kid. This kid is coming up right now in a big way. So anything over a 4.83 will get Shion Crawford out of that two-wave combination, Maida. We're waiting for that score as we have a vision of some expert ski drivers to deposit Shion back in the channel.
Yeah, and I think he really needs to get out of this combination right now to maintain his hopes to turn this heat on, because we have 9 minutes and 40 seconds left. So important wave for him.
Really important score, and important to get that score up on the board and break the combination, because the time's ticking down. Now we have really big heat control with Mihimana Bray. He's got a big lead and he's got priority. The score came through. Unfortunate for Shion Crawford, did not break the combination. A 4.67 fell short of the mark, Marcos.
Yeah, now it's a matter of time, and he got to try to fight back as soon. Maybe, change the IQ right now, the tactics. He's going to be the one. They're going to try to pull good ones underneath the priority, underneath the invisible lineup.
Can't wait to see this guy on tour. But we're going to see him in quarterfinal number 2. That's Crosby Colapinto. He'll be faced up against Imai Kalani DeVault in quarterfinal number 2. Like I said, that's going to be the quarterfinal for some of our freshly qualified surfers for the championship tour. Nothing to lose for both those surfers other than everything to gain, a win here in Saquarema.
Yeah, true, Kaipo. And that's how we can see the levels of surfing here at the Challenger Series. A heat with both of them qualified already for the championship tour next year. I'm really excited to watch this.
Yeah, that should be a great heat coming up. Thank you for joining us on Finals Day action here. Stop number 6 of the Challenger Series. This is the final stop. This is the end of the road. We still have to secure one more spot for the women, and we have 2 spots open for the men for CT qualification. So we'll be keeping you updated as the day goes through. Again, Nadia Erostabe, she's in the semifinals for the women. She needs to win this event, and she's on tour. For the men, we have a lot of different options. We have on the sideline right now, David Silva's watching this. He can qualify. We got Michael Rodriguez. He can qualify. We have Cade Madsen. He can qualify. And we have Marco Mignot. He can qualify. So, Marcos, we have 4 men. Only 2 spots for those 4 men.
Talking about nail-biting situations, my man Bruno Baroni, you know, Felipe Toledo filmer and also DVD filmer, he's biting his nails right now. And it's kind of hard to be on the sidelines, you know, trying to root for your friends, but root for the situation to unfold with a better result. So everything is in God's hands.
Yeah. Who's Bruno? Who's Bruno rooting for? Who is he?
Bruno's rooting for David Silva.
Okay.
We call him Brazil DVD.
DVD?
Yeah, as a nickname.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm going to write that one down and use that in the future. DVD.
Yeah,
David
I'd like to
Silva.
throw some data to you, Kaipo. It's a privilege, man.
Oh, yeah.
Chaka frozen chaka to you.
You see me writing in my notebook as we speak. DVD. I like that. I'm going to... Thank you.
No worries, my man.
Well, we'll see if David makes the tour, and then I'll be DVDing it all year long, because there's so many things you can do with a nickname like DVD. You can fast forward it.
Yeah.
You can rewind it.
You can do a rap.
You can skip chapters if you want on a DVD. Yeah. Just don't want to scratch the DVD, because that's when it bounces.
It's just for vinyl records, man.
So again, David Silva needs both. Basically, Marco Mignot not to make the final, and Michael Rodriguez not to make the semifinals. That's what has to happen for David Silva. There's Marco Mignot right there.
And there is Frederic Robin and Jason Aparicio, 2 amazing coaches and former professional surfers.
Throws the tail, gets the fins free, coming back to live action, but Shion Crawford unable to go complete, and now things are looking desperate for the teenager from the North Shore of Oahu. Mihimana Bray, you know, sometimes the waves just come your way, and that's what's happening to Bray right now today. Don't you think so, Marcos?
For sure. I love the rhyme there, Kaipo, the flow, not just for the surfers, for yourself also. And I think right now Mihimana going to start playing the tactics. He already surfed 2 amazing waves. Now it's time to grab the priority and kind of lock this gate there against Shion.
Yeah, it's that's the ocean. Sometimes you have these heats, Maida, and then the waves just come to you over and over again. But to Mihimana's credit, just because you get the waves doesn't necessarily mean you're going to surf for scores. But he surfed for some great scores: 7-point ride and 7.83. Here's Shion Crawford. What went wrong here, Maida?
Oh my God, he lost balance right there. He kicked the tail and he couldn't finish. Put his weight under his behind foot. So yeah, everything went wrong for him.
But I love the tail whip there. It's almost like a Travis Pastrana data there, influence.
Yeah, well, he knows he has to go for it right now. Unfortunately for Shion, with 4 minutes and 20 seconds, the likelihood of catching 2 waves, because he needs 2 waves for that 14.83, is very low, especially when you have your competitor with priority over. But we talked about David Silva. Again, to make the situation really clear for David Silva, he needs Michael Rodriguez and Marco Mignot not to qualify for David to be able to qualify and make it onto the championship tour. He needs those 2 guys, Marco Mignot in the hat, and behind him, shirtless, is Michael Rodriguez. He needs those 2 surfers to fall short.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to root against your friends, but it is what it is, your own career. But I know it's such a spiritual folk, David Silva, so he's right now, I think he's outside of, he's not watching, he's like everything, like to put in the script writer right now is God.
Yeah. Great call right there. I mean, that's ultimately who is the only person who knows the script.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You cannot script this, Kaipo.
And David told me that he's feeling pretty well this year, because last year he had some issues with his family. He had to pull out of WSL Challenger Series, and this year he could win there just to make a comeback in this fight for the spot in the championship tour. So he's really okay with everything that's going on and just letting God makes his own thing, you know.
There you go, yeah. He's released himself to the universe, in which David Silva's just, okay, whatever's meant to be today
Yeah.
is going to be meant to be. Whatever's happens is going to happen for a reason. At minimum, David Silva will be back on the Challenger Series. He won't have to surf through the qualifying series in Brazil. He'll be automatically into 2024 Challenger Series.
Yeah, and this is also important for Mihimana Bray, this heat right now, because he got here. Oh, we talk about this soon.
Sure, Xi'an. He's mounting a comeback. So this wave right here, 3 big racks off the top. Look at him waiting for this one. Bang, 4 and finishes. That's going to get him out of the 2-wave combination. That will for sure get him out of the 2-wave combination. The unfortunate part is, with 2 minutes on the clock, it's going to be really hard for him to get back out and get a second wave.
He got to go for the Hail Mary. It's a miracle thing, but I love how he placed the, hitting the turns there, putting all the effort on, combining the turns, putting flow and drive, squaring up this one, grabbing the bottom turn, grabbing the rail there twice. Whoa, talking about combination, fading in, fading out. Whoa, money turn there.
Yeah, great surfing here, and a sign of what we will be expecting in the future for Xi'an Crawford. But like you said, Marcos, it's going to take a Hail Mary and him getting back out. But you can just see how talented his surfing is, Maria, in slow motion.
Yeah, completely. But I mean, Mihimana took those waves without priority and took a 7 and a 7.83. So he still have 1 minute left. Let's see if he can do so. But I'm pretty sure Mihimana is gonna sneak on him. But very well surfed this wave. Look.
Yep. Well, this wave coming through as we exit the replay as a 7.6, 7.24 is what Xi'an needs. There's the numbers for Crawford. That's his need. We still got some time on the clock. Xi'an takes a look at that one. He's probably going to have 2 more waves passing underneath him and 2 more opportunities before the horn sounds and ends the heat.
And Kaipo, it's not just a matter of advancing this heat, it's a matter of self-esteem right now also.
Here he goes. Just up and out. 20 seconds, and that's going to be it. Yeah, in his position right here, you can see him with the paddle. Likely not enough time. You can see Mihimana Bray trying to chase him down with priority, but it's really the clock that is his real rival. And it's going to tick down. Hey, brilliant showing from Xi'an Crawford. I want some applause for the teenager out of the North Shore of Oahu. He's got a bright future, but the future for Mihimana Bray that we see on our screen right now is the semifinals, because Mihimana is going to be in semifinal number 1. When we get to those semifinals, look at the numbers, big numbers for the Tahitian, and a victory into the semifinals.
Ça c'est super, mon ami.
Yeah, he got here in 17th position and already in the 35th position. And if he wins this competition, he can make the top 20 and get requalified for the Challenger Series next year.
Well, he's 4 good waves away from winning this competition. Who will meet Mihimana in semifinal number 1? That's going to be the winner of the next challenge, Crosby Colapinto versus Imai Kalani DeVault, coming after this.
Lista, o taiciano, ele se tem focado em todas as suas baterias. Isso aí faz uma bateria excelente no Maraé, garantindo a vaga da primeira semifinal do Corona Saquarema Pro. Saiu uma bateria impecável dia do francês. A galera acompanhando suas emoções no último dia de competição do Corona Saquarema Pro. 2023, temos então na água. Sétima mudação ali de camiseta azul, a Baiana já mandou aí uma primeira batida. Abrindo ali o seu Remember that all surfers can use the jet ski to reach out the outside.
We're back and right here in this amazing place dedicated to the city of Saquarema. Oh my God, I love Saquarema and all these people, they do too, but they are in this line because, come on inside with me, they're giving here some prizes. Look, pins, shirts, eco bags, cups, all this stuff with, deixa eu mostrar aqui rapidinho. Look, with all these images of Saquarema, they are so cool. But to get this, you have to come in and roll this thing right here, participate, and this is really nice. People are loving it. They also have this very Instagrammable place where you can take a picture. And look at that, guys. Did you know that the city of Saquarema has 182 years? Isn't that awesome? We also have this wall right here in the back with arts of people from Saquarema. And last but not least, this crazy board. I bet you guys in the booth want one like that. This was painted during the CT this June this year. And it's, of course, João Chuminho, Saquarema's idol right here. Isn't this place really cool, guys? Back to you.
Oh, muito legal. I'm telling you, that's pretty cool. Did I get that right?
Yeah, perfect.
All
Man.
right.
Home point.
Crosby Colapinto, Imai Kalani DeVault, quarterfinal number 2, out in the water. They're freshly qualified. It's going to be the rookie season for Crosby Colapinto on the CT, and here he goes on his first wave. Crosby manages the lump and the bump. Big, powerful surfer Colapinto meets that oncoming section with ferocity, solid feet, and a solid-looking board. The flamethrower on the Mayhem surfboard for Crosby Colapinto. He'll ride this one in and hop on the ski, Marcos.
Oh yeah, talking about flow, you know, talking about surf dynasty, siblings, zigzag, fading in, fading out, placing the right snap there, you know, manage the bubbles there, the speed bumps, just tic-tacking and hitting the lip in the end. Amazing. Crosby, you belong to the CT, man.
Yeah, well, he does. He's one of our graduating class to the championship tour.
New schoolers.
I love it. I love it. Fresh blood.
Yeah.
Coming on to the championship tour. And how is this, Maida? Just having to manage all these warbles and ribs in the wave.
Yeah, Saquarema giving him a hard time, but he's just put in a show. Look how nicely he could put all these moves there. Kicking the tail, very stylish, amazing surfing for him.
This was the first wave, Marcos, of Imai Kalani DeVault. This was a 5.17.
Hey, talking about stylish surfer, oh my God, Imai is a gigantic in this effort. Such a well-rounded surfer, sophomore year for him in the CT next year. I love how he plays the first snap, fighting back, connecting the dots to the second heat, kind of got hung up a little bit on the second one. But talking about style, he got it all, man.
There's the judge's spread there and a slow motion shot of Imai with his Channel Island surfboard. The supporters of Imai Kalani DeVault with all of his equipment. And this tail throw right there, picks the nose, puts the nose in the water, kicks the fins out the back. And that's why that score went to a 5.17. Nice finish hanging on there for the Maui boy, representing upcountry Maui, Makawao. We're representing Tahiti into the semi-finals, Rachel Mihimana Bray.
That's right, Mihimana Bray. You found those 2 good laps that made you advance to the semifinals. Talk us through your strategy and wave selection today.
Yeah, I came up this morning, I paddled out, and I saw that the waves were cleaner than yesterday, and it dropped a little bit, so more open face, but you got to be picky and catch the right ones. But I was just trying to stay busy. We had the jet ski assistance again, so that was my strategy, and just try to have fun. You know, it's my first time in the quarters, and I feel good. I love Saquarema. I love this wave, and I'm ready. I'm ready. There's 2 more heats to go, and it's not finished yet.
Any mistakes you noticed that you want to improve to the semi?
Yeah, try to not fall. I took some risks sometimes on some big waves, but high risk, high reward. So yeah, but take it hit by hit and just keeping what I'm doing since the beginning and try to stay busy, feel everything, and have fun.
You want to send a message for your supporters?
Oui, ben, je remercie ma maman, mon papa, mon frère et ma sœur. Une spéciale dédicace à ma sœur, c'est son anniversaire. Joyeux anniversaire, ma sœur. Et ma copine qui me regarde et toutes les personnes qui me soutiennent depuis le début. Et voilà, c'est pas terminé, il reste 2 séries et on va aller jusqu'à la fin.
Thank you very much. Good luck into the next round. Back to you guys.
C'est pas terminé, mon ami. Tu veux un fond?
Imai, second wave for the surfer from upcountry Maui. Moving down the line here, managing some of the warboard until that moment where he caught a rail, anticipating a finish, and got a little caught up in that one.
He was trying to pull 2 in 1, but talking about style, talking about board control, everything on place there, on point for Imai.
Yeah, Imai actually is riding his Rook model from Channel Islands. It's a PU board. I was talking to Robalinho, and I think we said yesterday that he was riding an epoxy one, and he told me, no, actually, he changed gear for this kind of conditions, better waves, like taller waves, and this is how he's surfing on this board right now.
Nice that you change the gear. It's not so normal to surf like more pushy wave, the PU construction. And EPS is more to like surf pool, small wave conditions. Putting all his effort on this turn with a lot of flair and mojo all the way from Maui. Imai Kalani the ball.
Ski ride out for Imai and waiting for the score. He will better his 2-wave total when the number comes through because he just has a fractional score on the score line, and he does with a 4.33. Priority now with Crosby Colapinto. You can see the surfer from San Clemente on the paddle here in the red jersey. Crosby at this moment needs a 5.83 to take the lead off of Imai. And Maida, the current, we've been seeing that throughout the morning. It looks like still water, but the water's moving pretty swiftly out there. Actually, we're going to talk about Crosby's year so far. Opened up semifinal on the Gold Coast, and that runner-up finish over there at the U.S. Open of Surfing was really key for his qualification. Crosby up and riding, finds this one in the rip, but just gets one tag off the top, Maida, and that's it.
Yeah, it was right in the pocket, but just only one movement allowed for him on this wave, just a close out. I mean, but for sure he's going to put on a score because he has a 2-point ride to leave behind.
Replay here, Marcos, from above. Just quick turn, but that's all he gets.
Yeah, nice reaction there for Crosby. I want to see so much those collar bros, you know, clashes going on at the CT level. Nice turn there, nice placing. Everything's always in the flow state for Crosby. Big mindset, you know, amazing gear with Matt Biola's crew here, Gian helping out. Collar bros in Brazil, you know, going for blow here, always.
Yeah. A lot of great airbrushes from the Lost crew over there, supporting like Crosby Colapinto, Aaron Brooks, both with some airbrush flames on their board. Art by Ryder, Matt Biolis' daughter, does a lot of the colors and stuff for the team. So what a great family operation they have there in San Clemente.
I can attach myself to this because I'm building my own boards, and my designer is Manuela, my younger daughter. She do all my design also, 12 years old.
She does all the color and stuff on your boards?
Actually, the logos.
Oh, the logos, nice. Awesome. Here we go. Crosby Colapinto. Second wave was a 2-point ride, so Colapinto continues to trail Imai Kalani Deval. Colapinto with priority. Only 5 waves ridden between the two surfers thus far.
Hey, right now we can talk about the legacy of Saquarema, man. We always talk about HB being like the Surf City USA, and Saquarema right now is so the Surf City of Brazil. It's the Maracanã, the Wembley Arena, the Staples Center.
That's the use of priority by Crosby Colapinto. Imai has to yield. Colapinto with priority, catches the shoulder there, catches a nice stretched out backhand carve. Now the wave goes really tapered on the inside, hoping for a wall. Sticking with it, little bobble there for Colapinto. This wave stands up, throws the tail, but a little too aggressive, did not get the finish, Maida.
Yeah, but I mean, in the beginning of the wave, he pulled good maneuvers there, and unfortunately, he couldn't finish the first one.
It's Crosby trying to call the ski, but the ski, he's going to have to come a little bit further in to get the ski pickup. Replay of what happened here, Marcos. Imai has to yield to Crosby.
Oh yeah, he kind of tried to sell that one to Crosby. A lot of bubbles in this water, on the water there. Nice snap, soft shoulder right there. And he's just trying to connect the dots, being close to the power source there. Little cutty, zigzag, a bubble kind of bogged the rail there. But in the end, he tried to go a little progressive. I love his style, man.
And there's a ski pickup for Crosby Colapinto. Still waiting for the number to set the situation here at 22 minutes and 40 seconds. In this heat, as a board builder, Marcos, it's interesting because we have these surfers representing two of the powerhouses when we look at surfboard building. We have Crosby Colapinto on Law Surfboard, which is a giant powerhouse in the world of surfboard building. And we have Imai Kalani DeVault on Channel Island Surfboards, which is another powerhouse in the world of surfboard building.
It's not just a clash between like brands and board designers. It's almost like a clash of cities. It's Santa Barbara against San Clemente.
Yeah, you have up north the people at Santa Barbara and Carpinteria making those Channel Island surfboards, down south San Clemente. Matt and the crew over there at Law Surfboards making those mayhems. So, you know, the two premier board houses. And the cool thing is, Maida, what these board building institutions learn from the pros trickles down to boards that the everyday surfer can order because these are not just team riders for glory, but they're part of research and development for building surfboards.
Yeah, this is a very important work that they do together, and it's nice that people can just buy the same models as these guys are using it. And sometimes people actually choose to surf with a very high performance boards, and sometimes it's not the best thing to do when you are a regular surfer.
Oh yeah, if you want to find yourself a daily driver, but you're like just a weekend surfer, you got to stick more to the chubby boards, put some volume on, but never talk about leaders with Glenn Pang, okay, guys? So, and talking about the clash of cities, shout out to my man Anderson Paak, because all the hackers he put out is always tributes to like Malibu, Oxnard, Ventura. So it's a clash of California brands and clash of California surf villas also.
Speaking of California brands and Matt Biolis, we had the inaugural year for the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings, and coming up on top at the end of the year was Lost Surfboards. I look forward to seeing who's going to win next year on the Shaper rankings as we resume the championship tour. That all kicks off January 29th at our first stop at Pipeline. But Matt Biolis also like pretty much an undercover guy. Hard to get a lot out. He's a very talented surfboard shaper. But, you know, really hard to get a lot out of Matt Biolis. But then once you get him started, watch out. He's got all kinds of knowledge.
Oh, yeah, he can go out, Joe Rogan, all the way with podcasts. Matt is amazing board construction with a lot of, you know, influence from the punk scene back in the day in California. You know, Fletcher and Archie out there in San Clemente. So surf punk all the way.
Yeah. All right, well, we're going to take a break right now as these closeout sets roll through. Imai Kalani DeVault currently with the advantage over Crosby Colapinto. We'll see if Crosby can come back when we return to live action.
Galera, vocês já seguiram o Instagram da WSL Brasil? Meu amigo, você não sabe o que está perdendo. Eu dou parabéns ao Alexandre, Pedrinho Brasil, Diego, os caras fazem um trabalho incrível. Brasil, no Instagram da WSL Brasil. Informações, dicas, tudo que você possa imaginar. Vídeos muito legais, momentos emocionantes que eles conseguiram captar. Isso é para quem tem filho. Então, galera, sempre no Instagram da WSL Brasil, vocês vão ficar realmente de boca aberta pelo trabalho que é feito. Parabéns aí a toda a equipe da WSL Brasil. E tem onda lá no fundo, hein? Tem onda. Tem Jorge Calapinto. Ele bota alongado, tira na batida, injeta em direção. Mais um bottom turn. Vai para mais uma, ocupando toda a área ali da onda. Seguiu ali, ferrou os túneis, o Jorge Calapinto. O que fez uma onda boa. Vamos aguardar, vai precisar de 5,83. E a Jorge Calapinto dá a resposta à altura, agora ao Marcelão e pegou. Ele programou a onda, lembrando que ele joga 2,60. Vai melhorar o funcionador, o
Puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia.
The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
Back at Saquarema and looking at our schedule for the championship tour. Both surfers here, Crosby Colapinto, Imai Klein-DeVault, they will be on the tour. Of course, we have that mid-season cup, but when we look at those first 5 events, Pipeline, Sunset, Super Tubos, Bells, Margaret's, it is a handful. Here is a replay. Crosby Colapinto, during the break, took the lead with the 7.17, Maida.
Yeah, very stylish the way he kicked the tail on the first rack right there. Nice bottom turn with the hands on the board and then kicked the tail. Almost got a little hang there, but could finish this movement. And then he went to the next one. Amazing surfing for him.
Yeah, really smooth, strong, and times this finish. Little extension there, gets a little early, so he's able to push a little harder for that finish, and a well-earned 7.17 and the lead. Looking toward 2024, Marcos, Crosby Colapinto, what do you think is going to be his strong events in those first 5 events before we cut the men's field down to 22?
Oh, any one of those, but he can excel, I think, in Bells and Sunset, forehand racks. He's a master. He's a master cluster disaster.
I agree. I think Crosby is going to be really good at Sunset. He's a larger frame surfer, has that great rail game. And the same thing if Bells, if we see proper Bells bowl, he will definitely be one. I think at Margaret River too, Crosby is going to be another one to watch. So
I'm going to go deep down into the history books. He's almost the same size of Simon Anderson, the guy that put the thruster in 1981 in Bell's Bowls and win it all.
You went deep in history right there,
Yeah,
Marcos.
let's go,
That's
man.
very deep. Yeah, that was Giant Bells, 1981. Simon Anderson from North Narrabeen walked down the beach with this strange-looking board with 3 fins on it. He got a lot of people were saying, "Whoa," laughing at him, thinking like, "What is this novelty that this man? He has too many fins on his board." He showed them. Went out to win the event in Giant Bells and started the revolution that we know today as the thruster, where pretty much every single one of these surfers ride thruster. Eli Hanneman running out there, knee brace in hand. He will be up against Michael Rodriguez. Rodriguez in a must-win situation. So Eli, I'm just noticing that Donjoy knee brace that Eli has. I have a brace knee. Eli told me yesterday. He's like, oh, the knee brace. I got the same thing, and I haven't noticed up until he pointed that out that he's been surfing with a knee brace on, Maida.
Yeah, I really don't believe. I think it was on round of 16 or maybe the 32. I don't remember exactly, but he pulled a pretty high air, and I didn't realize that he was wearing this brace knee.
8.5 for a big air for Imai Kalani DeVault, and myself as well. I did not notice that. He made it really obvious in that shot, though, running down to the beach with that hinged knee brace.
Hey, kudos for Eli. Kudos for you also, Kaipo, because I saw you ripping the other day. We have a little clash with the team in the off days, and you were still ripping with your brace, so amazing for him. Going for broke with the knee brace on air, this is catchy, man. Put all the dreams online.
Crosby Colapinto finds this one under priority. Again, it's a jam under priority. Second jam on this jam. He's got more clear water ahead. And unable to do that last maneuver, but Colapinto likely going to improve upon his score line with that last effort. And Maida, he found that under the priority of Imai Kalani DeVault.
Yeah, amazing. We saw Mihiman Abreu do the same thing on the last heat, but look, good looking wave, and he just killed it. Just a nice rack right there. Another one like throwing buckets, a lot of spray. And unfortunately, in this last one, he lost a little bit timing there and couldn't finish.
I love how he plays the first snap, but check it out. I want to see the extension of this turn. Buckets out there. The second one was even hard. Check it out. Some zigzags, places the right timing. Whoa, unfolding a nice stretch. You know, snap, buckets out. And zigzag just to be on point for that one, and he got too much on the high line there for this like blow tail, like lip slide backside.
So we're waiting for that score. Jet ski ride back out for Crosby Colapinto. Emrod, Michael Rodriguez coming up, quarterfinal number 3, and this is an ultra important heat for Michael Rodriguez. Things could go one way or the other, Marita. Rodriguez loses, no chance of qualification. Rodriguez wins this quarterfinal, he's on tour. It all comes down, a long season, 6 stops. For Michael Rodriguez, it all comes down to this upcoming heat.
Yeah, I can imagine how he's feeling pressured right now. It might be so hard to leave all this behind, you know, and get in the water and just focus in what you need to do in the ocean, in the waves. He's praying right there, probably trying to clean his head. But Michael Rodriguez is pretty good on that too.
Yeah, I think he can rise in the occasion like Samuel did yesterday. He got everything. He got the gear, he got the team, he got the crew, he got the fade. So, and right now I think he got A-Rod and P-Rod rooting for him.
Well, all of them together, and he did a clutch last year. Needed to get it done at the final stop of the Challenger Series at Haleiwa, made the finals there. That was enough to get him on tour. Fell off tour this year, wants to get back on tour. His girlfriend with the Brazilian flag on her back will be sending good vibes out to Michael Rodriguez. The 28-year-old, we'd love to see him back on tour because his style of surfing, Marcos, is so exciting, so fast.
I think his avatar is almost like a combination of the progressive part of like Felipe Toledo and the huge power of Michel Bourez. He's almost like a twice-man avatar there.
I agree. So 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Crosby Colapinto, that last wave, a 7.4. So Crosby, slowly, surely, that last wave for Crosby, he got under the priority of Imai Kalani DeVault, Maida, and it was his highest single wave score.
Yeah, we are seeing again this happening in this heat. I mean, The strategy of Imai, talked to Robalinho, and he said, "Oh, just keep the ball rolling, pull the trigger many times, try to surf as much as you can." But I mean, the conditions are kind of hard, and this is Crosby again, up and just an in and out.
Speaking of hard conditions, that was an illustration of the hard condition right there. Crosby Colapinto standing up, what looked like it was going to be a wave, but that wave just disappeared. Another thing, Marcos, I feel, there's a rip tide out there, right? So it's a rip. We saw, you know, in quarterfinal number 1, Shion Crawford getting caught outside of that rip, and Mihimana Bray being right inside there getting all those lefts. I think the same thing's happening right now to Imai. I think he's a little further outside of that rip, and Crosby able to catch those inside rip bowls.
Oh yeah, and you can see this crispy right there. There's a lot of texture going on, and it's kind of hard to pull like on rail, to nurse your turns, to put the right turns in the right spot with so much texture going on. So things gonna keep changing throughout the day.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, it's difficult out in the water to identify that seam in that rip. I mean, here on the set, you're the smartest guy in town because you can see it. You're not in the water. You have all the camera angles. You can see, okay, clearly there's a rip bowl right there, and being outside the rip bowl, you're just not good. The good waves sometimes can sneak up underneath you, but that type of intel is only because I'm here in the set and able to see everything that's going on around us, Maida.
Yeah, way easier from here, from there, and with all the pressure. In this situation here of this heat, they don't have a lot of pressure, but I mean, and this is Imai Kalani trying to make his comeback.
Deals with the chatter, but you can see all the chatter on that wave, a wave that didn't get cleaned up by that rip, the second wave of the set, that first wave of the set. A lot of bounce to the ounce on that one, and it took Imai, and he wasn't able to pounce on the score that he needed. He needs a 9.4.
I think he was on point with his strategy to put like a blow tail reverse there. Check it out, just a setup snap. Finding the rhythm, going for broke in the end. Check it. Whoa.
Yeah, just, you can see after he chucked the tail, he just threw it away right here, slow motion. Chucks it, and just like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm getting out of here.
Yeah. It's kind of sketchy, man. I think all joints are on point there.
Fins are sharp.
Yeah, always.
I don't know how many scars I got on my body personally, but yeah, fins are sharp.
Yeah.
Noses are pointy, and leashes can be a slingshot when tension are upon.
Yeah, we can have like jiu-jitsu chokes with the leashes for sure.
All right, well, 6 minutes. Imai now out of priority. Crosby, Colapinto, Maida with heat control. The lead, priority, and just 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, as you say, Kaipo, with all control in the heat, Crosby Colapinto right now, priority, leader. Two good waves served for him, 7.4 and a 7.17. Very well served. And Imai Kalani Devo now under priority. Oh, but he's up and riding, Kaipo.
Nice slash on the backhand for the Maui boy. One more time. Talk about some quick reflexes and sharp surfing on the CI. Imai might go right back into contention here. Likely not the 9.4 to take the lead, but he's going to reduce what he needs in the needs column. Here's the replay, Marcos.
Hey, he bounced back right away, man. Crispy surfing for Imai. Quick reaction, nice placing turns. You know, tons of variety and flow there. And talking about, you know, the flair, the posture, kudos and shout out to Mr. Dusty Payne for sure, man.
Another Maui boy. Yeah, another Maui boy making the championship tour. But look at this, Marcos. I mean, you called it crispy surfing, clean rails, and a bit of punch at the end.
Whoa, almost 12 o'clock in the end. The arms play so well. Check it out, the timing, everything all right. I still have time for bounce back.
Talk about a day at the office, right? All work for Imai Kalani Devo. Get his couple of turns, completed the ride, riding in to get his jet ski ride, checking his wristwatch, checking the time that he knows right now. He's got about 4 minutes to make a comeback. Still waiting for the last score for Imai.
He's back. He's back. Let's see. Still a question mark right there waiting for scores.
Yeah, and Imai is going to have to really not wait, activate right now. You can see Crosby Colapinto, however, he knows, he doesn't want to be vulnerable. He's got priority. He's paddling towards Imai, Maeda, to meet Imai to potentially kind of control this final 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, for sure he's going to put a lot of pressure in Imai and just chase him, trying to don't let him serve, because even under priority, we saw many times here surfers catching good waves. So let's see, and the score is right there, Kaipo.
7.13 Imai Kalani de Vault on that last wave. Now Imai needs a 7.44. He's under the priority of Crosby Colapinto. Crosby paddling towards Imai at the moment to just get in his space. Again, the next good wave that comes through is all Crosby Colapinto. But here goes Imai trying to sneak this one under priority. That one will not turn into a wave. It's just a piece of white water rolling towards the beach. I mean, it's a wave, but it's not a wave that you want.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see a chess match right now going on.
Strategy coming into play. Imai is just sitting. There's not a lot more opportunity. No more waves, so Crosby is going to get nice and cozy, Maeda, right next to Imai Kalani de Vault.
Yeah.
This is a strategy play, this 2.5 minutes.
For sure, he's going to sit just under Imai Kalani and try to actually don't let him serve.
Oh yeah, it's almost like an invisible arm wrestling thing going on.
Yeah.
So Imai, he's aware of the situation and he knows exactly what Crosby's doing. He'd be doing the exact same thing if the chairs were switched in this situation. Here goes a bowled up wave, and that thing's just way too fat. And Crosby knew that. He didn't even look at it.
Tide's changing, water's moving. Still a question mark, but right now everything's in, Crosby's hands almost.
Yeah, Crosby with control.
He's in the driver's seat for sure. Shotgun for Imai right now.
Yeah, Imai not in control of what exit they're going to take. It's all Crosby Colapinto. He gets to pick the road. He gets to pick the path. 1 minute 25 seconds for the San Clemente surfer to close this one out and earn his spot into semi-final number 1.
A minute that can take forever.
Got some lines. Got some waves coming through here, so let's see if Imai can sell one to Crosby. Imai on the paddle. Here he goes. Imai Kalani de Vault. Some foam to deal with. Nothing there for the Maui boy. Under a minute on the countdown.
Gonna see the cat and mouse situation right now.
Well, the cat is Crosby Colapinto, and he may be turning into the Chesser cat real soon with a big smile because he's going into the semifinals, chasing down.
And he's an OC Bobcat right now.
OC Bobcat. Here we go. One more chance. Crosby's not going to let Imai have this one. Oh, no, he's not. Of course he's not. There he goes. Uses priority. Snaps it off the top, goes down, but does the block. Now 10 seconds, and that's how the game's played. The block with priority from Crosby Colapinto took away any option for Imai Kalani de Vault. Imai is going to hold his head up. He's going to leave Saquarema with an equal 5th and a ticket to the championship tour. But riding into the semifinals to meet Mihi Manabre, semifinal number 1's all set with Crosby Colapinto and his win in this quarterfinal number 2. Surfer on the roll with Crosby Colapinto. A must-win situation coming up for Michael Rodriguez as he faces up against Eli Hanneman. Quarterfinal number 3. When do we return to action here in Saquarema?
isso aí, Bia. Então, como o Paulista vinha falando, uma bateria extremamente importante aí para as prevenções do Michael Rodrigues. Ele que chegou aqui na próxima terceira colocação, já é o 7º primeiro. E confirma a sua vaga no campeonato de vencer essa bateria. Ele passa a ser o nono colocado, mas tira o David Silva do grupo dos 10 indicados. Tem uma baiana, camiseta azul, faz uma boa primeira manobra de boa primeira manobra ali do Havaiano, mas na segunda tentativa não conseguiu completar.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome to finals day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in quarterfinal number 3 with Michael Rodriguez coming up against Eli Hanneman. It is a Brazil versus Hawaii matchup here in quarterfinal number 3, and qualification implications are heavy for Michael Rodriguez. Short story, Rodriguez, he makes this heat, he's on the championship tour, 85's back. Rodriguez does not, he loses his heat, and he will fail to qualify. And here he goes, Emrod. A couple of arcing turns on the backhand. Michael Rodriguez stabs it up in the lip there. Nice timing with the backwash. One more time for the finish. Needs to pull this one out, does so. Immediately hails for the ski, and the local crowd goes wild on the beach. I'm Kaipo Girl with Mitchell Salazar. Talk about drama, Mitch.
Well, and immediately you can just tell that he is feeling the energy, Kaipo. As you mentioned, he will qualify for the championship tour with a heat win here, and if he doesn't, he is out of contention. So a must-win heat for him. But in terms of the energy levels, they look great, and no doubt the Brazilian crowd will be very much in favor of this kid in the red jersey coming up against an already qualified Eli Hanneman out there in the blue. A big moment in the career for Emrod, and really a great way to start off this heat. A smaller one, but found some clean and open face. A couple of wraps, as you were mentioning right here, really drew off the bottom well with this third one. A lot more intensity right there. And on the backhand, he is just so precise when it comes to fitting these turns in the pocket. A beautiful fan of spray right at the end, too. So a good sequence of maneuvers right there, Kaipo. I felt like the beginning a little slow, especially when you consider it comparing to the 7s that we saw in the last heat. Made up for it extremely well on the inside, though. Hit these 2 last sections very precisely and with great timing. So it should be a good score to start things off.
6-point ride as we check in with the slow motion finish for this wave for Michael Rodriguez.
And fully pushes off of the back foot on that last turn, too. Great balance right there, composure to be able to stay on his feet, and that should no doubt be in his top 2.
This was a 3.5 opener for Eli Hanneman, Mitch.
Yeah, and still nursing that knee injury, but it doesn't look like it's really affecting him. Wow, that was some beautiful stuff. Unfortunately for him, after the first one went down, the backwash got the best of him right there. But if you recall, Kaipo, at the World Juniors, he was able to make the semifinals over there in huge pumping surf at Seaside Reef. A lot of people didn't expect him to do so well, but next thing you know, he's back on the CT or qualifying for the CT for the first time.
That was a 3.5 on the replay for Eli Hanneman, a 6-point ride for Michael Rodriguez. There's all the numbers. Rodriguez with an early lead in this quarterfinal number 3. Quarterfinal number 2 featured a San Clemente surfer with a dominant run, 14.57 two-wave total for Crosby Colapinto, and a ticket into the semifinals, Rachel.
That's right, I'm here with Crosby Colapinto. Congratulations, you're into the semifinals. How was that heat for you against Imai? You both qualified already?
It was fun. I knew we were both feeling no pressure. We both wanted to rip, and so I knew it was going to be a good heat. And there's so much water moving right now, so I kind of, my game plan was just to kind of ride waves and use that jet ski in my advantage. And I probably got on the jet ski 6 times, so I probably owe that guy a lunch or a dinner. So, but yeah, it was a fun heat. I got 2 7s, and I'm in the semi, so I'm happy.
Yeah, it makes it easy for the semi. How good would it be to leave Brazil not only with the qualification memory, but also with the trophy?
It would be amazing. Trophies are nice. Trophies are very cool. So I would love to do that. It's already such a special place because I qualified here now. So last year I came here, I lost like first round. I was like, oh shit. But now I love it.
You're learning to love Brazil. Congratulations. Good luck into the semi. Get back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. That interview right there, Mitchell. The mannerisms of Crosby just really reminded me a lot of his dad, Mitch. That was like Mitch. I don't know if you saw that right there, but that was like, hey, the genetics are true. That was just, what a great, by the way, congratulations to the Colapinto family. They got two brothers on tour.
No, and the work they've done on the CS, the CT, I mean, Griffin being #3 in the world at the end of the CT season over there at the finals at home. You know, I think the camaraderie that they have among themselves as brothers, but the San Clemente crew, and they've even adopted a couple other surfers within that pack as well, one of them being the kid on screen, Eli Hanneman. Same thing for Shion Crawford. They've really become one whole pack here in Brazil, and it's obviously worked out very well for them. They had a couple of people that qualified already for the CT for 24, Kaipo.
Talk about the Challenger Series dominated by the USA. That's the story in 2023. 7 surfers from the USA have so far qualified for the championship tour. That man right there in the background with the sunglasses on, Cade Matson, he could be the 8th qualifier for the USA. Of course, I count the 2 qualifiers, Imai Kalani-DeVault and Eli Hanneman as USA because, hey guys, in surfing, Hawaii is its own flag, but it's the 50th state as well.
Yeah. No, and it's definitely nice to include them. I mean, they included them in the pack, and now they're all traveling as one. I think that's really important. It really provides a lot of solidarity when you're on tour because the Challenger Series can be quite a lonely place, Kaipo.
Here's Imai, wave #2 for the Maui boy. Out of Lahaina, quick on the backhand for a couple of, climbs through the whitewater there and doing a good job of negotiating a pretty messy wave.
No, for real. I mean, some incredible work right there. The reaction time, the response to Rodriguez on his opener. Big moment right here for Eli if he can make it into the semifinals. It'll improve his seeding too, but he's really looking for win #2 on the CS. As we look at the replay here, Kaipo, real quick as you were mentioning, the reaction time was right there, up and over that first section, real difficult, especially with the wind on it now, and fits in a second one. A very large-sized wave right there for Eli Hanneman, too. So some great work on the backhand. And that first turn up and over, he's riding a step-up right now. And this second turn was money as well. I mean, he comes out of it with so much drive and speed. And look at the way he pushes off of the back rail right there with his back foot. Doesn't really seem like the injury is hurting him right now, Kaipo. Seems to be a good backup and a good answer to Rodriguez's opener.
Yeah, hinged knee brace on the front leg of Eli Hanneman. He says he's just been kind of surfing through it. He's got everything, he's throwing everything at it, surfing through a little bit of pain there with a knee that he tweaked over in Portugal, but no problem. Another note, Eli Hanneman, Michael Rodriguez, both have the same board builder, the guys over that Lost Mayhem.
Yeah, and if it weren't for Matt Bielos and the entire crew at Lost Surfboards, I don't think Rodriguez would be able to fund his travels like he's done so far in the last few years throughout the Challenger Series and the CT competition. If you follow Lost Surfboards and Matt on Instagram, he had a real cool post the other day about working in a very intimate relationship with a lot of his surfers and his athletes. He posted one for both Eli and Crosby, and he's about to do one for either Cade Matson or Michael Rodriguez. And I think that intimate and personal relationship with their shaper really goes a long way, Kaipo. We've seen it on the championship tour with Britt Merrick and Joao Chianca as of late, too.
Gosh, we go back in history and we can say a lot. Here's another boss rider there, Cade Matson. Cade's going to have to stay calm right now. Okay, so if Michael Rodriguez does not make this heat, Cade's automatically above the cut line, and he will be on the championship tour. Other players in this qualification scenarios, it really is DVD. David Silva. If Rodriguez makes this heat, David Silva has no hope of CT qualification. Will be back on the Challenger Series in 2024.
Yeah, and that would be a huge bummer because he's won an event this year over there in Edeseda. Had a great start to the event here, but bowed out early. And Rodriguez right now in second place as the last score comes in for Hanneman. His best, Kaipo, with 24 minutes on the clock.
4.17 for Eli Hanneman for those 2 foam climb lippers that we saw there. He is in the lead. Take a look at Michael Rodriguez and his year so far. Quarterfinals to start off the year looking strong, and then a couple of throwaway finishes at 33rd and the 17th. You don't want that. Then back-to-back ninths, both at Huntington Beach as well as Ericeira.
Yeah, and if it weren't for the last 2 events, he'd be fully out of contention to qualify for the CT. So some good work, a lot of consistency right here at the end, and he just seems very motivated right now, Kaipo. Every heat that he served, he brings a lot of good energy and a lot of that positive vibes when it comes to involving the crowd on the beach within his performances too. So right now he's 23 minutes away from being eliminated, needs less than a 2-point ride, but I feel like with what we've seen so far in this event, he's looking great, especially on the backhand. Not something that we've seen so far from him on the championship tour.
Yeah, last year, got the job done in Haleiwa to qualify. Let's see if he does the same thing this year. Big wave here on the backhand. Arcs it off the top there. Emrod off the bottom. One more slicing turn. Fins cavitate in the whitewater. Slip out. Missed opportunity for Michael Rodriguez. He will improve upon his 2-wave total, and he will take the lead with that, but he could have had so much more on that wave.
Absolutely agree with you, Kaipo. Big draw for the bottom right here. A huge section. Big fan of Spray. Really love the way he's able to draw off the bottom. But right there, just slides out a little bit in terms of the fins. I mean, you're going at such a fast pace right here as we look at the first turn, just fully engaged with the lip line right there. A little under the lip snap. And then the second one, see how he had to do the double clutch when he was coming off the bottom? He had to readjust his line, and actually seemed like he was even tangled up with his leash a little bit on his front foot.
Yeah, that coming off the top pretty flat, and then with all that whitewater's air and water, and the air and water can combine to bring lift to your fins and to have those fins really cavitate and lose their grip, and that looks like it's exactly what had happened for Michael Rodriguez.
You no longer have any traction when your fins are outside of the water, and a crucial mistake right there. Don't necessarily think it was the pressure that got to him. I just feel like it was the wave itself, but still extends the lead by a significant margin, Kaipo.
Still got a 5.23 for that dynamic first turn and a set wave for Michael Rodriguez. So even though things did not go his way for the finish, puts up a decent number and puts pressure on Eli Hanneman. Eli, priority. Eli needs a 7-point ride at the moment.
Yeah, and that's a big score when you look at the ones that we saw in the previous heat from both Crosby and Nimai. They both dropped a couple of 7s in there in their score lines. Right now, though, if you're Hanneman, we haven't seen the air game so far today, Kaipo. And I know it's a long toss. It's going to be really difficult to be able to find a section like that, and especially just the landing, too, with that knee brace that he has on right now. But if he must go to it, I know that he definitely will. We saw that at Seaside Reef. He had a near full rotation in the semifinals to make it out of it, if you don't remember.
No, earlier in competition, Eli Hanneman for a single air got an 8.5 here. So, and he did that, you know, with the knee injury, with the knee brace. I can tell you, I have the same knee brace on, actually, you guys.
Bionic
I have a hinged knee brace. I got some knee stuff coming up, but and it does offer. You know, sitting here right now, it does offer a lot of lateral support, these hinged knee braces with the straps. I haven't been surfing with mine, so bad. I've been in pain, actually. But when you have it in surfing competition, that support really is a help. And so he does have that support on his knee. You can see it on his left foot. There's the year for Eli Hanneman, and staring out. You know, really, and it just shows you how important. You win an event, 10,000 points. You're like halfway to qualification with that win, and that's exactly what happened to with Eli Hanneman with that win at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and he started off in a poor fashion over there on the Gold Coast, had a huge rebound with a 9th place finish in Sydney, and then after a couple of good performances in Bolito, wasn't able to make it into the later rounds, but next thing you know, he's unbeatable at the U.S. Open. It just seemed like everybody that he'd come up against, he was able to dominate. And in the final, specifically against Crosby, was able to take out the biggest win of his young career so far. And we came onto the scene as a social media sensation. Everybody thought he was going to be on the CT eventually, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, 20 years old, pretty young for the CT. Nice hook off the top, Eli. Look at this, grabs the rail, needs the finish, gets the finish. Eli Hanneman points to the beach. He's likely to turn the heat, Mitchell.
Oh my goodness. That was major right there on the second one. I mean, the first one was good, but the second one was a turn of consequence right there, Kaipo. Real strong stuff from Elijah Hanneman on the back end. Looking at the replay here from the drone angle. I mean, takes off, times this first section beautifully, up and over, gets a little hung up coming out of it. It actually put him in a better spot for the second one, under the hook, and snaps it to a victory. And that was some impressive stuff, Kaipo.
Watch this. I love it in slow motion, Mitchell, just that first one. But like you said, sets him up right here for the major Raja finish.
Yes, and is it too early for a chee? Because he deserves it right there, Kaipo. The way he grabbed the rail on the bottom turn for the second one was just beautiful.
Emrod got this one behind Eli.
Yeah, and he's looking to improve on a low 5. And this is a big moment in the career for Emrod right now. Mistimes the first section much better right there. Fully cleans it up. And this wave through to the inside. Was able to add in a few more. The wave shouldered off. And it seemed like he might have to switch out his equipment, Kaipo.
Yeah, signals the beach. He wants a board. He wants a board trade. So we'll be tracking Michael Rodriguez on that equipment change, and we'll be waiting for scores for both Rodriguez and Hanneman to set the situation in this heat. There he is on the beach. Board trade happening.
I hope that thing's waxed up. Getting some advice right there. Going to put on the leash. And he has to make it back to the alley first to be able to jump on the ski afterwards. So there he goes.
Ski ready for the pickup. Still waiting for the scores. Eli dropped off. He's already in the channel, making his way back out to the takeoff area.
It's major for him. He can, if he can make it back out and recover priority with 17 minutes to go, Kaipo.
Look at the numbers coming through. Needs a 7.06 to take the lead. He's going to take the lead from the indication for the first 2 judges, waiting for judge 3, 4, and 5 to put in their numbers. Again, we throw away the high and the low. Average looking pretty good so far, but we still need 3 more numbers. Oh, he's going to gab it right here. An 8.33, Eli Hanneman. Excellent. Eli takes the lead. Now, Michael Rodriguez needs a 5.61. Last score for Michael Rodriguez, a 5.6. Not enough. Rodriguez trailing Hanneman in a must-win situation.
Yeah, and Emrod right now still in a good shot to make the heat. Only needs a mid-6, Kaipo. But Hanneman only has a 4.17 as his backup. He's back out there in the lineup. Seems like he's adjusting his leash, and we'll have enough time for at least 2 more waves in the next 16 minutes. A big heat, biggest moment of his career right now. He has to fully focus and regroup. Even the last wave was good too. He just needs to find better sections to really offer up those big scores that he's been dropping throughout the first few heats that he served.
I wonder why he changed boards. That's going to be a question we're going to be seeking. Why did he change boards, making it all the way to the beach, and perhaps getting on some shorter equipment is what I'm feeling. I don't know if there was any damage to what he was riding in the heat.
Well, it was a crazy drop right there. I mean, he had to drop in on his belly. I wouldn't be surprised that he either creased the board or maybe even buckled it fully. But either way, he's back out there. And what matters right now, Kaipo, it doesn't really matter what kind of board you're riding. All that matters is you being on the best wave and execute. I mean,
boards matter.
Yeah, but if you're a good surfer, if you're a great surfer, you can make anything happen on any kind of board. Not to say that they do matter, of course. But with 15 minutes to go on your
boards
career
matter.
on the line,
That's why guys get 12 board quivers.
right. But if you have 15 minutes to go out there and get a 6, you're going to be thinking that it's going to come down to you. Boy, Eli just destroyed that wave, Kaipo.
Marco Mignot has a chance to qualify for the championship tour. The French surfer, by way of Sayulita, Mexico, needs to make the final and able to do so. First, he's got to get past an on-fire and freshly requalified Sammy Pupo. Look at this guy smiling for the crowd. He's got 0 pressure on his shoulders.
Yeah, and I think Crosby mentioned it during his interview that he's just so relaxed right now, having qualified here. He's in a good moment in his career, and I think the same thing could be said for Sam. Looks very relaxed, and I mean, he qualified for the CT in extreme fashion yesterday, Kaipo. Dropped a couple of 8s.
I have a feeling that both Marco Mignot and Sami Pupo are on boards.
X yesterday. Wouldn't be surprised that he's riding the same board today. I believe Marco is also riding a monster model himself. So both JS is out there in quarter 4.
Yeah, Jason Stevenson off the Gold Coast of Australia.
And he needs surfers back on tour for the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. Doesn't have many on both the men's and women's side.
Yeah, but a great shaper.
Yep.
Great craftsman. We all know JS Industries from the years of Mark Occhilupo riding those boards. And of course, 2012 world champ, Joel Parkinson.
Yeah, and Andy and Bruce also had a lot to do with, bringing those boards over to the mainland of the United States and Hawaii.
One of the cooler logos, the tractor.
Oh, yeah. I like it a lot. And it doesn't matter where you put it on the board either. Where you place it, it still looks as cool. And they also have some serious airbrushes over there with JS.
Yeah. Tractors are cool. So are helicopters.
We just heard one a while ago here on the beach.
Spiders are cool too. Dennis Jarvis, you got a cool
Ooh.
logo. Paddle. Eli, will he lose priority with that paddle? He's got heat control right now. He's got the lead. He's got priority. Looked like he looked over the ledge on that one, but no call yet from our priority judge. Looks like he's going to hang on to pole position. And Michael Rodriguez is waving like, hey, what's going on?
That was a close one right there.
We'll see if those, there's our priority squares, LED squares on our judges tower indicating the priority to our surfers visually, and finally it switched. There you go.
That was the right call. They were reviewing it in the tower, and I think that was the right call. Anytime you keep a surfer off of a wave and you block them with your priority, it'll switch. And Emrod right now, he went from needing a big score to this moment right here, and fully a commitment right there from Eli Hanneman. He paddled for it and will reward Michael Rodriguez right now with priority with 12 minutes to go, Kaipo.
And you know what? You got to sell the foul, don't you?
Yep.
So you saw Michael Rodriguez putting his hands up to the judges' tower. And, you know, that's a little, it's a little lesson for every competitive surfing watching. If you're a developing amateur in a priority situation, sell the foul. Don't be casual about it. If you think it happened, wave your hands and make us think about it, because I've seen surfers in the past who've been very casual, who don't say anything.
And you lose heats that way.
Sometimes you don't get the call.
Yep, fully.
We're taking a break right now. It's a must-win situation for Michael Rodriguez. Eli Hanneman currently in the driver's seat. Can Rodriguez come back? We'll find out after this.
Movimento ali do camiseta vermelha, vamos acompanhando, onde importante ali para o Michael Rodrigues. Foi lá na base da onda, já faz uma jogada por parte do Lick, onda vai abrir para ele, vai partir para a manobra e consegue completar essa manobra, tem espaço ainda. Onda fica cheia, mas o Michael consegue completar a sua onda, vamos aguardar no sentido de 6.51, onda importantíssima nesse momento da bateria.
Uma onda bem importante para o brasileiro, né? A vermelha está em busca de 6.5 para assumir a liderança. Essa bateria importantíssima para ele. Depois para 10 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
É isso, tem onda. Mais uma onda aqui agora com a prioridade do camiseta azul. Olá, Hanneman. Aparece. Aguardando com expectativa essa onda do Michael Rodrigues. Ele precisa 6.51 para superar ali a marca do Eli Hanneman.
We're back, quarterfinal number 3 here in Saquarema. Michael Rodriguez in the red jersey needs to make this heat to qualify. Fails to make this heat, he will not qualify. Needed a 6.51. Unfortunately, Mitchell, this replay This was only a 5.63, not enough for Emrod.
Yeah, and a great execution of that second maneuver right there under the lip floater. He loved it, but I think the wave just wasn't offering up enough quality sections and steep sections for him to get the mid-six that he was needing. As you can see right there, even had to have a mid-face double pump to be able to get the section right. Timed it beautifully, but for him, he was still needing one more turn after that. The wave shouldered off Kaipo. The worst part about it, he had to use priority on that wave too.
And he regained priority because of a priority error from Eli Hanneman. So Eli back in the driver's seat with heat control. Oh, look at this one. Inside of the rip. Emrod's going to get another chance. Carve to set up. Steep section here. Needs to sting it.
Oh.
Sting it he does. Gets back on the heels. Looking down the line. Easy carve there. Keeping the rails clean. Wants a finish. Looking to meet the oncoming section with a big hook. Even more for Emrod. He gets a bonus. Hook could turn the heat right there, and the crowd thinks so.
Yeah, with 8 minutes to go, this was a huge answer back right now for Mike. And, man, Kaipo, 6.51. I think he gets it, but it's just barely enough. The wave went pretty soft at the end. The sections weren't as steep as I was thinking they were possibly going to be. And that mid-tide right now that we have later on in the afternoon is definitely playing a big factor right here with the quality sections that we haven't seen that much in this heat so far.
Well, you're a part-time judge, Mitch, but I'm saying that he got the number easy on this one.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the quality of the first two turns right here, especially the second one, steep and deep on the bottom turn right there. Beautiful execution. And as you can see, once he makes it around this corner, this is when it went really flat. I mean, had to time these last two sections very well. Just impressive when he's able to generate enough speed to slide the fins like that on the last two. Gets a little hung up coming out of the last one, but the previous one was beautiful. But to me, it's the bottom turns on the back end. He's not known for this, Kaipo, which is why it's so impressive to see him do so well on these big lefts here. The timing on that turn was perfectly executed. Makes it around the section right here, goes fully flat, keeps his composure though, and look at the way he draws off of the bottom turn, fully pushes and commits to that turn right there. So has to maybe manufacture the score right here at the end, but I agree with you. I think he's going to turn the heat, and in a clutch moment right now with 6:45 on the clock.
Needed to make it happen, and we're waiting for scores. Scores coming through. He's going to turn the heat. Michael Rodriguez, 7.6. Rodriguez goes to the top. 6.5 minutes remaining. Eli Hanneman just needs a 5.27, however. There is the Rodriguez camp. I go with eyes on the water because they know Emrod has the lead right now, but it's a delicate lead, isn't it, Mitchell? Because Eli Hanneman with priority has plenty of time, and he just needs a mid-5.
And that's one turn. That's one turn. We've seen a 5 today, just done by one turn on the outside, a steep section. I mean, Imai DeVault had a couple of waves in the last heat that I thought were extremely impressive, and they were only scoring 7s. I mean, for you to get an 8 out there today has to be something truly impressive. And you look at the 8.33 that Eli Hanneman has in his scoreline right now, that's one of those exceptional waves. For Emrod right now, the play is pressure Eli Hanneman, do not give him any space whatsoever, and with 6 minutes to go, you need to be on top of him the entire time. If you're Eli, though, do not play into that game. Wait patiently for the one wave that could only give you the one steep section, Kaipo.
Yeah, anything beyond that's just going to be bonus for Eli Hanneman, because when we look at that scoreline, like you said, Mitchell, that 8.33,
that was well earned.
What you got an excellent number right there, and that gives you a decided advantage, even if you're in second place currently.
It's like when you look at the rankings too. You have a win, your chances of making the CT are so much higher. Same thing in a heat. You have an excellent score, your chances of making that heat are extremely high.
Let's check out our heat recap with Michael Rodriguez and his opener of a 6-point ride.
What a start to the heat, Kaipo. Great execution right here. The wraps, and then he makes it into the inside, and he is just springy on the backhand, especially with that beautiful bottom turn that he has. His timing has been on point. He's executed when he needs to, and he's gone through adversity just in this heat alone. Had to ask for an equipment change, and then the answer back by Elijah, an 8.33, beautiful execution. Gets a little hung up, but he readjusted so well with that backhand bottom turn. Even grabbed the rail for the first excellent score of the heat.
Emrod changed boards, and this is what he did on that new equipment.
Yeah, and under priority too, on the way back out, the paddle back out, and he got this one under the priority of Eli. Beautiful surfing right there on the backhand. Really puts it up in vertical on the second turn. This wave goes sleepy through to the inside and was just able to fit in 2 more with excellent execution, real springy style, and the last turn right there, job well done by Emrod.
Emrod takes the lead there. Michael Rodriguez, wave coming through here. Eli holding priority. Michael Rodriguez inside the seam there, takes a look at that wave and does not go. You can see on our score bug, all of the waves written, highlighted are the top 2 waves for each of the surfers.
And he's been extremely active, 6 waves for him in comparison to Eli's 3 so far. As there's Cato with his good friend, Jet Schilling. While he is in the driver's seat, but at the moment, Emrod, if he makes this heat, he automatically qualifies for the CT Kipes.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez on tour. Now, that does not mean that Cade Matson, we saw him briefly on camera, is out of the running. Cade Matson will still have a chance to qualify for the championship tour. He would need Marco Mignon. There's Cade right there along with Jet Schilling. Cade's still in the running, even if Michael Rodriguez advances out of this heat and takes the 9th position. The final spot still up for grabs will be between Cade Matson and Marco Mignon. Mignon needing to make the final. Anything short of Mignon making the final, Cade Matson's on tour.
Yeah, and 3 minutes away from this heat ending, Eli's been looking around the lineup to be able to get something in the 5s like he needs. There's a couple of waves approaching the lineup, Kaipo.
Emrod. Talk about a wave that snuck up under.
That was a big wave, too. Ooh, Eli. Answer back.
He's a 5.27. Lahaina surfer gets to his feet, aims down the line, whacks it through the lip there, gets one more. He's going to get the score for sure.
Wow. You're kidding.
Cade loves it. Cade loves it.
Dude.
Talk about a friend doing a friend good. Cade Matson, Eli Hanneman, really good friends, by the way. And Eli can help get Cade on tour right now with a victory in this quarterfinal.
That was incredible. I mean, you talk about being backed up against the ropes right there, needing a score, and we talked about him needing just the 1 section. He got 2 right here. This beautiful bottom turn, once again, slightly grabs the rail. Beautiful execution, a little late, and then perfectly timed on the second one, up and over with the floater. And he's like, give me the score, boys. Wow, that first one was really hard. I mean, he put his body on the line on this one, Kaipo, just to ride out of that floater with that injured knee. That is some tough stuff. A lot of heart right here from this kid. I mean, look at the way he navigates through that white water right there. That lip's coming down on him, and he has to penetrate through it and then hits the lip line with the second floater. That is just some beautiful stuff right there. This kid, Kipes, when he needs it, I mean, he's just delivered. Timeout.
8.5. Eli Hanneman running away with the heat. 16.83 two-wave total. One judge went as high as a 9 on that last score. And Eli has just dashed the dreams of Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, and made the dream for his friend, Cade Matson.
Well, Mike right now on the outside needs something in the low 9s. He has priority, Kaipo. It would have to be his highest score of the event so far. 30 seconds.
I don't think it's here.
It doesn't seem that way. I mean, what a performance by both guys. Emrod really gave it his all.
Cade, holding his breath. Breathe, Cade, breathe. You're almost on the championship tour. You got 15 seconds to go. His friends helping him out there.
Oh, and you see the thrill of thrill of victory and the agony of defeat on one side. I mean, it's a heartbreak for Emrod, but a huge moment right now for the U.S. Kaipo. They got another surfer on tour.
Welcome to the championship tour, Cade Matson. We're going to see you in 2024, starting at Pipeline.
Wow, some cool stuff right there, filled with emotions.
Thanks to this guy right here. That's the hero of the day for Cade Matson, and look at the excellent numbers. 16.83. Eli Hanneman, you're on to the semifinals.
Wow, what a performance by young Hanneman right now. He helps out his buddy, but more importantly, moving through to the semis and helping his own seeding heading into the CT for 24, Kaipo.
Incredible stuff, Mitchell. Incredible stuff. If you're not entertained, check your pulse. We got another big matchup when we return. It's going to be Marco Mignot up against Samuel Pupo, quarterfinal 4 in the water on the backside of this break. Wow, what an exciting day. The thrill of victory, the smiles, the tears of joy, and the pain of coming up short at the last event of the Challenger Series. That's what Michael Rodriguez, you can see here, he needed to win that quarterfinal to make it back onto the championship tour. He fell short. Eli Hanneman beat him, and Emrod will be back on the Challenger Series in 2024. Final quarterfinal out in the water. Marco Mignot up against Samuel Pupo. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by Mitchell Salazar on the call. Mignot. We're going to get back to that because let's see some good friends hugging it out. Eli Hanneman just helped his good friend Cade Matson get on the championship tour.
That's pretty cool right there. When you're able to share a significant moment with somebody that you truly admire and love, especially after being on the Challenger Series for such a long year too, different stops worldwide. Really cool to see the moment where they embrace each other and they congratulate each other too. So big stuff right there for both Hawaii and the U.S.
Yeah, well, one nation under God, the USA. 8 surfers qualifying through the Challenger Series onto the championship tour from the United States of America. Here we go with Sammy Pupo. We're going to see him on tour, but he wants more than that. He wants the trophy, he wants the paycheck, and he wants the pride here in Brazil. And by taking out a win, he's going to have to get past Marco Mignot. Mignot opened up with a 3.33. That was the first wave for Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, and he qualified yesterday afternoon in the last heat of the day, Kaipo. Some strong performances so far from Sam in this event. Really expecting to come out with a victory here, especially I think the Brazilian crowd will love that, and they'll be in his favor too. But a must-win scenario for Marco. He needs to make this heat and one more to qualify for the CT.
So waiting for the score. Let's check out the replay. Opening wave for Pupo.
Yeah, and a real clean face. Was able to execute a beautiful snap, drifted the fins on the open wall right there, wrapped it back all the way, and the froth on the inside made this last section really hard just to read overall. Did well to fit in one more. Should be a decent opener for him, but the execution on the backhand for Pupo so far in this event has been flawless. As you can see right there, fully pushes that board around and slid the fins. Really love the way he's able to use his bottom turn to his advantage and even fade a little bit towards the whitewater to always keep himself in the pocket. And as you can see right here, tough section at the end, but did well to ride out of it, Kaipo. Should be a good score for him.
And his good friends, Joan Chianca, as well as Mateus Hurdy, cheering on with Mom. Here we go, second wave for Marco Mignot. Marco, easy turn on the backhand there. Another easy carve. looking his way down the line, has to go through a warble, and that warble gets the best of him.
And he needs to find those steep waves, Kaipo. He had a great performance yesterday in the round of 16. Looking to see him on a better wave.
Eli Hanneman, you're into the semifinals, and you helped get your buddy Cade Matson on tour. Let's hear from Eli with Rachel.
Exactly, Eli, congratulations. You're into the semifinals, and that was a very important heat, not only for you, but also for your friend. How was that for you?
Yeah, I can't believe I just did that. I just qualified one of my best friends, Cade, so that was just, I don't know, after I qualified, I felt like I had no pressure, and then going into that heat, I felt like a lot of pressure for myself because I really wanted to help my friend, you know, and it felt almost better than when I qualified, was knowing that I just qualified my friend with me. So it's been a crazy event. Excited to keep it going and hopefully get to the final.
And what was going through your mind in the last 5 minutes when you had priority and you had to turn it around?
I was pretty calm, confident actually. I knew if I got the right wave, I would get it done. And I feel like that's what I've been doing this whole event, and I've had plenty of, you know, last-second turnaround heat, so I knew it was coming.
Congratulations and good luck for the semifinals. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Eli Hanneman, a surfer who has been really public in his faith and saying, hey, look, God's got a plan for me through the hards, the highs, and the lows. He's feeling right now the high. And talk about friendships and talk about helping your buddy out. I mean, that crew, they've made it all happen here in Saquarema. That San Clemente crew, and they took in Eli Hanneman under the fold and Shion Crawford. That entire bunch have elevated each of their performances by their combined energy. Here we go with Marco Mignot. On his third wave. Mignot finds a finish, looking to improve upon a 3.2.
That's more like it. I was talking about the steeper sections that I want to see him on, and that was one of those waves right there, Kaipo. He will qualify with the finals appearance here for the CT. But tough heat ahead. I mean, Sam has been ripping. He's no doubt been, I think, the standout of the last day of competition, and I think he has a real tough test in the next 27 minutes. So looking at the replay here, sets things up right there. This second turn is beautiful. Real long, drawn-out bottom turn, and excellent execution for the third one as well. So good amount of consecutive maneuvers in a row, and all of them had a great amount of quality too. But this second one in specific was just beautiful to watch. Excellent execution, even slid the fins a little bit once he reached the lip line, and good reaction time right there with that JS board underneath his feet for the floater at the end.
Yeah, Marco Mignot, like you said, makes the final, qualifies, comes short of the final, and David Silva will be representing the Brazilian flag and on the championship tour. So one slot left. It's either going to be Mignot or Silva, and that depends on how these next couple of rounds play out here in Saquarema.
And I think it's great to see new names on the championship tour. You were mentioning the uplift from that U.S. crew, and I think that's really been the biggest difference so far in their success this year in comparison to others. I mean, look, the results speak for themselves in terms of the way they're winning events, but also because of their success overall outside of the water, they've been allowing a lot of themselves to qualify for the CT, Kaipo. I think that needs to happen a lot more with different regions worldwide. It was successful for Brazil. It's successful for the U.S. now.
7.17 for Marco Mignot. He takes the lead. Cade Matson, congratulations. You're on the championship tour. Manu is with Cade.
Yeah, guys, you know what? I have already gotten some gifts from my friends, but a gift like that, that's a great gift from Eli. No, I'm just kidding. It's all on you. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't really, feel real yet. I mean, it was, the most stressful couple days of my life. You know, after losing, nothing is really up in your hands. It's all in God's hands. So I was just, kind of trusted everything that was happening, and then for Eli to go out and do that for me, I'm just I'm so grateful. Thank you to everyone who's ever supported me, and I'm just so happy.
Look who's there. Hey, come back. Yeah, Eli, oh my God. That's a really nice scene. Back to you guys. Have fun there.
What a great moment here. Corona shower for Cade Matson. He'll be on tour with Eli Hanneman, Crosby Colapinto, Cole Hauschman. All those guys right out of their camp, Mitchell.
Pretty crazy, honestly. 8 out of 10. I don't think I've heard of that since I've been alive for a lot of the surfers that have made the CT from the United States. So really cool for them. Congratulations. And it seems like this heat is turning up, Kipes.
During the interview, you heard the applause, and that applause was for this ride by Sammy Pupo. Pupo getting busy here, off the bottom, off the top, and excellent score, 8.5 for Sammy Pupo on the replay, Mitchell.
And a couple of destructive turns right there, Kaipo. Fully engaged on that first one, commits to it. And as I told you before, he's been lights out when it comes to these final sections too. His timing on that one was excellent. Look at the slow-mo right here. The way he drives off the bottom, his eye line is always on the lip line. Able to perfectly execute that first turn, even disengages the fins a little bit. But the way he's able to readjust and recompose himself in order to get the right amount of speed for this last section, it's been beautiful. The timing on point right there. And a lot of people always ask me, what's the perfect recipe for success to allow for a lot of spray to go outside? I always tell them it's about timing, and it worked out right there for Sam. Drops the first excellent score of quarter four, Kaipo.
Yeah, Mom appreciates that. And I just want to clean up a statement. When we look at the 8 Americans, the 8 surfers from the USA that have qualified for the championship tour, 2 of those spots are actually women. 2 of those spots is Alyssa Spencer, as well as Sawyer Lindblad. On the men's side, it's 6 of those guys who've come through for the USA.
Still a big number, though.
Yeah.
I mean, more than half.
Yeah, and from San Clemente, let's go. Cole Hauschman, Crosby Colapinto, and now Cade Matson, all qualified out of San Clemente for the championship tour. Talk about a movement.
Yeah, and I can assure you that everybody from the San Clemente Border Riders, they're probably watching the event right now and celebrating themselves, too.
Cutting back to check out Sammy Pupo, takes a corner, and not a lot there. Now you can see Marco Mignot on the paddle back out. Sammy Pupo, okay, so Mignot's got priority, so he has an opportunity. And Mignot does not need a huge score, Mitchell. Just a 5.51, so this heat is still very, very competitive.
And he comes from a long lineage of great surfers, too. I had the chance growing up in Mex to surf against his 2 siblings, Diego and Nome. Excellent surfers, too. Both of them were on the Challenger Series or the QS 10,000s before. So he's the 3rd one out of that family to be able to make it to this point in his career. But the success that he's had so far this year, especially with the last event in Eriseda, he's been great when it comes to clutch situations, Kaipo. Right now, though, going up against Sam, you always knew that it was going to be a tough heat. But I think he was expecting Sam to be able to drop a couple of excellent scores. Right now, it's just 1. So you're still in contention with just under 22 minutes to get one yourself and retake the lead here. He just needs to keep himself composed.
Yeah, Marco Mignot coming from a surfing family, Dad Christophe, Mom Marina. He's got a surfing brother in the way of Nome Mignot, who's a great goofy foot. Also, his sister Lola Mignot is a professional longboarder. They hold multiple passports. They're both representing France as well as Canada. There is Marco's coach, Jeff.
Yeah, and he is also a great surfer that comes out of the 80s, 90s from the Central Caribbean side. And I think Marco owes a lot of his success to his siblings, as you mentioned, Lola and Nome, but I also think his cousin Diego has pushed him a lot too. Just being from Sayulita, you have an amazing amount of surfers. The Southwards are from there. Adrian Rodriguez, Adan Hernandez, who was really the hopeful for Mexico for a while to qualify for the championship tour. And now Marco coming out of that same region right now. A good amount of waves, and waves year-round in the area of southern Nayarit and northern Jalisco. Not going to give out any names in terms of the spots.
Please. Our fans want to know. We have fans right now, surfing fans, watching, Mitchell, and they want to know some of the spots there in that wonderful spot of Sayulita, Mexico. List them off for us.
I think San Pancho is one of the most famous ones.
Yeah.
That's a wedge that's really good. I think you like it a lot. There's also this wave called Los Veneros that's kind of apt for everybody. It's an average wave and breaks you around too.
Cool. can't wait to visit with you down there.
I told you.
We're on our way. We got it. I got to get a new knee, and then I'm going to be joining you. 20 minutes on the countdown here. Marco Mignon not out of the running. He's got priority. He needs a 5.51. Sammy Pupo, however, just unhinged, currently in the lead. Pupo chips into this one. This wave doesn't even break yet, but forms up on the inside. Sammy placing a turn. Nice car for Samuel. Big backhand float. And the crowd loves it. Sammy Pupo looking to better 4.17.
And that's the X factor right now, Kaipo, the crowd. They're getting involved in each and every ride that Sam has had so far in this heat. And Marco needs to be able to shut that out and concentrate on what he's able to control. 19 minutes to go. This was a beautifully surfed wave. A lot of flow on this one, Kaipo. Nothing major. Up and over the section right there. Real smart surfing with that second turn, just repositioning himself on the wave, and was able to execute a great floater at the end. You know, floaters tend to be non-consequential in terms of scores. I think this should probably improve the 4.17.
We're going to wait for that score, and actually we're going to take a break, and we'll be coming back with that score and more. Quarterfinal 4 in the water, women's semifinals up and coming. So many happenings here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We just saw the air show was one of them. We had a jet ski exhibition here. We also had a Legends heat. We had the Pink October heat with the ladies spreading breast cancer awareness. We had our trophy. We had Mooney arrive here via a skydiver. So many things happening, Mitchell. What a great event.
I've had a lot of fun so far, Kaipo. I'm really enjoying Saquarema, and my favorite thing besides the surfing has to be the food.
Yes.
Real big fan of a lot of the cuisine that they have here in Brazil. Specifically the farofa. It's not something that you find anywhere else in the world, and it adds a lot of spice and flavor to all the food that they have here in Sacktown.
Yeah, and our friends over there at the
Gêmeos, the twins.
The twins. Yeah. That's a great restaurant there for Brazilian food, and also across the street from...
Garota de Itaúna.
Yeah, we got that one. And let's just plug, because there's so many good restaurants in Saquarema.
The corner one, Nossa Praia. Yeah.
Nossa Praia.
The picanha over there.
The picanha over there is excellent. Yeah. Okay. We just wanted to pay off some of the great cuisine that we are enjoying here. And we're enjoying incredible surfing, especially the surfing of these two surfers, Marco Mignon with a chance to qualify for the championship tour, and Samuel Pupo, who's already qualified for the championship tour. We went to break waiting for a score for Samuel Pupo. Score of 5.5. So he increases his lead over Marco Mignot. Mignot now needing a 6.84 to take the lead. There's Sammy Pupo. And Marco Mignot sitting with priority. So Mignot in a great position, actually, Mitchell, because doesn't need a huge score, and he's got plenty of time on the clock with priority. Oh, Sophie McCulloch, Francisca Veselko. That's going to be our women's semifinal number 1.
Yeah, and Sophie really thrived in these kind of conditions earlier this morning. Had a great heat herself, and Kika was able to knock out Kira Pinkerton from competition. I expect it to be a big heat coming up. But Kika, reigning and defending world junior champion, Kaipo, has something to prove here if she gets her first win on the CS.
Yeah. Really, when we look at those women's semifinals, semifinal number 2 is going to be one that you're going to want to tune in for because it has qualification implications. Nadia Erostabe in that semifinal number 2 for the women will be up against the 16-year-old sensation in the way of Erin Brooks. Remember, Nadia wins this event, and she's on the championship tour.
Oh, yeah.
But she's going to have to get back past Erin Brooks,
Yeah.
who has been
A nightmare for everybody.
Yeah.
I know. I don't want to surf against her.
Sammy Pupo under priority, takes that one. No harm, no foul, no problem. Clock just ticks down. Marco Mignot with priority, hanging on to that priority, needs a 6.84 to take the lead off of Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, and I think that's been not only great for a lot of the underdogs, they've kind of been overlooked in a lot of senses, Kaipo, both for Erostarbe and for Marco Mignot. Outside chances of qualifying for the championship tour, but if you're Marco right now, you need a 6.84, real close to your best wave of the heat so far, a 7.17. You're looking for almost the exact same wave. You've done it before. You have 13 minutes to do it again in this heat. And against Sam, who's been on the hunt for a lot of these inside waves, just don't fall into these traps right now, Kipes. That's it.
Yeah, there again, you can see on the graphic, needs to make the finals, so he's got to get through this heat and one more to qualify. Marco Mignot, stop number 2 on the Challenger Series, though, that did have a great result over there, the Sydney Surf Pro, making the semifinals there at Narrabeen.
I actually thought he was going to win, but because of the conditions changing so much, going into lefts like this today, Cole Hauschman was able to secure the victory over Jacob Wilcox over there. Was just waiting for Sam to blast that section right there, Kaipo.
Yeah, Sammy, you know, under priorities, Samuel Pupo's freed up just to keep on catching waves, maybe even bait, like you said, Mitchell. Maybe it's a little bit of a game with Sammy trying to bait Marco onto the inside and take a lemon.
That's the entire thing. Just try to force him to make a mistake, but where Marco is from in Sayulita, to catch waves right there in town, you have to be cold-blooded.
Oh.
And you have to really know how to navigate a lineup yourself, too.
Why is that?
Just because there's so many people. You have a lot of people that are learning, first of all, that are coming to visit the town. And then you have a lot of great surfers within the town alone, too. So if you're surfing at their local beach break right there in Sayulita, it's really hard to get waves. And this guy knows all about how to navigate a lineup.
I thought you were going to take me to empty waves. I didn't know you were going to take me to crowds.
I didn't say I was going to take you to that wave.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to take you to the outskirts. Cool. We're going to explore a little bit.
All right. There's the coach of Marco Mignot. Trying to stay calm there.
Yeah, Jason Aparicio, who was a great surfer back in his day, too. Wouldn't be surprised that he's had a couple of free surfs himself during this week. They do a lot of great work outside of the water, Kaipo, and I like his way of working with a lot of his athletes. Really tells them everything they need to know before the heat. Once they touch the water, it's down to themselves.
Yeah. And that's all a coach can do, right? Is do the hard work up front, and then just be, you know, really a sounding board.
Exactly.
And some comfort on day of competition.
Comes down to the surfer, you know, like what kind of decisions are you making in the heat? I'm here for you, but inside of the water, it only comes down to yourself.
It's the beauty of surfing. You win and you lose all on your own. You can't blame the kicker. That was a football reference.
Yeah, you got it. You've been playing a lot of fantasy this year. So, looking at those references that we have from other sports, I think a good analogy right here, too, is in terms of the defense that Sam has been playing so far with his lead. He's been very active, but look at the waves that are in his scoreline that are in the top 2. The 8.5, he was able to execute that after finding a corner of a wave and just getting the 2 turns. Then the 5.5 was a wave that Marco Mignot didn't necessarily want. So if you're looking at a pitcher and a batter in baseball, those are pitches that are outside of the strike zone that he's been able to execute for hits or for homers right now, and that's why he's in the lead. Meanwhile, Marco, he's been very selective with the waves that he's been wanting to catch. The last two just quick in and outs, but those were waves that he caught because Sam was on the previous one of the set. He hasn't taken any unnecessary risk when it's been Samuel out there in the water with him in the lineup. So I think this is a smart strategy from Marco. I think the smart play right here with 9.5 is to still look for a wave that will match the 717 in your scoreline.
Under priority, Sammy going right, no doubt looking for an air, pops it up, puts it down, and just gets gobbled up by the whitewater.
Oh my. He lands that though, and this heat's over. 9 minutes to go. I know that that's a good amount of time, but Marco probably would have been needing 2 new scores and 2 excellent ones because he was close to pulling off the biggest air out of the event, Kipes. You know, I know Joe Vaughn had the 10 earlier on in the event, but this was a huge wave. Look at the section ahead, the amount of speed, the control. I mean, he was on top of his board the whole time during the rotation too. Perfect execution. Just had to deal with all of the whitewater and the impact on the landing zone. It was going to be near impossible for him to fully ride out of that one.
Gosh, look at the amplitude, the pop that he gets is incredible.
The hang time too. I mean, that's skating 101 right there. Larger amount of speed, you're going to get a larger amount of height and hang time. The section when he was landing though, that's just not where you want to land. Real hard on your ankles and your joints.
Ski ride back out to the channel for Samuel Pupo.
Man, what a heat. I know Monaco's been active at the beginning of it, and Sam made a comeback with the 8.5. But the control, the poise from Mignot right now, holding on to priority, not really going for waves that aren't going to improve his situation or give him the lead. This is real smart, strategic stuff so far from the young French surfer, and an incredible performance throughout the entirety of the event for Sam. I mean, the consistency that he's had with excellent scores so far, especially in the last heat that he served before this one, I feel like we're seeing a new version of him, especially when we consider, Kaipo, that he had a lot of inconsistency in the middle part of the CS season. Moments right now of nerves for Jason as he waits for his surfer to get something close to a 7-point ride here, Kaipo. He's waited a long time for the wave to come through, and he's down to 720 now.
A reminder, if Marco Mignot fails to make the final, David Silva, who is in the live rankings in the number 10 spot, will qualify for the 2024 Championship Tour.
You know, I knew that when we were going to come to this event, Kaipo, we were going to have a lot of different expectations and things that would potentially happen towards finals day. I can't believe how many different situations we've had from the start of this event, and especially with all of the high seeds moving through in scenarios where a lot of them were in must-win situations. We have had a fantastic event when it comes to qualification.
There's the big brother, Miguel Pupo, and good friend, Joao Chianca. Both of them look more nervous than Sammy does right now.
Well, Miguel did say that the other day, and when Joao was in here in the booth yesterday, he was mentioning that he actually gets way more nervous for other people's heats than his own, which doesn't really seem to be the case, being the number 4 surfer in the world last year, and this guy number 6 in 22.
Yeah, there's Mom. She's been on hand, and during Samuel Pupo's qualification interview, after he's learned that he qualified, he attributed a lot of his strength to his family and the family that's been surrounding him and giving him, you know, energy and support throughout the year, but especially here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and when somebody's able to make the top 10 in their rookie year on the championship tour, that means that they're elite and that they deserve that spot on tour. I think he just had a lot of bad luck this year in the first 5 events. Wasn't able to get any consistency, but so far he's looked great on the CS, Kaipo.
Here's our heat recap for quarterfinal number 4 starting with Marco Mignot.
And a great execution right here on the 717 for the French surfer. Was able to come out with a great score, move up into the lead, but then the answer back from Sam, got an 8.5 and then a 5.5 afterwards. Just the brilliance of finding the right tempo for these waves. And you can see right here, he always is in the perfect spot for a lot of these sections. His timing has been on point throughout the entire event. And within this heat drop in the 8.5, and on a wave that Marco didn't even look at, gets a 5.5 as a backup right here. Great pacing, real smart surfing, nothing super critical, but comes in as a mid-range score, and it's enough to be in first place, Kaipo.
Playing the game is Samuel Pupo, looking for a spot into semifinal number 2, where if he were to make it through this quarterfinal, he would face up against Eli Hanneman. Here's today's top scorer, Samuel Pupo, Eli Hanneman. Talk about that potential matchup. Both of them own the top 2 scores so far today.
Yeah, and Eli has the second best of the day with an 8.33. Mihimana in the first quarterfinal, 7.83 for him. Just over 4 minutes to go. Mignot needing a score right now. Kaipo needs to make this heat and one more. Advancing to the final means he's on tour for 24. So a must-win scenario right here with 4 minutes on the clock.
I wonder if David Silva's watching right now.
Oh, he for sure is. Whether here on site or watching through the TV, but I can assure you he's watching right now.
Silva on the cut line, on the verge of qualification. He needs Marco Mignot to fail and his fellow countryman, Sammy Pupo, to win this quarterfinal. Sammy in the driver's seat right now with the lead and a couple of good scores. Mignot with an opportunity, however, because Mignot does have priority. A choice set wave comes through, and Marco can turn this heat in a quick fashion.
And speaking of how aware the surfers have been throughout the entire week in terms of what they need to qualify, what other people need to move up against them and stuff like that, everybody's been super aware in terms of all the rankings, the live rankings moving through. I talked to Kira Pinkerton yesterday, and she was like, yeah, really wanted Kay to make that heat because, you know, he knew that he was going to make it through and qualify. And I'm like, wait, you guys know all this? And she's like, yeah, we've been crunching the numbers ourselves, too.
Yeah, and there's actually 2 types of surfers, right? There's the type of surfer that wants to know all the intel, wants to know all the math, and then there's the other surfers. I've seen them, I've had them in the past as interviewees where they're like, don't even tell me.
Yeah.
Even before the interview, they're just like, look it, don't tell me what I need, I don't want to know.
I'm here to do my job.
Yeah, yeah.
And let's see how it works out.
Well, got a lot of contemplation on the beach right now. Marco Mignot with the paddle, staying calm, keeping the head on the swivel, waiting for a wave to come through here. 2 minutes and 25 seconds counting down on the clock.
Well, they're pretty close to the takeoff zone right now, Kaipo. That current's still a little strong out there, but I feel like Marco, these are the 2 most important minutes of his life right now. Seems like a couple of waves might be approaching, but if you hit the 90-second mark and it doesn't seem like anything is close to breaking, you need to make the move to the inside. Throw a Hail Mary air and be very grateful if you get the score.
Ohana Pupo, the family right there, embracing, hoping that this guy, Samuel, is able to move into the semifinals with potential of winning this entire event. Here goes Sammy. He's going to force the hand of Marco. Marco needs to take it, takes the bait. Here he goes, Mignot. Again, he needs a 6.84, off to a nice start.
Ooh!
Big stab there for Mignot. One more time,
Man.
gets the finish, and he's going to leave it all on the line. Was that enough for Marco Mignot? 6.84 is the number.
That was ridiculous, Kipes. I don't know how he was able to keep that kind of composure for 20 minutes, holding on to priority and execute this well. Pressure is a privilege, and Mignot understood that. Setup snap right there. Beautiful execution of the second turn. Fully rotates the board around, and then once again, a bang, bang, bang of consecutive turns right there on the backhand. I mean, the setup was perfect, but this execution of the second one right in the pocket, I mean, the wave was just asking for that. And then the third one, just as beautiful. Critical sections in the moment that he needs them to, Kaipo. Setup turn right next to the pocket. Just beautiful stuff right there. Shaving away a little bit of speed to fit in that one. I mean, the way he brings the board around, that was just delightful to watch. And then fits in a third one, too. In a consecutive bottom turn coming out of that second turn as well. That is extremely difficult to do. You have to maintain the same line, the same amount of speed. Needs close to a 7. It's going to be very close, Kaipo.
Needs a 6.84. The wave was a little small. That's the only thing that could hold down the score for Marco Mignot. He's on the beach. Oh, the scores are under. 2 more judges. Needs a 6.84, 6.5. This is not going to do it for Marco Mignot. 1 more score to make it official. 6.33 comes under the mark of a 6.84. Sammy Pupo moves on into the semifinals, and Marco Mignot will take out an equal 5th from Brazil. And with that being said, David Silva above the cut line, and I think we've wrapped up our men's qualifiers for the 2024 Championship Tour, Mitchell.
Yeah, we have, and what a performance, what a comeback right there from Marco at the end. I think you mentioned the size of the wave, played a big factor in the score. The sections weren't as critical, but still, I mean, he has to keep his head up high right there. And Sam, moving through into the semis, Kaipo.
We'll see Samuel Pupo in semifinal number 2 for the men up against Eli Hanneman. And we could still see a win for the home team here in Saquarema for the men, with Samuel Pupo in the semifinals. Let's take a look at all of our qualifiers for the men. All the slots are full, Mitchell. David Silva taking that last slot.
Yeah, and cool to see Fred back on tour as well. Cole Houshman's going to be the #1 seed. But both Pupo and Silva, literally the last 2 people to qualify, Kaipo, doing it right here in Saquarema.
1 more slot remaining for qualification, and that slot for qualification is on the women's side. And for the women, it's going to be a story. Will it be a Cinderella story for Nadia Arostabe, taking it all the way to the win? We'll find out, because women's semifinals, they're going to be in the water when we return.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil, by TikTok, download the app, and by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil.
Women's semifinals out there in the water now. It's Kika Veselko from Portugal up against Sophie McCulloch from Australia. Francisca Veselko is our current world junior champion. She won the event at Seaside Reef in January. Meanwhile, Sophie McCulloch, former CT surfer, looking for her first win on the Challenger Series this year in 2023. Big conditions out there and a lot of water that is moving around in the lineup as both surfers looking to regain their positioning. Mitch, Maida, and Marcos here in the booth. Marcos, starting with you. Big conditions out there, a lot of great performances, and a spot on the final, into the final on the line, excuse me, as both Kika and Sophie looking for their first final appearance in 23. We see Samuel Pupo moving through into the semifinals. Huge performance from him.
Oh yeah, huge performance. He rises to the occasion. Once again, amazing heat for him. Tough conditions. tough performance, amazing, effort also for Marco Mignot. Everything was on point for him. And what an amazing day of competition. What an amazing year and week of competition, Mitch and Maria.
Finals day as Mitchell Salazar, Mayra Papsen, Marcos Bocayua. Mayra, a lot of drama so far in this event, especially heading into the last qualification spot for the women. Nadia Starben needs to win the event. She will be coming up against Erin Brooks to qualify for the championship tour.
Yeah, for sure. Nadia has a nice matchup with Erin Brooks. And Erin Brooks, she's surfing pretty well, but it's a good opportunity for her, for Nadia to show her surfing and get qualified here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and so far on the men's side, Marcos, we've seen a lot of the men really rise up to the occasion, especially on finals day. Katie Madsen qualifies. David Silva is in for Brazil as well. And Samuel Pupo has a chance to be the lone Brazilian out there in the semifinals, but potentially winning the event at the end of this one.
Amazing personality, not just surfing on point, mindset on point, everything took in place. He changed gear from Ohana Pupo, being in Sharp Eye, and now in the JS protocol and team. Amazing, rising to occasion. Tough conditions and amazing performance for Samuel for sure, and all the boys and girls. Good effort, kudos for everybody.
And the waves have shown up today as well. Looking at the replay here, Marcos, a 4.5 to open up for Sophie McCulloch.
Hey, she know how to do it. She was ripping in the last heat. She have, the timing to place the right turns in the right pocket, and it's still super punchy out there. It's almost like a big washing machine.
Yeah, and Maida, when Sophie was needing a huge result last year, as we see the surfer from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, Australia, she was able to get the victory in Haleiwa. It was a last-ditched effort, and with that final win over there, she was able to qualify and cement her spot on the World Championship Tour. Unfortunately for her, wasn't able to surf in the first two events this season on the CT, only had 3 chances to requalify.
Yeah, Mitch, I mean, it was so nice to see how she could stand up. Oh, now we see David Silva qualified, the tears of joy for him. So we are so happy to see David make this through again.
Yeah, back on the championship tour, a former finalist at the CT level himself over in Barra La Cruz in Mexico, and once again requalifies with the last spot on the men's side for the Challenger Series for the CT in 24, Marcos.
Oh yeah, Mitch, I think Dave represents almost like a rebranding of ADS, IQ of surfing, amazing good footer. He can throw buckets, he have the crew, he have the gear, bingo on his back, and a pretty good connection with God also, man.
And might have to buy dinner for Samuel Pupo, as Sammy did qualify David Silva for the CT in 24. Sam is with Manu.
Yeah, guys, that's so amazing. Congratulations, Samuka, for winning the heat and also for qualifying your friend David. How are you feeling right now? Come here, both of them. So let's interview both of you. Come on. I was asking him, how are you feeling? How are you feeling, Samuka?
Feeling so happy. I knew how important this heat was for me and for David as well. And we've been together. He's been traveling with me, with my brother too, for so long. And he deserves it. I know his family. We know each other from kids. So I know how much he deserves it. And let's get back there.
Yeah. Everybody knows you deserve it. Congratulations, David. How's your heart right now, your family here, and all of this happening again in your life?
Now it's good, but the last night is not sleeping, and thanks so much, Samuel, for these hits, because it's very important. But the last years is very hard to me, but the last event I win for the Portugal, and here I lost and then for the second round, and then thanks God for one more opportunity to go to the tour again.
Congratulations. And how important is like all the Brazilian surfers to be together like that, helping each other? You both have that, and now you're going to have that in the CT.
So important. As many Brazilians as we can have on the CT is going to be better for us. We're a big family. Since my brother and Gabriel and Adriano started everything, Jadson, and now we're the new generation, me, Joao, Mateus. And we're happy to have so many Brazilians on tour, and just thankful for everything.
Come on, one more, two more in Portuguese. David, fala pra galera aí como é que você tá seu coração agora, como é que você tá se sentindo nesse momento tão especial. Parabéns.
Cara, eu acho que agora mais aliviado. Essas últimas noites agora não consegui nem dormir, fiquei até doente ontem por conta dessa pressão que eu tava desses resultados. Eu fiquei em casa ali mais tranquilo porque é difícil, cara, é difícil torcer contra. Então, cara, fiquei em casa tranquilo, deixei tudo na mão de Deus e eu acho que Deus faz tudo perfeito. Eu acho que era para ser desse jeito. Então, cara, muito amarradão de estar de volta no Tour. Vai ser um ano incrível aí. Quero poder mostrar um pouco mais do meu surf, um pouco mais do que eu posso fazer no Tour. E é isso, amarradão pelo Samuel também, é de ter conseguido a classificação. E, cara, na verdade, muito obrigado ao Samuel aí pela vaga. E, cara, que deu ajuda, na verdade, ali nessa última bateria que, cara, foi muito tenso. Mas é isso, amarradão demais de estar de volta ao Tour. E vamos com tudo. Agradeço toda a minha família que estava aqui na torcida aqui da minha esposa. E a minha esposa que está em casa, que esses dias foram bem tensos e mais amarradão. E é isso. Vamos com tudo agora, voltar aos treinos novamente, que começo do ano tem mais.
Congratulations, David. Parabéns. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Manu, and muito parabéns to both Samuel Pupo for moving through into the semifinals, but also David Silva requalifies for the World Championship Tour, gets the last spot for the men on the Challenger Series. Back to the heat of the water. Sophie McCulloch with a 4.5, slow scoring heat so far. As we see Sophie on the back end once again, she really thrives in these bigger conditions. Loves to throw that Bizel board around, and just as I say that, loses control coming out of that maneuver right there. 25 minutes on the clock, priority with Veselko. Maida, we were talking about McCulloch and how good she is in the nick of time when she needs a big result. Doesn't need a huge result here, but if she makes the final and wins, she'll move up into the top 10 in the rankings.
Yeah, and it would be great for her because then she doesn't need to compete in the QS. So she will be already qualified for the Challenger Series. Oh, and look how she lost control right there. Not really common for her.
Hit a speed bump on the road on that one. Still with the lead, though. Kika Veselko, on the other hand, you see her a lot in Portugal, where you reside now. Marcos, a great surfer, current world junior champion. But I think the most important thing about Kika is that she is resilient. Hasn't found a win so far in 2023. Looking for her first one on the CS here in Saquarema.
Perfect description, Mitch. She's such a resilient type of surfer. The DNA of Portuguese surfers, they know how to fight back. They have a strong stance because heavy waters in the North Atlantic. She got the gear, she got the crew, she got the coach, she got it all.
Yeah, so this is a walk in the park for her, right?
Oh, yeah. Casual Saturday, not Monday.
Yeah, coming from those frigid waters, as you were mentioning, in Portugal. It's been a beautiful summer over there so far, though. But she made the trek over about a week before, as soon as the event finished at Ericeira. Looking great so far, Maida. In the semifinals, hasn't posted anything big in this heat so far, though. But when we talk about Veselko and how consistent she has been throughout the junior rankings and in Europe, one of the best to do so in the last few years.
Yeah, she surfs pretty well. She has strong legs, and it is in Ericeira she had a 5th place there this year, so she's showing a very mature surfing, and we saw this here the whole week. I think she had it all to make the finals here.
Yeah, so do I. I think she has enough to take the victory too. And we speak about Portugal and how good they've been on both the QS regionally and the junior tour. They have a very successful professional tour just within the own country, Marcos.
Oh yeah, this Liga Mel over there is amazing, national tour. And the guys can almost like warm up for the international tour. The QS is rising there, a lot of competition. Francisco Espino have all the best surfers there. He's doing an amazing job like as a CEO for WSL Europe. And Portugal is, man, it's a place of surfing. We got Nazaré, we got Peniche, we got Ericeira, we got, Sagres, Costa Caparica, so many surf villas, man. It's almost countless.
Don't forget about the Azores either.
Our Hawaii, Portuguese Hawaii, man. A lot of heritage, globally with food-wise, Azores and Madeira. Shout out to all the boys there.
Yeah, a lot of fish. They eat a lot of seafood in Portugal, and I feel like that obviously adds to them growing gills inside of the water too. A lot of surfers over there don't like to exit the water even when it's freezing. I mean, they really sacrifice a lot to be able to get out there in the water and enjoy those beautiful waves in Europe. Off of the bottom for Kika Veselko. Third round of the heat so far for her. A couple of drawn out carves. And this wave with a lot of bounce and backwash, she's managing well though. And looking towards the inside, great pacing on this one. Looking to get a finish, wasn't able to do it right there, but no doubt gonna get her best score so far. 21 minutes on the clock, Maida, and it seems like her coach getting her backup board ready. Riding for Sharp Eye, one of the premier shapers in the world, is Marcio Suvi.
Yeah, she looks pretty great on those boards, and just exchanging the board. We don't know if something happened to her equipment or it's just a matter of size and style. I mean, a quick change right there and just going through.
And Marcos, you've been on a ski before yourself. In the rules and regulations for Challenger Series CT competition, everything here at the WSL, you need to fully make it to the beach in order to exchange your equipment.
Yeah, that's why Manuel is playing the part of caddy right there as a coach also. I think it's a matter of like changing for a step up board, and I think it's more, you have more rail line as we were talking about a few heats ago, so she's changing the gear just to be able to not having to nurse the turns that she did in the last wave.
Yeah, and equipment, I mean, it just accentuates your confidence even more. You have a good board underneath your feet, and you feel incredible with the way you're surfing, you're competing, and that goes a long way when you're in a finals day situation. For Kika Veselko, she's looking for her first victory in 2023 on the Challenger Series level, has a 3.07 as her best wave so far, Marcos.
Oh yeah, and talking about the big brands like Marcio Zovi, Sharp Eye, CI, Chile, Matt Biola's Mayhem, and DHD, all the boys and all the brands, they have the regional, partners, and Sharp Eye Portugal is putting a lot of work in the books.
Yeah, and I feel like Marcio was kind of at the forefront of getting a lot of these high-performance boards out there globally. Matt Biolis winning the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings this year. Darren Hanley, one of the premier shapers worldwide as well. As we look at the Sharp Eye right there from Kika Veselko. Seems like a 77 for her, and a custom model, a 5.9, that one, that is no doubt a step up for her. As Marcos, you've been a shaper for quite a while now, and you love to play with different kinds of boards. Today specifically, it seems like a lot of round pins out there.
Oh yeah, because a round pin is almost like an extra fin over there. You can, nowadays, Michael February put in a map like the twin pins, because you can have like the pin being almost like a stable, trailer fin out there.
And 3 people in the women's semifinals out of contention to qualify for the championship tour. A win does go a long way, but for Nadia Erostarbe, the fellow European surfer with Kika Veselko in the semifinals, it is a must-win scenario for her. She's taken on a real tough test in Erin Brooks, though, in the next semifinal. Sophie McCulloch with the slight lead over Francisca Veselko, a 4.5 and a 2.5 for McCulloch at the moment. Meanwhile, Kika just a 3.07, needs a 3.94 for the lead, Maida.
Yeah, and now Sophie is with priority, so Kika will have to chase a good wave under priority. We saw this happening a few times this morning, and yeah, I think she's able to do so, but Sophie is now with priority.
Yeah, and in her first heat this morning, Marcos was able to go excellent in 8.17. Had a second wave, in her scoreline as a 7-point ride. She was lights out when it came to selecting the best waves, was McCulloch.
Hey, she knows how to deal with the tough conditions, with heavy water there, and she's putting all the right turns in the right place of the waves. Sometimes you got to nurse, sometimes you got to go for a blow.
Right, and I think she's understood that task in the 2 years that she's been really high up on the Challenger Series. She did qualify for the Championship Tour last season, was a victim of the mid-season cut earlier this year, but in her defense was only able to surf in 3 events. Starting off in Portugal at the CT, got a 5th place finish over there, lost a very close heat to Caitlin Simmers, Maida.
Yeah, it's just tough when you get injured right in the beginning of the year. I was really surprised how she could get healed and also do great in Portugal, but yeah. So, but she didn't have a chance to put some scores in her rankings.
Yeah, she basically needed to make all 3 finals day in the last 3 events on tour. And not easy to do when you're heading over to your home country of Australia either. A lot of pressure on her shoulders heading into both Bells Beach and Margaret River for her in the last 2 events.
Oh yeah, sometimes it's good. It's a double-edged sword. You gotta surf in front of a crowd, your family. Sometimes you feel the pressure, sometimes you feel loser. And I want to see this goofy affair. I know, Mitch, yourself as a goofy, you're just have a lot of anticipation for this clash.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm ready. Take my money. Nadia Aerostarbe will be taking on Erin Brooks in semifinal number 2. Nadia Aerostarbe must win the event to qualify for the World Championship Tour for 2024. And Erin Brooks looking to win her first major event on the Challenger Series level. Getting all of the crowd involved is Aerostarbe, her crew right there, the Europeans, especially the Basques. They want to see her on tour. As 15:35 on the clock right now, Sophie McCulloch still in the lead. Francisca Veselko needs a 3.94 to move up into first place. A low-scoring affair, Marcos, but the consistency of the waves out there just seems to be all about positioning with a lot of the lineup today.
Oh, it's a big field lineup, as we were talking about all day long and all week long. It's tough to read the waves, you know, to how to position yourself in such an open field. And you got to read it all. You got to have the right position to go for the right turns, the right timing.
Yeah, and Maida, you've been here for a lot of different events over the course of the year so far. How have the waves played out from your perspective here this week for the Challenger Series event?
Oh, it's been amazing. You know, we had different conditions throughout this championship, but I mean, huge swells, two good swells, and yesterday was amazing. The waves were really large, and it was good. But we saw this morning, like Francisca had some issues with the morning sickness. She was both of the surfers were kind of lost to find good opportunities there. So now Francisca, with not many high-scoring waves, needs to find a good one for her.
Yeah, 14 minutes on the clock. Priority has been a major factor when it comes to deciding heats, especially at the end, Marcos. We saw it in the last heat. Marco Mignot used his priority to perfection, wasn't able to get the score. But as we look at the top scores for today on the women's side, Sophie McCulloch has the highest. Erin Brooks with a 7.83 as the second highest.
Hey, talking about consistency, we can put her name out there. Erin Brooks, amazing superstar in free surfing, coming to the competition right now and showing her skills. Such a young buck. I love to see those like young guns, you know, situations and clashes, and they bring some freshness to the tour. And I'm amped to the next season, man. This is the last final call for this season. So far, so good. I think so far, so great, man.
Yeah, no doubt. And they have been getting involved so far in terms of excellence, too. We saw Sophie dropping the 8.17. Her backup in the quarterfinal was a 7-point ride, and she's been looking great all event long. No pressure on her shoulders. I mean, she's just looking to move up into the top 10. Requalifying through the Challenger Series would be huge, especially considering how good a lot of the young Guzzies are coming up throughout the regional ranks, Maida.
Yeah, for her, it for sure is going to be great to requalify straight from here to the Challenger Series. Nobody really wants to have to surf on the QS. It is way better just to requalify from here. So she really looking to win this heat right now.
12.5 on the clock. So still the 4.5 and the 2.5 that have McCulloch out there in the lead. The surfer from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland and Australia looking good. But Kika Veselko has a victory on her mind. Might be a wave ridden right here. As it seems like McCulloch with priority, having a good look at this one. You can see from the drone angle, she is committed. And she is up and riding. Late drop, straight to the lip line. And some beautiful stuff right there from Sophie. But that avalanche of water just gets the best of her. Riding out of it, was not able to. As Kika with the answer back, that is a strong turn on the backhand and incomplete. Her coach a bit dissatisfied right there. As with 11:45 in the clock, Marcos,
2 missed opportunities back-to-back, one for Sophie and one for Veselko to get some big scores.
Oh yeah, 2 against 0, Itaúna against the girls, right there. And shout out to the free surfers down under, man. My favorite free surfers almost all come from down under, like Noah Dean, Kupi Perchikovic, and Chippa Wilson. The guys are ripping there in the free surfing aspect of surfing also.
Yeah, and it seems like Sophie might have lost her board here, Maida. Has to be a quick switch. With 11 minutes to go now, it seems like she's making her way to the shoreline and might have to get her backup board right now.
Yeah, that we see the power of this wave right there. She lost probably a broken leash, something like this, and she has to change the board now very quick, as almost 11 minutes left. So she's in the lead, I mean, but Kika is with priority right now.
And not by much, as it seems like it was a broken leash right there for Sophie McCulloch. She is looking to make it back out to the lineup with 10.5 minutes on the clock. Luckily for her, there is jet ski assist. Had to make it all the way to the beach though. Gets a brand new leash right there, and it seems like she's gonna paddle back out with the same board. So McCulloch still has plenty of time to defend her lead right now. Back on the ski, on the sled, and she's gonna be on the saddle right here. As you can see right there, Water Patrol doing a great job so far this morning. She's losing precious time right here though, as she's up on the saddle right there. So this is a big moment right now for Sophie. On the ski, trying to make it back to the alley and to the lineup with 10 minutes to go here, Marcos.
Oh yeah, it's an individual, sports out there, but it's all about teamwork. It's almost like F1 stuff right here, right now, Mitch.
Yeah, truly is. Equipment matters, as Kaipo was mentioning a few heats ago. And right now, in a low-scoring affair, it's going to matter even more. You want complete control of your board, and you want to have a leash out there that is intact. 9.5 on the clock. Great drone work. As she is making her way back out to the lab, has a slight lead over Kika Veselko, and a must-win scenario for Nadiero Starbit in the next heat. A lot more coming up in the semifinals for the women here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. The crowd is showing up on finals day for semifinals and onwards here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Before the break, we saw Sophie McCulloch make her way back out into the lineup after snapping her leash. And it seems like she is out there by herself, as the crowd has shown up today on finals day. It's a beautiful Saturday in Saquarema, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. As Kika Veselko, during the break, seemed like she caught a wave and was looking for a 3.94 or better to move up into the lead. Mitch, Maida, and Marcos here in the booth. Marcos, Kika Veselko looking for something close to a 4.
Oh yeah, I can see some heritage. Even if she didn't know that, I can see some heritage in the posture, on the style of Sofia Mulanovic all the way, the first South American world champion for the ladies. And even though I know she don't know Sophia so much, there's some similarities there. You know, I'm a twin. I'm always searching other people's twins.
And Sophia, one of the original Roxy girls, she's passed that down to Kika. She was needing close to a 4-point ride to move up into first place. A well-surfed wave right there, Maida. As we look at Sophie right now, she's gained not only her positioning back out in the lineup, but also a brand new leash. Has 6 minutes and 20 seconds to extend her lead.
Yeah, we're still waiting on scores for Kika. It was a well-surfed wave right there for her. She might have get the 3.94. And then Sophie now is with priority. We'll have to find an opportunity there for her.
Marcos Paisel has made a huge impact in terms of boards worldwide. As the score comes in for Kika Veselko, it's not enough, a 3.7, but now only needs a 3.31. Both Tyler Wright and John Florence on the championship tour for John Paisel. Sophie was briefly on the CT earlier this year, did get some points for John, as she did get a quarterfinal appearance over there in Portugal, but John Paisel and his team have done an incredible job to get the word out there that they have world-class boards and have two of the premier test pilots in John and Tyler. Sophie, not far behind, though, one of the best riders that he has on his team.
For sure. I love Paisel design. He's such an awesome dude. And John being in the front seat of leading the team there, the bandwagon from for North Shore of Oahu. Amazing slats, magic sticks all over.
Yeah, and you know, the development that he's had throughout the course of his career with basically one surfer, and that's all he has really needed. Now you have Tyler Wright on the team, you have people like Sophie and India Robinson on that team as well. I mean, a great crew to have for Paisel surfboards. A look right there on that one for Kika. Not able to get into it, and her coach extremely nervous at this moment, Maida, as she is looking for her first finals appearance in 23 on the Challenger Series level, also looking for her first victory at this level as well.
Yeah, it would be awesome for her, like really big. And they were inside the Área de Atletas Banco Do Brasil, working on all the mindset for her, talking and analyzing the previous heat, the ocean. He was giving her really good advices there about positioning. And yeah, I mean, now she's just sneaking for a wave.
Oh yeah, and talking about John, a little kudos and shout out to John. He just, you know, posted yesterday a Reels, amazing carvers as usual, and with amazing soundtrack of most definitely Talib Kweli, Backstar all the way.
Yeah, I saw that, and you know, really surfing Haleiwa as good as you could possibly get it, and as well as you could surf it too.
Hey, you're the man, JJ.
Potentially one of the greatest surfers of all time right there. He will be back on the CT in 24. The top 10 surfer this year as Sophie McCulloch, looking to be a top 10 surfer on the Challenger Series in 23. Great start on this one for her. Banks it off the top once again. Perfect timing on that second maneuver for the young surfer from Australia. The Aussies love it. They have been extremely loud so far this week. They could have one of their surfers in the women's final here. Big performance on this one from Sophie McCulloch. 3 minutes on the clock, and she is looking to extend her lead, Marcos.
Yeah, I love the setup turn. She just placed in the right timing, to be in position for smacking the lip in that one. And I just, reconnecting with other sports like UFC, like Robert Whittaker like to say, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Yep. And it seems like a little bit of Bobby Knuckles out there right now on the water, Maida.
Oh, yeah.
Looking good on the backhand. She's going to drop the most significant score of the heat so far. But her precision in these bigger waves, given her smaller frame, makes these turns look very exciting.
Yeah, the second one was really exciting. Look, throwing buckets right there. Could finish off the wave on her feet. Was amazing.
And drops a 6.0 on this score right here. Just over 2 minutes on the clock now. And that means that Veselko needs a 6.8 or better to move up into first place. There's a score line. Pretty direct. 4 6s and a 6.5. The average comes out as a 6-point ride. He threw out the high and the low. And that's the average. Just under 2 minutes, though. and Veselko now needs close to a 7, Marcos.
Oh, but she can manage to make even way higher than this. She have all the tools on the box, so let's figure out what she can, bounce back. It's just a quick. It's more a matter of not techniques. It's more a matter of timing. Let's see. And this is her coach Manuel.
And so far this year on the Challenger Series, there has only been one female European that has made a final. That was Mahina Fierro over there in Bolito. Lost the final to Bronte McCauley. And Kika Veselko is just over a minute away from being eliminated here in the semifinals. But she is looking for her first victory at the CS level. Has all it takes to win an event. Needs to leave it all on the line here. A 6.8 is what she needs. She's up and riding. Late takeoff for her. Drawn out carve. And this wave is really tough to serve. You can see with the body language right there. It ain't gonna be enough. 50 seconds on the clock. Manuel not too pleased with that one, but the wave didn't really have too much on it to really get the potential for the 6.8 or better, Maida.
Yeah, I think she knew that she need to make a choice there. She caught this wave, and the wave didn't stood up for her pretty well. I mean, but the timing was ticking, and she had to do this. So.
Yeah, and Kika, with priority for a long time, Marcos had to use it at some point of the heat. Just the wave not on offer. Still, her best performance to date so far in the Challenger Series, and she'll be moving up quite a bit in terms of the rankings. But today belongs to Sophie McCulloch. There's an Aussie in the final, and they are loving it. Marcos, huge performance for McCulloch. She moves into her first final of 23.
What a big pack of reapers right there, man.
And they loved it. Sophie McCulloch enjoying the moment, and she is extremely proud of what she's done so far to move back in to the top 10 of the women's CS rankings. Sophie McCulloch taking out Kika Veselko in semifinal number 1, but a big heat coming up. Nadia Sarbe must win the event to qualify for the CT. She's coming up against Canada's Erin Brooks.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil. By TikTok, download the app. And by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
One spot left for women's qualification as we see Sophie McCulloch, our first finalist of the event, make her way back up to the Área de Atletas Banco do Brasil. Our first finalist from Australia, and she has to be very happy with what she has delivered so far, not only on finals day, but throughout the entirety of the event. being congratulated and embraced by her fellow Australians. They are very proud of what she's been able to accomplish in this event alone. Meanwhile, though, semifinal 2 in the water, a must-win heat for Nadia Erostarbe. She has to win the event to qualify for the CT in 24. She's coming up against the young prodigy from Canada, Erin Brooks. 2 goofy footers out there in the water. Erostarbe in qualification spots at the moment. She must win the event to overtake Isabella Nichols in the last qualification spot. If she doesn't win the event, Isabella Nichols automatically qualifies for the CT, Maida.
Yeah, Isabella Nichols now in the same position as David Silva was, just watching the competition and like not praying for Nadia to lose. She said that during the interview, but I mean, just letting things happen to see her destiny.
Yeah, and things will find a way, regardless of the scenarios and how they play out. Isabella Nichols, she surfed her way to requalification on the CT last year, had a win over at Margaret River, and was able to do that in a clutch moment. Now the same thing has to apply for Nadia Erostarbe. She would be the first Basque woman to qualify for the CT if she is able to win the event. Here's Brooks, though. She has something else on her mind, and so far in this event, Marcos, she has been one of the standouts and no doubt one of the best young surfers on the planet.
For sure, what a young prodigy. She was already like a superstar in free surfing. She's coming right now to competition with the mid-teens, still amazing. And talking about more about Nadia and Isabella, they have something in common. It's DHD, Darren Handley all the way.
Yeah, and the DHDs have looked great so far for Erostarbe. 30 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, just as Brooks has done all event long, Maida. She is controlling the inside, wants to have the first wave of this heat.
Yeah, she does this pretty well. We saw her surfing few waves in the inside, and she's just amazing. She surfs so well. She has everything under her belt, you know, like the air game and also the rails and everything. So, I mean, this is going to be a very, very nice matchup.
Yeah, she has a couple of good results, a fifth, but now getting her best result so far in 23 on the Challenger Series. Erostarbe, on the other hand, she's only served 4 events, Marcos, including this one, 2 fifths and a 9 in Ericeira, but looking for a victory here. Kind of in a similar situation to where Nolan Raposa was on the men's side, only surfing 4 events, but looking for the victory, and if she gets it, she's on the CT.
Oh yeah, she got to do everything, must count for her. 4 events to count. It's 6 events, you can drop 2 results. And talking about Nola, shout out to LBC.
Yeah, and he was surfing great. An injury, though, and it wasn't enough for him to qualify for the CT. As with 29 minutes on the clock, Erostarbe Brooks, no waves ridden so far. Big performance. We have our first finalist, Manu. Her name is Sophie McCulloch.
Oh yeah, Sophie made it to the finals. And Sophie, one thing, last year you were first place on the last event of the year. Do you like to do that again here in Brazil?
Yeah, I'd definitely like to do that again. I hope it's the running theme for me. I left my run a bit late for qualification this year, but I'm just having fun getting the opportunity to surf more heats because, yeah, I feel like I've just been getting cut short for every other event this year. So, yeah, I'm just really happy to just give myself the opportunity to continue to strive to get better.
And we know that the conditions out there are not the best right now, but you've surfed 2 times already and you won it, and now you're going to surf for the 3rd time. Do you think you're ready for that?
Yeah, I mean, I hope I'm ready. I think, yeah, felt like I had a lot of momentum after that quarterfinal this morning, and then, I don't know, it was a bit of a nervous one, to be honest, in that heat. My leggy leash came undone, and yeah, just fell a couple of times, but yeah, hopefully that's just, you know, a little bit to get me to sharpen up, and hopefully I'll turn it back on for the final.
And I know we have already talked about that, but every time you're in the heat, your friends there just cheering so much for you, and that they just show much love, and I think that's incredible. Do you think that's making a big difference in your results right here?
Yeah, definitely. The Aussies are super good at getting me fired up, and the same thing happened last year at Haleiwa. So yeah, hopefully it does its job again. But yeah, I'm just really grateful to come from Australia, and yeah, grateful to be a part of such a good group of people.
Okay, congratulations. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. And the young Queenslander moving through into her first final of 23. Meanwhile, live action, Brooks. She has been on fire all event long, and once again starting off with a ridiculous couple of turns right here on the forehand. Just so much speed for the young Canadian phenom. Makes it to the inside, bully section ahead, blast the fins out the back, and she just cannot make a mistake on this wave so far. Let's hear it for Erin Brooks, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, an outstanding wave to start this heat off against a surfer who must win the event to keep her dream alive at qualifying for the CT. Marcos, we talk about her age, how good she is, how fast she is. I don't think we really appreciate how good she is overall. She was so far down in the rankings, and it's her first semifinal appearance in her young career.
Talking about a young star being like raising the bar right now, I think she's gonna receive like a speed ticket for the cops here in Saquarema. Oh my sweet Jesus. Check it out, guys. First snap, on point, super quick. Nice reaction, nice traction. Back on track, another one with more push. Connecting the dots, like almost like you're fading in. A nice snap again, zigzag. Stalling, now right timing. Go for broke, another one, lip slide. One more time, a little cutty, just right on the pocket, and a cherry on top in the end.
And
sweet Jesus, Mitch.
She's just going at such a fast speed, too. The bottom turn is precise, Marcos, but the beautiful thing about the carve, it sets her up for the rest of the wave, too.
And how about style-wise, Maida?
Yeah,
Flawless.
so stylish. The extension of these carves right there, like throwing a lot of water, and how she could like manage all this move there, Oh, amazing.
And the inside section here, timed perfectly, Marcos. The bully section for Erin Brooks was one of the best we've seen throughout the day so far, and it's going to drop a significant score as we come out of the replay, and she's already on the ski all the way on the outside. There it is, a 7.5 for Erin Brooks. A great way to start the heat, and she's coming up against Erostarbe, who has a scenario in her head that she wants to accomplish. She needs to win the event to be able to qualify for the championship tour. But as we've seen so far in this event, Erin Brooks has been very aggressive from the start. She wants to keep the inside, and she always wants to be on the first wave of the heat.
It's almost like, if I put like an analogy to jiu-jitsu, it's almost like having a fight on the top. You can, bounce back from the bottom, but if you're gonna be on, on top, you're gonna be in the leading role of the heat, and she's doing that with crispy surfing, with tons of speed, with flames in the heart.
And Nadia Erostarbe right now with priority, Maida, in a must-win situation. It doesn't seem like that has affected her performances so far throughout the event. Surfed a great quarterfinal.
Yeah, it's true, Mitch, but I mean, now she's just facing a very young girl that is looking like she's surfing, she's free surfing right now, she's surfing so good.
And I feel like she is. Free surfing in a jersey.
Yeah.
The perfect way to put it. 23 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. As you saw right there, Erostarbe qualifies for the CT with a victory here in Saquarema. Must win the entire event, though. And she's just been outstanding when it comes to consistency in the few events that she's served on the Challenger Series so far. She hadn't qualified for the Challenger Series, and that's kind of been what's affecting her so far in terms of having only 4 events in comparison to 6, Marcos. But she doesn't really have a throwaway yet. Only a 9th place finish, a couple of 5ths, but needs a win right here.
She's been surfing on point. She got to make everything count. Amazing surfing so far for Nadia, but right now Erin got the whole atmosphere, the energy of the beach right there for his side. And she's surfing so crispy, so fast, almost like groundbreaking. We can put like, in the history books, like guys like Potts back in the day putting free surfing inside of the jersey, and in the comp, like Taj Burrow, Yagodora, we can like do a whole podcast about this free surfing, you know, mojo inside of a heat.
And don't forget about White Lightning, Mick Fanning
Whoa,
too.
man.
Almost looking at Brooks as the new White Lightning, but as a goofy footer. Looking at today's top scores on the women's side, Maeda, Brooks has 2 of them.
Yeah, she has 2 of them in this heat, like a 7.5. This shows how this girl is just ripping, you know, and she's looking for another one.
22 minutes on the clock, and we always talk about people that are known as phenoms, or at least touted as them. I feel like we're definitely seeing one in Brooks. I mean, it's been a few years since her debut on social media. Born in Texas, raised primarily in Hawaii. That is where she resides right now, but represents Canada very well. And being one of the few surfers from that part of North America on both the qualification series and the Challenger Series, she's looking to do Canada very proud. They do have a QS win earlier this year. Matea Olin was able to get one, as well as her sister Sanoa over there in Cocoa Beach. Canada, though, they've always had great surfers. I specifically remember Peter De Vries as one of the all-time greats.
Hey, props to De Vries, man. Amazing rider from Tofino, amazing land. From my generation, from my perspective, amazing to see so many different flags nowadays. Back in the day, just a couple of ones.
Well, here's the Basque flag. Edo Starbe up and riding, and it's a quick one. Had to use priority on it. Ends up being a closeout for her. And she's just going to get caught inside by this set, too. Has to ditch the board and bail. 21 minutes on the clock. Not where she wants to be, Maeda.
For sure, it's not. Unfortunately, she didn't find any good wave to ride. Yeah, the slow actually heat, only 2 waves ridden until now. These girls are gonna be like sneaking the whole lineup to the end of this heat.
Hey, I remember, Mitch, one day I was chatting with Jesse Mendes about the East Coast quality of waves in Canada. Because normally
amazing.
We think just about the West Coast, BC, you know, Tofino, but the East Coast, full of ridden slabs.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk too loud.
Nova Scotia, a couple of other places around there. I know Newfoundland has a couple of waves on that beautiful island, too. The only issue is that it's freezing.
Oh, yeah.
But
you
besides
gotta be
that,
wing huff.
yeah. But no, but a good friend of mine, a fellow Southern Californian, Kevin Scholes, has spent a lot of time over there on the East Coast of the U.S. He says he loves it. He's one of those people that surfs in a full suit and booties year-round, though, so he has no issue surfing in a 6'5" or a 5'4" with boots and gloves. But overall, there's a lot of quality waves in Canada, and very consistent, too, especially on the Pacific side. I had a chance to go to Tofino earlier this year for an event, and boy, Cox Bay, consistent wave. And that's only one of the premier spots around there, too. There's a couple of reefs and slabs that are just as good as any other place worldwide. Here's Edo Starbe with the answer back. Deep bottom turn. That should help her out in terms of the scoring. Frothier section here on the inside. And a big finish for Nadia Edo Starbe, but can't ride out, unfortunately. She was right on the cusp of getting out of that section right there, unscathed. And instead it goes down. A missed opportunity for Nadia. Not for lack of trying, though, Marcos.
Oh, yeah, she got to do what she got to do. She got to make everything, every turn, every result count. We have 6, stops. She just have to count 4 results, but she just competed in 3, so she got to make every wave count.
Needs to win the event, Maeda, to qualify. Man, she was close to riding out of this last turn here.
Yeah, the first one looked pretty good, but the second one, I think she went kind of late there, and unfortunately she couldn't pull. The white water was so heavy, and she couldn't manage to stay on her feet.
Still very young, in her early 20s. She's been one of the premier junior surfers in her day of the European region, now in the Challenger Series. And she needs to win the event to be able to qualify for the World Championship Tour. On the sidelines is Isabella Nicol. She's currently holding the number 5 spot, Marcos, but she is out of the event, has no control over this outcome right now. She is just hoping that Erin Brooks is able to take care of Edo Starbe in this semifinal, so that way she doesn't have to watch the final with expectations of either qualifying or not qualifying for the CT.
Talking about drama and glory right there. Finals day, we still have a slot to fulfill. Amazing, man. We cannot script this.
and a 3.67 for Erostarbe. It is her best, but knowing Brooks and the way she has competed so far, she has been very patient in using her priority as well as she possibly could. So don't think that 3.67 will be existing in the scoreline of Erostarbe if she wants to make it out of this one here into the finals. Only needs a 3.84 for the lead, but when you look at the way Brooks has been able to control the majority of these heats, especially towards the end, Maida, her use of priority, especially for such a young surfer, way beyond her years.
Yeah, for sure. This girl has everything way beyond her years, years, because when you see her like talking during interviews, she seems so very mellow girl, but now when she's in the water, I mean, she's a killer.
Yeah, she's a completely different person.
Completely different person, yeah, completely.
And that's what excites me so much about her performances, Marcos. You see this real cute, sweet person outside of the water, then all of a sudden she hits the lineup, and she might be the most dangerous person in Jersey.
Amazing. She brings the freshness and the mojo from the pre-surfing to the Jersey, to the competition scene. And we can put in names out there like Flip Toledo when he was back in the day in HB, clinched the junior world champion, not world champion, but a pro junior event in the final with John with Corner Coffin, and I think with Kolohi.
Yep.
So you have the prodigy reading all over.
Yeah, and I could even see some imitations of Gabe as well.
Oh, yeah. Man.
I mean, he was the same way when he was competing at that final that he had at the King of the Groms in France in 2009 against Caio.
Oh.
2 perfect tens.
Yeah. Oh, Gabriel in the beginning of his career is so groundbreaking. And I can like rewind to the history books, his final in the QS against Tom Whitaker back in Praia da Vila, like 6 feet solid, and he was like cruising like he was surfing like the leftovers of lower trestles, like waist high.
15:30 on the clock, priority with Brooks. Having a look at this wave right here, and she's going to be up and riding. Good looking wall ahead. Kind of a TP right there. This wave just bends at her, and just the one carb, you could kind of see that as soon as she was dropping in. It had a lot of momentum moving forward, but not a lot of wall down the line. 15 minutes to go. At the moment, it will be her backup score, Maida.
Yeah, for sure it will. It's her second wave ridden, and now Nadia Erostarbe up and riding right there.
Good carve and a good opener for Erostarbe. Gets a little hung up right there, though, and it seems like the nerves might be playing a big factor right here in semi 2. She's going to have to regroup and consolidate herself in the back end of this heat as we look at Mihimana Bray, the surfer representing France from Tahiti originally. He'll be in semifinal number 1 against Crosby Colapinto. So no chance of qualifying for the CT for Mihimana coming into the event. He was number 70 in the rankings. He does have a chance to move up into the top 20, 11 all the way through 20. They move automatically into qualification for the CS next year. Some cool graphics right there on the LED screen. Bray versus Colapinto coming up in semi 1 for the men.
Oh yeah, it's almost like a consolation prize to not be needing like grinding in the QS is always tough. So it's a consolation prize for Mihimana. He's surfing so crispy during the event.
And looking at the replay here for Erostarbe, it won't be enough, Marcos. And unfortunately for her, a fall right there.
I think she wasn't in the sweet spot of the stance there. First carving on point, but check it out. I think she moved her feet a little bit after the first carving, and she almost like lost the sweet spot of the stance there.
Yeah, the readjustment right there, it seemed like the pacing of the wave also maybe caught her off guard a little bit too.
Yeah, a lot of bubbles there.
And then this is a 3.0 for Aaron Brooks, Maida.
Yeah, just one maneuver wave, but very solid. Sorry, excuse me. Look, the style that she has is so amazing with such young age.
And her arm and hand positioning, her technique for such a young surfer is prevalent right there. So priority with Brooks. Erostarbe had a look at that one, and with 13 minutes to go, she is on the verge of being eliminated from competition in an event where she must win the entire thing to be able to qualify for the World Championship Tour. So far in this heat, though, it's been the young Canadian phenom, Brooks, with the lead. More to come after the break. Qualification on the line for Nadia Erostarbe in the water right now. She is in second place and must win the entire event to be able to qualify and get herself a spot on the World Championship Tour. The Basque surfer has 11 minutes to take the lead and keep it, as Erin Brooks from Canada has been lethal throughout the entirety of the event, as she has a 7.5 and a 3.0 as her backup. Erostarbe at the moment needs a 6.84 to move up into first. Mitch, Maida, and Marcos here on the call for semifinal number 2 of women's action, going straight into the semis for the men. It'll be Mihimana Bray and Crosby Colapinto hitting the water. Maida, before the break, we saw a wave from Erostarbe, ends up being her second best, a 3.53. A fall though. She had a fall on her previous ride, a 3.67, but not for lack of trying. The last wave seemed a bit jittery. She knows what she needs to do. Her accomplishments are right in front of her, but when it comes down to clutch moments, we haven't seen the scenario play out for her in the past. She needs to win the entire event to qualify.
Yeah, Mitch, and maybe the nerves might getting on her, you know, because those kind of falls are not very common for her. And I mean, but she knows she has to win this heat right now to qualify for the championship tour. Maybe she could not clean her head, like, and she's overthinking about this. It would be nice just to serve as good as she knows how to do it.
She looked great in the quarterfinal, though. She was very happy in her post-heat interview. She said she wasn't trying to overthink things, Marcos. And overall, you look at her performances in the event, she has been clutch. She has persevered through some difficult times, and she is in the semifinals right now. It ain't cutting it, though. She needs to win the whole shebang. And right now, with 9 minutes to go, Brooks, with priority, she's been a dominant force in tough conditions out there.
Hey, she's been super on point. She's been putting like amazing rail carbs, super clean, crispy with extra power comparing to the young buck of Erin Brooks. But right now we have expression in Brazil. We say she's carrying a piano on her shoulders, and I think the pressure are taking them the right mindset from Nadia right now.
Yeah, and piano usually crushes a lot of people, so don't want to have a piano on your shoulders right here in the last 8.5 minutes on the clock. Brooks, though, we talk about the age, as it seems like she's waving her hands to get some information from the beach announcers. For her age, very composed, mature in terms of competition, the way she's been able to use priority to her advantage, but specifically on a defensive side, Maida, she has the outside in terms of positioning right now for Erostarbe.
Yeah, Mitch, it's true. And she's just waving her hands there just to figure out how much time she still have. And from now, I think almost 8 minutes left. For sure, she's going to play hard against Nadia.
And asking for the situation right there, we have a few beach announcers on tap, Marcos. Really important job. You're basically an extension of the judges, giving the information out to the surfers. Entertainment of the crowd on the beach is secondary. Most important thing is always getting the info out to the surfers out there in the water.
Oh yeah, they have like a double-edged sword. They got to entertain the audience, the fans, but they got to throw the right numbers to the surfers out there. I was just one time in my whole career as a broadcaster, I was a beach announcer for HB Jacks Pro, and I discovered that I almost like borderline to be colorblind.
As we look at blue right here, speaking of colors, Erin Brooks, she's just been incredible when it comes to executing a lot of these turns. Not that one, though. A bit mistimed for Brooks, and she's going to go down. She was looking to improve on a 3.0, and one of the few falls that we've seen out of the event so far from Erin Brooks comes in semifinal number 2. Looking at the replay here, Marcos was off to a great start.
Oh yeah, she faded just to be in the pocket. Quick snap, nice reaction. Another one, placing the right moves in the right pocket of the wave, and she comes for broke in the end. Oh my God, she got smacked over there.
So this second turn right here, it seemed like she was getting herself positioned well coming out of it, but I think she catches a bit of a rail right there. So a bit mistimed the last section, uncharacteristic for Erin Brooks. Still in the lead though, and Seems like she could potentially still even improve on the 3. Doesn't seem like it's affecting her too much right now, Maida.
Yeah, and it's just amazing how she's fearless, you know. She just went for the last session of this wave, this powerful wave with no fear at all. Unfortunately, she couldn't pull that.
Just under 6 minutes now. Erostarbe needs to have an answer soon. Brooks has been able to use priority to a perfection, or a perfect display, excuse me, in not only this semifinal, but in her previous heats too. A 5.33 for Brooks extends her lead. That means Erostarbe needing something excellent in the upper excellent, a 9.16 or better to move up into first place, as Brooks close to making her way back out to the lineup, Marcos.
Hey, Nadia is still breathing, but she's against the ropes right now. She have all the tools. Let's figure out if she still have timing to bounce back.
Well, 5 minutes away from either seeing Erostarbe bow out of the event and give the number 5 spot on the Women's Challenger Series to Isabella Nichols. As looking at the heat recap here, Maida, it was the fast start from Erin Brooks that got her a 7.5.
Yeah, really nice carve right there. The second one was good as the first one. And the third one, she just put like flow, everything together here in this wave, connecting the dots, slashing over the top, and again. So she has done everything in this wave, you know.
Heart over height, as they usually say, Marcos. Doesn't seem like the size of the waves are affecting Brooks' performance. Meanwhile, though, Erostarbe had a couple of chances, specifically on this one, to get into the lead. Wasn't able to execute, though.
Hey, I love those. That last hook was amazing, but she kind of have to anticipate those turns on the closeout session here. And I love how quick, crispy Erin is surfing, putting like the whole mojo of free surfing with the jersey.
Backs up the 7.5 with a 5.33. One of the few falls we've seen in this event so far from Brooks, though. And it comes at a bad time for her, as Erostarbe 4 minutes away from being eliminated from both the event and qualification for the championship tour. Both surfers have caught 3 waves, but Brooks extremely good and efficient when it comes to the score line. A 7.5 and a 5.33. Erostarbe on screen needs a 9.16 for the lead, Marcos. She has just over 3 minutes for that.
Oh yeah, as I said, she's still breathing, but she's definitely against the ropes. Let's check it out how she can fight back.
And the answer from Erostarbe. Big section ahead, setup snap right there in the pocket. A lot of backwash on this one. She has navigated so well, though. Brings it all the way around with the wrap and pushes a bit too hard right there on that section. And the crew on the beach, I don't even know if they have any nails on them anymore. 2:45 on the clock. You saw Adur, you saw Keoni Lassa right there. Nadia's partner, Guille. They have been in her corner the entire event. Looking at the replay here, Marcos, she was close to getting a good score on this one.
Yeah, nice timing, first snap on point. Check it out, a lot of bubbles on the line. Nice cutty all the way down, wrap it around. Another one at the top, and she misplaced how she put the rail on that one.
And it seems like a misfire right here at the end, Maida. Good work before the fall, though.
Yeah, she was doing well on the first moves there, but then I think she slapped there. I don't know. Maybe her feet, her back foot there just lost contact with the board. Look, yeah.
That's exactly what it was. Back foot slipped off. And you can see the reaction right there from both the crew in her corner and the rest of the beach. Just under 2 minutes to go. And it seems like Erostarbe might be calling it quits right now. She gets a 5.27, now needs a 7.56 or better. 90 seconds to go. I don't know if she's going to be able to make it back out in time. Not looking for the ski. And I think she just might be saying, I'm good. A 7.56 is what she needs. And a minute 20 away from seeing Isabella Nichols qualify for the World Championship Tour. And it's due to Erin Brooks just completely dominating this heat out there in the water in semifinal number 2. A good answer right there at the end from Erostadbe, but she was on her way to what seemed to be like an excellent score, Marcos.
Oh yeah, you know, Isabella gonna pay the barbecue, the barbecue tab for Erin for sure. Like, you know, DVD gonna pay the barbecue for Samuel.
And you could see the reaction right there. She got the news that Erostadbe was heading towards the beach, and Brooks is pumped up. 40 seconds away from getting the biggest victory of her young career so far. First semifinals appearance at a Challenger Series level. First finals appearance at a Challenger Series level. Yeah, and you see the thrill of victory on one side and the agony of defeat on the other. Nadia Erostadbe 20 seconds away from being officially eliminated from competition and qualification for the Championship Tour. Had a great run on this year's CS though.
Hey, head high, Nadia, and kudos to Erin. Keep rocking, girl.
Multiple finals day appearances for Erostadbe, but this heat belongs to Erin Brooks. She knocks out the last hopeful to qualify outside of the bubble. That means that Isabella Nichols has qualified for the World Championship Tour for 2024. Erostadbe right there. It was a good run, made it all the way to the semis, but she did need to win the event to move into qualification for the World Championship Tour for 2024. As we look at the people who have qualified for the CT, on the women's side, Fitzgibbons Robinson, a couple of new names, and Sori Lindblad and Alyssa Spencer. But back there on the CT is Isabella Nichols. Maida, big moment as we see all the people who have qualified.
Yeah, big moment for all of these girls. I'm really looking forward to see these new girls, Sawyer Lindenblad and Alyssa Spencer, in the Championship Tour.
And on the, excuse me, Maida, on the men's side, Crosby, Cole, Pinto, Kate Matson, a couple of new names, but so is Eli Hanneman, Jake Marshall back on the tour, Jacob Wilcox qualifying alongside Cole Hauschman and the two Brazilians back there.
Amazing, nice comebacks, new schoolers, everything there. What an amazing comp, what an amazing season, what an amazing team, guys.
And we have officially qualified everybody, the 10 men, the 5 women that will be joining the ranks of the elite for the World Championship Tour for 2024. Erin Brooks into her first final on the Challenger Series level. Men's semifinals about to hit the water. Be right back with more action from Saquarema.
The Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by Natura Kayak, feeling the power of freshness, by Vivo, official sponsor of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil.
A great moment here with Isabella Nichols. Best friend, Aaron Brooks. Why? Because Aaron Brooks advancing into the finals, defeating Nadia Erostabe, clinched the qualification spot for Isabella Nichols. Isabella Nichols able to weather the storm, because if Nadia Erostabe was able to win this event, she would be on the championship tour. Wasn't in the cards. It's going to be Isabella Nichols back on the championship tour after falling out after the mid-season cut 2023. We will see Nichols back amongst the world's elite. Setting up now for our men's semifinals. Semifinal number 1 out in the water. Spots available in the finals. Who's it going to be? Mihimana Bray or this guy, Crosby Colapinto in the blue jersey, Marcos. Just an opener for Crosby. Quick turn, and Mihimana Bray also got a ride during that break. This was Mihimana's opener.
Now check it out, the replay there. Nice, you know, wraparound cutty. Once again, bouncing back, hopping back, just trying to drive through the pocket, and the nice hook on the end.
Mihimana Bray, his road to the semifinals has been a pretty outstanding one, utilizing these left-handers at Itaúna over and over again. He's been finding gems out there. Starts with a 4.5 here, Marcos.
Oh yeah, he's got the Gigant Killer tagging on his jersey right there.
Let's hear from our finalists. The 16-year-old sensation, Aaron Brooks, Rachel, is into the finals.
Exactly, Aaron Brooks is into the final. It's going to be your first final in your Challenger Series career. How does it feel to get to the final, having great scores the whole event, defeating important opponents?
Yeah, I feel super confident out there. These waves really suit my style of surfing, and I'm really excited because my friend Isabella Nichols just qualified for the tour next year, so hopefully she'll kill it and maybe win the world title.
Yeah, who knows? That you were telling me that you don't have a coach, but your dad is always with you. What do you think is the most important thing about having your dad around?
Well, my dad gives me like a couple of tips before I paddle out, but he doesn't want to fill my head with too much, but we just keep it fun and happy.
That's really important. Congratulations and good luck to the finals. Back to you guys.
Yeah, the women's final is all set up. Sophia McCulloch coming up against Aaron Brooks in the women's final. We're setting up the men's final here. Mihimana Bray, wave number 2, opened up with a 4.5, finds another left, and has just really been consistent, Marcos, of identifying waves on the inside here and performing.
Oh, you have all the blueprint from this bank right now, man. Talking about surfing with comfort, with confidence, you know, trying to make some variety there, different angles, placing the right turns and the right pockets of the wave.
Hometown Papaete, Tahiti, and Mihimana Bray, with his road to this semifinal. Took down Mateus Hurdy, who was a giant crowd favorite in the round of 16, and then disposed of Shion Crawford in the quarterfinals this morning. Another look at wave number 2 for the Tahitian.
Yeah, nice nap to start. Throwing some variety there, a different hook, and then another hook. Different angles, almost similar turns, but different angles for sure.
Ryan Chile surfboards and putting them through his paces. We can really take a look at the entire technique and body mechanics here with Mihimana Bray in the slow motion, Marcos.
On point, in the flow state. You don't care for the, you know, Crosby have a slot in the CT season. And how about the next season gonna be electric?
Yeah, we're all set up now. All the men, all the women have qualified through the Challenger Series. We're going to go through all those qualifications, the scenarios, and what it means for next year in the Corona Post-Show following our 2 finals today. But right now, it is Mihimana Bray with a 4.5. He bettered on the second wave, a 5.33. Crosby Colapinto, early pressure to the surfer from San Clemente, Crosby Colapinto.
Oh, he can rise to the occasion. Such a cool cat. He have all the protocols, the tools, you know, performance-wise, skill-wise, everything on point for Crosby. He have the TM, the Transcendental Meditation. He did the manifestation with the fidget spinner, flipping, saying, if I land this flip, I'll be in the tour with my bros. So Color Bros, the Sibley's on the hype. Also like the Pupos brothers. Oh, gonna be electric next season.
Yeah, we're going to have a pair of siblings on the championship tour next year. We're going to have Griffin and Crosby Colapinto and Miguel and Samuel Pupo. That's going to make for some great storylines. When we look at Crosby Colapinto, he's going to qualify as a rookie through this Challenger Series. We're going to take a look at the end of the day today. Again, we're talking about that Corona Post show and see how the rankings end up. Those rankings, as we look forward to the start of the championship season next year, will also really set what the opening round seeding is going to be for those CT events. Now, remember, Crosby's older brother, Griffin, finished up number 3 in the world. Okay, so the seeding could work out that we may see Crosby and Griffin paired up against each other, face up against each other on the championship tour. Crosby Colapinto, in an interview, Marco says that's what he looks forward to.
Amazing. I think they feed each other from the flame that they have in their heart. And as the same thing happens with the Pupo family, man. I see that everything unfold back in the day with the siblings on tour like Teco and Neko, the Hopgoods brothers, the Iron brothers. Hey, talking about rivalry between siblings, Andy Irons and Bruce Irons, they can go for broke for sure.
Let's take a look at this. Mihimana, wave number 3 for the Tahitian. Stays busy. That's what he's been doing every heat. Finds another gem with a nice carve on that Chile surfboard. Bangs that oncoming section. Saw that coming. He's going to ride on in front of the convergence of waters, likely bettering his 2-wave total. All he needs to do is improve upon that 4.5 that he currently is holding in his scoreline. It's been his MO, his method of operation so far, Marcos, in which he's just stayed busy and he's been staying on that inside seam, catching all the double-ups. Here's a replay.
Oh, yeah, another amazing leftover for him. Talking about wave magnet, all there, man. Nice snap, you know, putting a lot of pressure on the trail pad, you know, standing hook, kind of almost got hung up in the end, but amazing wave magnet. You know, talking about rhythm, he got it all.
Great rail connection here. And a little release on the end. You can see the push on the tail pad for Mihimana. Then just a triple bottom turn there, pump to line up, get some speed so he can bang that oncoming section with enough force and momentum for the board to push back and go complete. 6.17. He keeps on building scores ride after ride after ride.
Yeah, folding his body, you know, amazing, you know, like control turns, you know, body movement, you know, board control, like Brett Gallagher wave key, like to say, folding like what aquatic ballet.
Isabella Nichols back on the championship tour. She fell off last year. It was really a tragic point for Isabella at that cut at Margaret River, but now is a happy day in the life of Isabella Nichols. Let's share that happy day with her and Rachel Apollonio.
It's true, Isabella Nichols, you're officially back to the Championship Tour 2024. How are you feeling right now, and how is it for you to watch that heat?
I can't even explain, like, all of the emotions that have been going on inside me for the past 5 days. It's gone from disappointment to having a shocker in my heat, and then anticipation. And then I didn't think I'd be so nervous today because I felt like I'd kind of processed everything in my head. And I woke up this morning and I just felt sick to my stomach. And just solely because I know that Nadia's been surfing really well, and I hate leaving it up to other people to determine my fate. I like taking it into my own hands, and I wasn't able to do that here or in Portugal, which was really quite unfortunate for me. It was devastating, and I felt like I turned it around mentally here in Brazil. I was really happy with how I went about my heats and how I got ready. But yeah, you know, sometimes you just make 1 or 2 little mistakes in the heat and things just fall apart, and it was slow. But man, I'm over the moon. I can't even tell you how I feel. It's been the longest year of my life. Probably the hardest, not the worst, but it's just been tough mentally for me, and just falling off to adjust and waiting to see if I requalify on the last day in one of the last heats. There's been a lot of emotions. I feel like I've aged about 10 years in the space of one, genuinely. So I think I'm mostly feeling relieved, and I'm really excited to watch this next heat with Erin and Sophie, 2 of my really good friends, and they're both surfing so well. So now I can kind of go into this a little calmer, and I can root for both my friends, and I'm so stoked.
What's going to be the best thing about being back next year?
I think hopefully I'll be able to change my perspective and my approach to how I compete. The last few years I feel like I've been kind of just clawing to get back on tour, and I know I've got way more to give, and I just haven't been able to express the best version of myself in heats, and I think I'm going to go home now and really work on how to tap into that mind frame and how I can bring out my best surfing in heats, because I know I can do better and I want to do better, and there's no reason, I don't feel the need to come back on tour and be mediocre. I want to be great, and so yeah, that's going to be my off season. I'm going to have a break, maybe go home and get a puppy. I don't know, like, I'm just excited to show up and be the best version of myself.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again. Back to you guys.
Isabella Nichols, a world junior champ in 2015. Can she become a world champ in 2024? Well, she's going to have that opportunity, because we're going to see her when the championship tour starts off January 29th at the Bonsai Pipeline. What do you think about that, Marcos?
Amazing. Talking about today and this whole week for her, what a pressure cooker mental situation for her. What a whole roller coaster season. But I think she have all the tools on the box to try to clinch a world title next season for sure.
Yeah, the season kicks off in Hawaii, so that's going to be a great way. But let's crown some champions today. We're going to see who's going to take out a win here. Crosby Colapinto caught on his heels. He had priority error to Colapinto. Lead and priority to Mihimana Bray. 19 minutes, 45 seconds counting down here in semifinal number 1. There's a support squad for Crosby Colapinto, and you can see they're not impressed about that first wave selection.
Oh, that's the end of the season, man. People are pushing energy from the extra energy from the tank right there. And right now, Mihimana have the control, the front seat, have the rhythm, but Colapinto have all the tools, have the mental state. You're gonna reassess the TM, the Transcendental Meditation, knowledge, because your mind can control your body, but your body cannot control your mind.
Yeah, Mihimana Bray, this is just his 3rd Challenger Series event of the year. Got an injury replacement over in Sydney when Timothy Biso hurt himself in a warm-up surf over there in Narrabeen, so he got the call there. And then also performed in Portugal, where he took a first-round loss in Portugal. So this is his best result, and this is something for the Tahitian to build on, looking forward to next year on both the qualifying series and the Challenger Series for Mihimana Bray.
Well, we have so many good legacies on the history books for Tahiti, man. Since like Vitea Potodavi back in the day, the Drolet brothers talking about siblings hype right there. Michel Bourrez, so they got it all. Bring it back.
Down the beach, Colapinto finds this one. Nice hook on the backhand. Little slip up there. That's all he's going to get. He's going to ride this in, look for a ski ride back out into the channel.
Nice first turn. Unfortunately, he didn't have space for more, but at least he's fighting back. He's trying to find the rhythm. He still wants more, man.
Yeah, and when we talk about Tahiti too, we talk about Mihimana Bray. We also got to talk about another rising Tahiti star in the way of Kauli Vas. Another goofy foot off of the island of Tahiti, representing the French flag. But Kauli, I feel, has just such a big future in front of him. And I think that there could be a Tahitian force when we combine, Mihimana Bray and Kauli Vas. Crosby Colapinto gets this slice here, but that's all he gets, Marcos.
Yeah, nice carving from the first one, no space for others. Kauli have it all. Let's figure it out here. That's just this amazing snap, standard snap. Such a flow state type of surfer. He's almost like an avatar combination of George Smith and Joe Parkinson right there, just from T Street.
Yeah, a tall surfer, Crosby Colapinto's got to be about 6'2", and a powerful surfer. And right now, surfers, a lot of these USA surfers came through in this final event on the Challenger Series and did what they needed to do. That crew right there, I mean, they took this to Brazil and came through in these clutch situations for the qual. It's been so impressive, and I really feel someone like Cole Hauschman, who I haven't seen today, but Cole really kind of was a spearhead for this movement, and all of his friends he kind of broke the water, and all of his friends started able to draft off of Cole Hauschman's success, whether it's Crosby Colapinto, Cade Matson, even Jet Schilling had a great year, although he didn't qualify. We'll see Jet on the Challenger Series next year. Eli Hanneman, that whole crew just moving each other towards the end goal.
Hey, Kaipo, and watch out for Cole in the crop up to 2024. He's ready to roll. He don't have the mindset, the tools, and since the 90s, the three-time world champion Tom Curran, we don't have a California champion, so he's gonna rise the occasion for the next season. Watch out for Cole.
Well, California, you're going to have on the men's side, you're going to have a lot of opportunities for a world champion and some final 5 results, because we got some extra Californians on the championship tour this year to join.
Oh yeah, and back in the day we have like Kolohi as a leader. Right now we have Griffin as a leader from the crops, for sure.
Scores in, and it is Crosby Colapinto yet to break the 3-point range. It's been all Mihimana Bray. Mihimana in the red jersey there. You can see him paddling over closer to the peak. Mihimana with priority, with the lead, heat control to the Tahitian. We're at the halfway mark here at 15 minutes through this heat. So Mihimana, again, able to just connect things. And we talked about it earlier this morning. Mihimana seems like he's almost been a magnet for waves. The good waves coming to the Tahitian over and over again.
And we saw that happen with Kelly a lot of times, like 11 world titles, because not just skills and techniques, he's a wave magnet also.
Yeah, and sometimes that's the X factor. That's the sixth sense that surfers deal with, is wave selection and just being at the right place at the right time. Some surfers seem to just will themselves into that position where they'll sit and the wave will come to them. It's a mystic operation, and there's really no scientific explanation on why that happens, but I've seen it happen time and time again. I saw in the 90s Tom Curran sit down the beach on a beach break where not a wave has broken for the entire day, and all of a sudden a wave comes, breaks on the bank, Curran rips it, wins the event.
Oh yeah, you used to have those same feelings with Vitor Ribas back in the day from Brazil. You used to have the same feeling with Jorge de Olivença back in the day, the tour. He was a wave magnet, Christian surfer with a lot of connection with God. So it's kind of hard to explain, but they got it.
Yeah, it is. And that's what keeps us coming back for more, both as fans of the sport, but then also participants in the lifestyle and the culture of surfing. And we take a look at this and we talk about the culture, we talk about what the city that gets built here on the beach at the Maracana do Surf, at the surf stadium here in Saquarema. But this is just a support of the sports side of what all of us hold very, very dear, and this community here in Saquarema holds very dear, just the act of surfing, the act of riding waves.
Oh yeah, Saquarema for us is so important for this, surf culture in Brazil. I've been telling this story a lot during all this week, how important Saquarema is as a groundbreaking, field for, back in the day in the 70s, people used to camp here just to warm up, to go to Hawaii to surf heavy water waves. So that's why it's Sydney Arena, Staples Center, whatever the cliche you want to use, Wembley Arena, and let's go, man. Eli and Samuel, this one's gonna be amazing.
Let's go Lahaina. Eli Hanneman, he's running down the beach preparing for semi-final number 2. You can see him with that hinged knee brace in hand. Eli with put an injury on his left knee, so he has that braced up with that hinged knee brace, but hasn't been stopping him at all from stomping big airs, giant floaters, huge backhand re-entries. He has not been holding back at all.
Oh my God, man. Almost like Bionico, like Christian Hosoi back in the day. Still today, sorry. Props to you, Christian.
Yeah, Christian Hosoi Holmes, a groundbreaking skateboarder and an innovator of many different airs. The Judo Air, the Christ Air, the Rocket Air, all of those Christian Hosoi inventions. Quick, up, down, Crosby, just seeking something under the priority. And it seems surfing under the priority, for some people, is difficult to find a wave. Other people, like Mihimana, in his early matchup against Shion Crawford, was able to find all kinds of great waves under priority.
Amazing how Mihimane was reading the waves.
Check out the LED screen, too, by the way, the pump up.
This is huge, man.
Yeah. Sammy Pupo.
How cool, calm, collective, cool as a cucumber, Mr. Sammy Pupo there, Ohana Pure, man.
Some guys run, some guys just walk or lightly jog down the beach, and that's Sammy Pupo style.
Yeah, he's such a cool guy, amazing leader of the new crop of Brazilian surfers, all with a smile. You can have a happy life if you choose the happy protocol, lifestyle, you know, sleep well, eat well, you know, behave well in society, in and out of the water.
Great surfing family. We've touched on it numerous times, but it is the storyline where Sammy, once he qualified, had a great interview in which he wanted to thank first and foremost his mom, his dad, his brother. Family means everything to him. His father has a surfboard label named Ohana Pupo, and Ohana, that means family. We're going to take a break right now. We're going to be back with the conclusion of semifinal number 1. Stick around for more from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. What a great event that we've had here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Yeah, we got the graduates to the championship tour off of the Challenger Series, all done here. We had much more for happenings. We had an air show, Marcos. We had a jet ski. Exhibition here. We had the Ondas de Bem with the women for breast cancer awareness. We had Mooney, our trophy, get parachuted in here from the sky to start, and the mayor on hand. There's been so many activations in addition to incredible surfing.
Yeah, and there's one thing I want to throw out there. We have a nickname for Rio inside of Brazil. It's our version of Hollywood. Oh. Rio is a Brazilian Hollywood inside, so we got it all.
We did. We got the LED virtual displays on the screen. We got all kinds of stuff happening. It's all part of the final Challenger Series event here in Saquarema. There's Mooney, and that toy art made by PB Art in collaboration with the WSL. Tell us a little bit about that statue.
Oh yeah, I love the toy style art. Amazing. It's a collaboration between PB Art Design and Rafael, the guy that put the poster, the T-shirt, and everything is on point inside and outside of the water this week, man.
The
Kudos for the WSL Brazil and WSL.
Yeah, the inspiration to this this trophy also is because it's toy style art, is to really, you know, draw from the inspiration of childhood dreams coming true. And that's what the Challenger Series is all about. You know, we fulfill childhood dreams for surfers like Crosby Colapinto, like Cade Matson, like Cole Hauschman, like Eli Hanneman. We're going to see all of them as rookies on the championship tour next year.
Yeah, it's all about manifestation, your childhood dreams right here, right now, in real time. Amazing art for PB Arts, amazing, you know, inspiration behind that.
Yeah. Plus, I got to talk to the Australians as well. Jacob Wilcox, you guys, took a long time, had years and years, like over 5 years of wild cards into championship tour events. Now we're going to see him actually on the tour. So that is a great one for Western Australia, the Goofy Foot. Jacob Wilcox, I can't wait to see what he's going to do at Pipeline.
Oh, yeah, I want to see the guys, you know, bounce back also like Jacko, you know, the newcomers like Dylan, so many rippers from down under. I want to see them all like succeed here. It's all about dream, man.
Yeah, it's the Dream Tour. And again, that'll get underway January 29th, Banzai Pipeline. First stop of the tour there. 5 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown here. It's been all Tahitian in this matchup. Mihimana Bray. Here's Crosby Colapinto trying to mount a comeback. Under priority. Easy carve there for the surfer from San Clemente, California. Nice snap there. Little extension. This wave pretty tapered, however. And he's doing all he can. Hoping for an inside section to step up. Puts it down. Throws the fins just a little bit. But this wave just fighting against Crosby Colapinto, and you can see just so much undulation in the water, the ribs in the face, the warbles. That was a tough wave to surf.
Oh yeah, tough to read, super, a lot of will from Crosby to keep pushing, keep trying to figure out the right position, amazing timing, kind of a soft shoulder situation in the wave, but with the little like cherry on top with that money turn, amazing snap there. Talking about skills, flair, style, posture. He checked all the books.
Waiting for the score. We'll get to take another look at it, Marcos.
Yeah, have to nurse this one just to be in the pocket. A lot of froth there. Check it out, fading in, fading out now. Nice carving, connecting the dots. One more time. Some zigzag functional there. A little lip slide there. And going for broke in the end.
One more time in slow motion. The extension there, really cool to kick the fins out, but you can see getting caught up here. Has to power through this on the heels. Gets through that section, but this wave gets so difficult here and just throws it there, but there's no hope on that turn.
Yeah, tough to read, tough to place the turns. A strong lad, strong, super steady stance for Crosby.
Yeah, strong lad is the word. Crosby Colapinto of sturdy build. You can see him yelling on the way back out. And he's probably yelling because his good friend Eli Hanneman sitting in the channel there that he just passed by, telling him what he needs. A 4.37 drops in for Crosby Colapinto. He now requires a 7.13. He's under the priority of Mihimana Bray. Also, he's under the 3-minute mark in this heat.
You know, he's acting right now as a lion, no OC Bobcat there.
The growl of a lion, but the calm, cool, collected mana or energy of Mihimana Bray, the Tahitian, has been really the hot stepper throughout the day, stepping through those left-handers and doing stuff like this. Here's our heat recap starting with Mihimana Bray. Back to work on the lefts.
Amazing wave magnet from Mihimana. Nice timing, placing all the right hooks on the right pockets of the wave.
Mihimana, 5.33 keeper, and then a 6.17, I'm sorry, for this flashy surfing on the forehand.
I love the flare on both, turns. Two different hooks, the right position, the right timing there.
Best way for Crosby Colapinto is this 4.37.
Just tick-tacking there, nursing the first couple of turns, and then, reaching the pocket in the end. That's the money turn from this wave. Nice, almost like lip slide. Going for the Hail Mary here.
And that brings us to just under the 90-second mark here. In semifinal number 1, Mihimana Bray with big heat control. He's got a big lead. He's got priority. It should be standard operating procedure right here for the Tahitian to close this semifinal out. He can do a block at any given time, and there's only a minute on the clock.
Oh, right now he had the front seat. He got almost like the code, the password for the locker. Let's see, he playing the tactics right there.
There is the support squad for French surfing.
Yeah, Alain Rioux, Frédéric Robin, former professional surfers, amazing super coach.
There's the block. Going to shave off some time, but opportunity here, 40 seconds. Crosby's going to have to make a beeline for the shoulder here. It's a 2-wave set. Going to go under this first one. He's going to have one more opportunity. Wave coming through here. There's a bit of a bump between this one. Will it be enough for Crosby Colapinto? He's got a chance to get to his feet in time. He's going to really have to stroke into this wave. Scratching, paddling, scratching. Gets into the wave, but the wave is running off. He had a signal for the wave that was saying, you know what?
Wasn't a frozen shaka.
You did not give me an opportunity. Hey, not bad. Not bad running to Brazil, Crosby Colapinto. An equal third result and a ticket to the championship tour, but it's this guy, Mihimana Bray, the Tahitian. Yorana Maita Iroa, well done for the Tahitian. He's on to the finals. So Mihimana Bray, all set up for a final. Who's going to meet him? Well, semifinal number 2, Eli Hanneman. Sami Pupo is going to decide that. But right now, it is a moment for the Tahitian to cherish. We'll be back with semifinal number 2. It will be Eli Hanneman, Sami Pupo for a spot in the finals when we return. taking a look at all the events this year on the Challenger Series and those winners. We got a couple of the winners here in semifinal number 2. Eli Hanneman took a win at event number 4. That was the US Open in Huntington Beach. Sammy Pupo started off the season on the Challenger Series with a win at the Gold Coast Pro over there at Snapper Rock. So we got 2 surfers who've won events on the Challenger Series. We have 2 surfers that have used the Challenger Series to qualify for the 2024 Championship Tour. And now these 2 surfers are battling against each other for a spot in the final to come against the Tahitian Mihimana Bray. Mihimana already winning semifinal number 1 over Crosby Colapinto. He's got his place in the final. Who's going to meet him? We're going to find out in the next 30 minutes. Eli Hanneman, first to his feet. And the mushy little wave, hoping that it raises up down the line. Sure does. Taps it there. Wall stretches. A little catchy on the rails there for Hanneman. Just getting an opening ride. I think he's going to want more than that. With that, let's go down to Rachel, who's got our first finalist for the men, Mihimana Bray.
Mihimana Bray, you just advanced to the final. Talk us through this heat. How was it for you?
Well, yeah, it was tricky. Yeah? Condition is changing right now, but yeah, I'm just trying to stick to my game plan, stay focused, and there's one more to go.
You've been leading since the beginning, so how confident do you get to the final?
I'm just having fun, you know. I have my game plan over here. I feel good. I love this wave. I love this place. Such a good energy, you know. Just gonna go race right now and get ready for the final. There's one more to go.
Yeah. Go get rest. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
All right, preparation for the final with Mihimana Bray. He's going to have a heat off to rest because we'll run the women's final before that men's final.
Yeah, amazing, you know, timing, amazing mindset for Mihimana Bray. Ça c'est super, mon ami. So comfortable over here, feeling blessed like a wave magnet. We saw how he clinched this slot in the finals, going against one of the heavy hitters so far in this contest, Mr. Crosby Colapinto. So amazing year for the next season with this boost of confidence for Mihimana Bray.
Yeah, great surfing and 2 good waves away from a win here. First score for Eli Hanneman. We called it as a kind of a disjointed wave, and the judges did agree. A 1.9 is a start for Eli Hanneman on the ride back out on the back of the ski.
Yeah, with more water right now in the sandbar, you gotta know how to read those double ups, pace your turns, kind of nurse some turns, go for broken others. Just trying just to connect the dots with a lot of timing, just warming up. Eli Hanneman, talking about superstar, he got it all.
Well, he'll be a great addition to the championship tour, and also he'll be a great representative to be a voice for his hometown of Lahaina, Maui, as they rebuild after those devastating fires. Again, thoughts, prayers, positive energy out to the Valley Isle, and especially the west side over there in Lahaina as they rebuild after some tragic fires. But we know Maui's strong. Maui no Ko'oi, they're going to come back stronger than ever, and they'll be riding the wave with Eli Hanneman onto the championship tour in 2024.
Hey, for the young kids from Maui, they have tons of inspiration since back in the day from Dust Payne, now with Eli and Imai, with the boys from the huge scene and air game like Albie Layer, Matt Meola, all the boys.
Yeah, and speaking of Maui, November 1st, it's the beginning of the big wave season. So we'll be tracking the radars. We'll be tracking all of the weather models because Maui, Peahi, Jaws is going to be the site of, as we zoom in on the northern hemisphere for big wave season. We'll also have the tow event over there in Portugal, in Nazaré. So 2 giant waves that we anticipate coming to life as winter comes to life as well.
Yeah, Nazaré is 2 hours from my home. You know, home is where you find love, and I find love in Ericeira nowadays, so it's going to be groundbreaking this season for sure. It's an El Nino season, guys.
Taking a look at Sammy Pupo's year, we told you, we started off the year so strong with that win on the Gold Coast at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro at Snapper Rocks, but then the wheels fell off. 33rds, 25ths, went to Bolito, Sammy Pupo, after having a great run as a wild card here in Rio, but then, you know, had to fly all the way to South Africa, wasn't able to perform there. This was a clutch event. This was such an important event for Sammy Pupo to perform in, and he was able to do that. So talk about earning your stripes. That's exactly what Sammy Pupo did
Oh my
here
God!
at Daytona.
If he was, you know, with the brown belt, right now he have the new stripes, black belt. Talking about rising to the occasion, right timing for Samuel. Amazing. The connection with the sea, heavy waters here in Saquarema, the connection with God, the whole entourage from the Brazilian Storm, the Johanna Pupo family, Johnny, Miguel, everybody here. Amazing week for Samuel for sure.
Yeah, and really the same story with Eli Hanneman, who's had a tough year on the Challenger Series. You know, lackluster finishes, and then Eli's year really turned on the fourth event of the season where he took a win over at the U.S. Open of Surfing. So similar stories between these two surfers. Really, it was those big victories that got them the opportunity in the rankings to finish in that top 10 and qualify.
Hey, a W can propel any surfer. You have 6 stops that just count 4. So if you have a win, you're going to be able to jump almost like a slingshot jump throughout the rankings.
Yeah, it's you're a quarter of the way there. You're more than half of the way there, really, when you look at the grand scheme of things. 24 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Only one wave ridden. So, Marcos, you talked about the tide filling in and the higher tide. Is that what we're seeing right now, the high tide taking effect on the lineup?
For sure. You're going to have less, you know, opportunities here. You're going to have to reassess, regain, you know, your control in the lineup. Things going to be more towards the, you know, the inside, more to the middle side. So things are changing for second to second. And I think both surfers going to have the ability to readapt, reassess, and regain position in the lineup.
Hanneman on wave number 2. Patient approach here. Wave rolling into this inside bar. And now he's keeping some smooth rails on the Mayhem surfboard. Nice tempo looking down the line, looking to flare something out here. Goes for disco spin. Gets the little reverse there on the backhand. So staying busy, trying to make something out of what a meager wave that was, but the inside stood up for a couple of turns and taking a look at the ski for a little taxi back out, the Uber ride, if you would, to get back out there in the channel.
Hey, I think he squeezed half a lemon, make a whole jar of lemonade right there, man. Amazing how he fade in, fade out with more water on the sandbar right now. The surfer's gonna have to reassess to do like the zigzags and the fade ins and fade out. Check it out, guys. Just to be on timing, a little setup, mini snap there. Now he go for the low line, nice snap on the top, some zigzags fading. Now more standing bottom turn, nice snap, reconnecting with the power source, another setup snap just to be able to squeeze one more like disco frisco spin there in the end. That was freestyling, man. I never called this turn like this.
There it is. It's a nice reverse. You get the fins a little bit loose, plant the fins back in the water to force the board to spin back around.
Almost like a finless surfing there.
Eli with the numbers 96761 on his board. You can see there, that is the postal code, the zip code for Lahaina, Maui, the town where he was born, raised, and represents.
And how proud are people of Lahaina right now with all the resilience that he showed during all this season. He's still surfing with like a little injured, going through this event. So amazing resilience, amazing attitude. He was so calm, so, you know, connect with the, you know, with the waves, with the atmosphere here, connect with God also. Pure Ohana, man.
Yeah, a great surfer that's open to talk about his faith. Sammy Pupo, talking about patience, has been extremely patient. He's let 14 minutes burn off the clock right now, holding on to priority, has not gotten to his feet yet. There's his older brother, Miguel, in the blue hat, and then next to Miguel was his really good friend and tour partner, and they're going to be back as a duo on the tour next year, Joao Chumbinho Chianca.
And there is another guy there. There is Valentin Neves, man. Over here, Saquarema. Valentin Neves on your back, on your crew. It's like Axel Islands on the North Shore, man.
Yeah, of course, the surf center down here, Leo Neves Surf Center. There we go. And Mateus Hurdy and Mom also. Here we go. They were applauding because they saw this for Sammy. Samuel.
Quick
Through that
snap,
section.
man.
Oh. And that's it.
Soft shoulder out right there.
So we've passed the high tide mark, I believe.
Yeah,
we have a
passed it.
draining tide.
Yeah.
But it must be the back end of the swell that we're feeling right now.
That's it. The end of the last push. We have 2 pushes on the swell during the window of the contest. And right now, I think the push for the second swell is kind of fading out.
And the water is actually draining out for, it's a 2:20 local time. The water's going to be draining, moving out towards sea for another, 2 hours so and 15 minutes, 2 hours, 20 minutes or so. So sometimes a outgoing tide can also help kill a swell.
Oh yeah, it's almost like mid-tide situation right now. I think as soon as we have less water in the sandbar, we're gonna have this, more reactive type of waves getting on.
Yeah. So perfect time for a break right now. When we come back, we'll have more surfing. Semifinal number 2 at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Back semifinal number 2 here at Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, final Challenger Series of 2023. Eli Hanneman out in the water against Samuel Pupo, battling for a spot in the final where they'll meet Mihimana Bray. Eli with a couple of small scores, a 3-point ride in a 2.8. That's enough to keep him in the lead for the moment. I'm Kuiper Guerrero, along with Marcos Bukuyuva, talking you through all of today's action and been talking you through this entire event. I believe we're at day 5 of competition. Or is today day 6?
I think it's
yes,
day
day
6. Yeah. Almost like a surf marathon right here, man. Amazing week. First and foremost, hashtag love my job, hashtag love my team.
All right. It's been a good event for me as well to work with.
What's a fun one, man?
Well, it's been great to work with the Brazilian team, Marcos. Yourself, Maíra, Manu, Rachel, the whole Brazilian team has been really good and really impressive that all of you are commentating in your second language, but so much knowledge of both surfing as well as Brazilian culture coming from all of you folks. It's been a wonderful opportunity.
Hey,
so.
thank you, brah.
It's
for the kind words.
Oh yeah, and you know what happens is when you got 6 days of working together, you really do develop a kinship to the rest of the people that work around, and that's just part of this traveling tour that we have called the World Surf League, right? We pick this up, we fly around, we drop it down in places, and then we bring the world's best surfing for everyone at home to be able to enjoy. So thank you for joining us here finals day in Saquarema for this Corona Saquarema Pro. 16 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock, and it is Eli Hanneman in a slight lead over Samuel Pupo. Samuel Pupo in the blue jersey has priority, can turn this heat really easily just with a 4-point ride.
Yeah, I think sooner or later we're going to see both guys like playing the chess game. And thank you for the bounty, Kaipo.
Some lines here. Opportunity for Samuel. He's got priority. He's going to let Eli take this first one. Eli tries to get into it. Oh.
Got caught. It's kind of hard right now. The swell is like fading. The wind is shifting.
Second wave of the set. Draws more water. Big swooping cut back into the white water for Samuel Pupo. Make that 2 on the backhand for the Brazilian surfer. Flowing through the paces here. Finding a little inside section here. Dealing with some white water froth. Puts it up. Bangs it down. Goes complete. The beach yells out in unison of approval for last ride. Likely he's going to take the lead. He just needs a 3.57. I think he got the number.
Oh, yeah. Best wave of the heat so far. Talking about managing to find the right wedges. They're going to peel up throughout the inside. Nice pace. Check it out, guys. A little corner there. Nice snap with a little traction. I can see the fin. I can hear the fins like singing from here. Nice second snap. Another hook on the end, like a coping block froth there. Another foam climbing. And an extra cherry on top in the end.
Well, with this being said, let's have an introduction for our women's final. For that, I'm going to send it down to our beach announcer, Paulo Issa.
Se vencer, vai para a 8ª posição. Ela foi 9ª em Portugal. A australiana McCulloch. Uma salva de palmas para Sophie McCulloch, galera. De lycra azul, temos a canadense, 13ª colocada no ranking. Se vencer, vai para a 9ª posição no ranking. Foi 5ª colocada na etapa em Sydney. Uma salva de palmas, 16 anos de idade, para a canadense Erin Brooks. Okay, Erin, okay. Sophie, you're allowed to pedal out. Good looking, good waves. Uma salva de palmas para as finalistas do Corona Saquarema Pro, apresentado pelo Banco do Brasil.
There we go, our women's finals introduced, and they are underway, running down the beach. We got 13 minutes, 35 seconds till the start of that women's final. Erin Brooks will be faced off against Sophie McCulloch, so that is great there. What's at stake in the women's final? Winner of the women's final will move into the top 10 and qualify for the Challenger Series next year without having to do the regional qualification. Catching up with Eli Hanneman on the final maneuver of his ride, able to time a backside re-entry along with that backwash for the exclamation point. The score did come in for Sammy Pupo, who we saw on the replay. 6-point ride for Pupo. Pupo in the lead. Eli Hanneman is now trailing. Eli climbing onto the back of the ski, finished his ride. We're waiting for the score. Eli needs a 5.24 to turn the heat here at the 12-minute 45-second marks. Marco, we're waiting on the score for Eli Hanneman. Let's take another look at it.
Hey, he want to play the spoil role for the fans. Nice re-entry. Tons of water moving. His knees not 100%, so amazing effort for Eli. Check it out, guys. Upside down, like a bottom turn with a grab. Check it out, chunky session. He put everything there. Throw the fins. Rail line, amazing on the liquid coping block there.
5.24 is the mark that he needs to meet. Eli Hanneman. We're waiting for the score. The score comes in at a flat 5, not enough. He needed 5.24. Eli gets a 5, not enough. He did reduce the need. Now Eli needs a 3.24, but he's still trailing Samuel Pupo. Pupo with heat control. Pupo with the lead and Pupo with priority.
Looks like gonna be like almost like a backup, you know, battle right now, because one have a flat 6, the other one have a flat 5. So it's a matter of who's gonna have the second best, you know, backup score.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the final 10 minutes here between the two on who's going to make it into the final for the men.
Dismount there for Eli. What a week for this kid, man. Amazing.
Yeah, a week for Eli Hanneman and a roller coaster of a 2023 following his victory over in Huntington Beach. And his biggest moment of his young professional surf career, taking out a win at that U.S. Open of Surfing. 4 days later, his hometown burnt down, Maui. So talk about an emotional roller coaster for a young man, all in 1 year.
Sometimes new fans of surfing that don't know how mental surf can be, and being so resilient is amazing for Eli, such a young age, be able to bounce back, to find inspiration with Lahaina people. All the blast from the skies to Eli, man.
Yeah, I concur. 10.5 minutes, Eli paddling back into the lineup. And we'll see if he's able to mount a comeback right here. This guy's guarding the lineup. That's Samuel Pupo. And Pupo, smart heat surfer. Hey, think about it. Samuel Pupo, he's surfed the final here before in Rio. That was 2022, where Samuel Pupo was able to surf his way to a final here at the Oi Rio Pro against Felipe Toledo.
When you are a runner-up to Felipe Toledo, it's almost like a W, man. Yeah, this is the situation. The guy is so talented.
Well, I think in that final in 2022, I want to say that Felipe Toledo got a 10-point ride in that final.
Right away.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, props to you, Felipe. Back-to-back victory, man. All the way Saquarema to San Clemente.
Yeah. Yeah, great great effort by Sammy Pupo. And that inspired, we talked about before, that the finals appearance for Sammy Pupo inspired his brother later on in that 2022 season. Older brother, Miguel Pupo, took a big win at the final season. There's Miguel in the blue shirt. Miguel took a win over in Tahiti. Miguel hurt himself this year. He's back. He's healthy. We'll see him on the 2024 championship
And
tour.
what a road to recovery for Miguel, man. He got Jenny on his back, his mom, Dad Wagner. Over there, the whole entourage is complete with Matheus Erdi and João Chianca, Lulu. And talking about rising to the occasion, this is like a big surfer mindset, man.
A lot of times the people you surround yourself, the good people like your big brother, your good friend Mateus, mom on Mateus's arm right now. Oh, clearly invested in this heat.
Yeah.
You gotta love moms that love you so much and just feel for you while you're competing. I love that.
Oh yeah, she's passionate, man. The whole family, Pupo family, they breed surfing all day long, man. I mean, as a joke, I can say they put wax in the granola there.
Put rocks?
No, wax.
Oh.
Like it's a metaphor,
Okay.
quote unquote, okay? One of my last jokes today.
No, keep them coming. Put wax,
Wax,
in
yeah.
the
It's
granola.
about vaccine.
It's just like you eat and breathe surfing.
Yeah.
I get it, Marcos.
Eat, surf, eat, repeat, sleep. Dream about surfing. It's all about manifesting, man.
I love the wax in the granola. I'm going to keep that one too. Here we go. Eli, this is what he needs. He just needs a 3.24. Look, it finds his wedge under priority. Talk about a gift. Eli, up into the lip, punches the fins. Got to hang on, and does so. He's going to turn this heat right now, and he did that under priority. That was the mystery wedge that kind of popped off of the rock. I didn't see that coming, Marcos.
A gift from God from Lahaina.
Wow. That was really cool because we haven't seen a ton of waves break in that area at all today. And that was kind of a rogue bounce off the rock formation. Eli, right place, right time. Check this out.
Check it out, the clean wedge there, guys. Nice snap for setting up the major turn that will come. A little fading, anticipating, and whoa, fighting back with this huge gouge in the end.
He clearly is going to turn the heat. Look at the tugging on the rail for leverage, and then this up in the lip.
That was pure leverage, almost like a lip slide closeout turn.
Wow, and that's done under priority. Look at the team Pupo. They're just saying, where'd that come from? How could that happen? What's going on? Well, what's going on is Eli Hanneman finding just a diamond there, or you know, if it was on an Easter egg hunt, he just found the golden egg.
Oh yeah.
In the flower patch. Wow. Here we go. Eli on the ride back out. Sammy Pupo drops into this one. Sammy big with snap. Off the bottom again, getting some rhythm. Another nice round rail carve on the backhand for Samuel Pupo. Dealing with a little warble and some junk on the inside. Foam on the face. Pupo lines it up. Puts it up, chops it down one more time, goes complete. That's the comeback for Samuel Pupo.
High personality there, man. He's shine outside of the water, but he can shine inside of the water.
And Sammy just a little bewildered on the inside there, waiting for the ski. Also waiting for the scores. We need scores for both surfers. Replay, Sammy Pupo.
Deep bottom turn, nice traction in this snap. The second one, super deep with a different angle. Throwing buckets, standing, trying to find the shoulder in the end. Fourth snap, a little lack of variety, but we're talking about rhythm and flow all there.
Slow motion, you can really break this down. And it really is the rhythm, right? Getting into that turn, getting out of that turn, getting back on the heels, and you doing the right turn for the right space on the wave.
Perfect timing for Samuel, man.
So really having, you know, those are like a series of backhand carves back into the pocket, but then getting through this junk water here, Marcos, and dealing with the junk water and knowing that he just needs to stab it here.
Yes, you know, froth, turmoil there, connecting all the dots. Sammy Pupo, man. A lot of homework for the judge right now.
Both surfers are owed to us, scores to us by the judges. And Eli Hanneman, we're pretty confident he's going to turn the heat. He did a 7-point ride for Hanneman. Now Sammy Pupo needs a 6.0. Sammy Pupo answers back with a 7.5. So a seesaw battle. Those are the scores for Eli Hanneman. He took the lead for just a moment, because the answer back from Sammy Pupo was a half a point better, a 7.5 for Sammy Pupo to answer back to Eli Hanneman's 7-point ride. And there's all the judges' scores. Samuel Pupo, so seesaw battle, but Sammy Pupo back on top.
Oh yeah, man. Trying to bounce back super quick. Eli have all the personality to find a wedge there. Nice two-turn combo. And then he find a second wedge, a little longer with more work, you know, more turns placed. What a battle, man.
Great battle. Enjoying the back and forth. Inspired by Eli Hanneman and how he's able to put it together. And inspired by Samuel Pupo, how he's able to answer back once that lead was taken away from him.
I want to see how they're going to play the cards right now. Just under 3 minutes. You know, Eli have the priority. And someone want to do some exchange going forehand. A little phone climbing there. Go, Kaipo.
No, Sammy Pupo finds this under priority. Couple setup turns. Wants a steep inside section. Looks ahead. Knows he's not going to get it.
I think he was aiming for an air section there, man.
Wanted a ramp. He was seeking a ramp. He saw that the future on that wave was absolutely rampless. But that's okay. He's still in the lead with 2.5 minutes on the countdown. Eli Hanneman with opportunity. Eli with priority. Eli's need, a 6.51. So this one's going to come down to these final 2 minutes with an opportunity for Eli Hanneman since he has priority.
Let's see if we're going to have like a buzzer beater moment. Or it's everything done. Let's see. Have 2 clocks right now. One for Samuel and the other one for Eli. Almost like 2 clocks, okay, guys? Quote unquote.
Eli's has had, you know, last-minute heroics in a number of heats leading up to this semifinal appearance throughout the entire event. So, can he do it again? I think he can. Now, remember, he had a heat that he had to make it through to have a chance at qualification. He made it through the heat, the last wave of the heat. He did that within the final 30 seconds. Can he repeat that? Well, Itona's going to give him the opportunity, Marcos. Here come some lines on the horizon.
Let's see how he's going to proceed with the position there.
I see 1, 2, probably 3 waves in this set.
Under 90 seconds now, guys.
So no go for this first wave of the set. We want a little bit more water to dry off. Looks like the 3rd wave of the set standing up on the outside. We're inside the 1 minute mark. Hanneman with priority. Waves coming through. Sammy Pupo is going to take this one under priority. And Sammy with an extended body carve there. Looks back. He's going to continue surfing through this one. Okay, still interested. Can't keep his eyes off the horizon. Brazil senses a finalist right now. The Pupo Ohana's pretty excited there at the athlete area. 20 seconds. Where's Eli Hanneman? Does he have an opportunity to catch a wave? He's out the back. There he is. In a bit of a rip, actually.
What a whole roller coaster year for both surfers, Kaipo.
I don't think he's going to get the opportunity. Watch the beach erupt right now. It's official. Sammy Pupo on to the final, and the home team still has a chance for a win. Cheers to the beach for Samuel Pupo. He'll prepare for his men's final up against Mihimana Bray. 7.5, 6-point ride for Pupo. That gives him a seat in the final, that final upcoming. Wow.
Amazing comp, amazing season. Roller coaster, goosebumps all over the booth here.
There's so many emotions coming through here. Sammy Pupo qualifying for the championship tour, and now he is a finalist. Our women's final coming up. Sophie McCulloch, Aaron Brooks will be battling it out for the championship here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, when we return. Flying by the site here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And it's finals time here at Itaúna Beach. It's been 6 days of competition leading up to this final, the women's final out in the water. And it has been a great road, been a long road, been a long year for Samuel Pupo here, falling off the championship tour, having to battle back through the Challenger Series, re-earns his spot onto the championship tour in 2024. So many things happening here. We're getting ready for our women's final. I'm Kuiper Girl, Maida Pops, and Mitchell Salazar. And this is my friend Mooney. Mooney is the PB Arts collaboration with the WSL. That is going to be what the winner's going to get. Inspired by urban toy arts here in Brazil. Maida, what a beautiful trophy.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful trophy. This is the thing that all of them are chasing it, and I would love to bring one home, and so did I.
Who's going to get it, Mitchell?
I feel like Brooks and Pupo. For some reason, I feel like both blue surfers are going to be able to come out with the win.
I like the feel-good story. Talking about the feel-good story, let's hear from a feeling good. Samuel Pupo is on the sideline with Manu.
Oh yeah, Kuiper, I bet he's feeling really good. Congratulations, Samuka. And just reminding that he won the first event this year and is fixing to win the last event. Is that what's going on in your mind? Congratulations again.
Not much going on my mind. Just happy to re-qualify, really. Now just surfing for fun, and you know, every heat we make here, it's good for us for the rankings and trying to get my seeding better for next year on the CT, and just having fun in this place. I love this wave so much, and feel like I have a lot of rhythm here, and my arms are feeling really tired now, but I got one more to go.
Okay, just send a quick message for your fans in Brazil.
Obrigado a todo mundo pela torcida, muita gente aí na praia, pô, a galera tá sempre me apoiando muito. E muito feliz de ser brasileiro, de estar representando a nossa nação, e vamos lá, vamos tentar buscar esse título.
Good luck in the final. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Manu. Yeah, Sambuca, Sammy Pupo onto the final with Mihimana Bray. Erin Brooks here on the forehand. She's been outstanding all event long. The 16-year-old representing Canada. And that was the first time, I think, Mitchell, I've actually seen her, you know, kind of blow a final maneuver.
Yeah, and interesting, too, because Sophie had a fall right there at the beginning of this one, which was probably going to be a consequential score in the first few minutes. And Brooks, as you mentioned, has not fallen that often during the event, Kaipo. To me, she's been the standout so far, and she's been surfing in the back end of the draw here in this event. And I feel like not only has she gotten her best result so far on the Challenger Series, I also think she's gotten her best result throughout the entirety of her competition surfing history. A tough final here, though, against Sophie.
In the final here, Maida, we have Sophie McCulloch. She sits at number 10. We have Erin Brooks. She sits at number 13. Whoever wins this event will keep a top 10 spot and automatically qualify for the 2024 Challenger Series. So that means the winner of this final will not have to surf the qualification series in their region.
Yeah, and this is a real advantage because you can save money. You don't have to travel right in the beginning of the year, and you can focus on the Challenger Series to qualify yourself for the championship tour.
Yeah, a little bit later, probably this month or at the beginning, we're still formalizing it. We'll be releasing, go to worldsurfleague.com to keep updated on everything. We'll be releasing that Challenger Series schedule, likely that we're going to be starting again in Australia.
Which I'm stoked for. I think both Snapper Rocks and Sydney, they're two great stops to start the things off in terms of the Challenger Series. And I thought both stops delivered so far this year, Kaipo. We mentioned Brooks and how good she is, but Sophie McCulloch really thrives in these kind of conditions. We saw the fall right there with the low score of the 1.33, but with priority now, we haven't really seen Brooks have to make a comeback so far in this event. I'd be really interested to see if she gets pushed back up against the wall and needs 2 scores in the next half an hour, because it would realistically be the first time we've seen that in the few heats that she surfed in this event, Kaipo.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch certainly, well, let's talk about Erin Brooks and her first Challenger Series win. We know that Sophie McCulloch, she took a big win at the end of the Challenger Series in 2022 over at Haleiwa. Can Sophie do it again? We'll see, but she has to come up against this 16-year-old surfing sensation representing the Canadian flag.
A big moment for both of them. You were mentioning the Brooks just outside of the top 10. Right now, Sophie holding on to one of those spots, and she is looking for a second Challenger Series win. Winning that event in Haleiwa, to me, changed the entire course of her career. Has a biomedical science and marketing degree from Australia, a great surfer, but I think what she's been able to do outside of the water just as impressive, as it seems like Brooks trying to gain deeper positioning right here with 27 minutes on the clock, Kaipo.
Erin Brooks not wanting to give up anything. She is in second priority to Sophie McCulloch, Maida. Sophie McCulloch really has a great backhand. She's been using that weapon throughout this entire event because it seems like the lefts are continuing to be the scoring waves.
Yeah, for sure, Kaipo. We saw many good lefts reading this morning, and now she's with priority. She can choose whatever she wants to ride, and yeah, plenty time on the clock right now for them.
Yes, Sophie McCulloch, 24 years old. Her story in 2023 was a tough one. Before the start of the season, she injured her ankle at home training to prepare for pipe, had to sit out both pipe and sunset. Sophie McCulloch came back on tour in Portugal, stop number 3, where she surfed to a quarterfinals. And I was feeling, Mitchell, okay, Sophie's back. You know, she made a quarterfinal finish, but then 9th place finish over at Bells, another 9th place finish over in Western Australia, and she did not survive that mid-season cut where we take the top 10 women.
And she was so close to making the semis, at least in Portugal too, but she gave too much space to Caitlin Simmers in the last 10 seconds of that heat, and Katie was able to get a wave underneath her priority and ended up winning the event. As you look at the Aussies here, they've been loud all week long. Wouldn't be surprised to see them really shout their brains out right here in the next 26 minutes, Kaipo. Sophie McCulloch, you mentioned her having one win, but so far this season, a lot of 9th place finishes and 125th over at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, that's right. 9th place at the Gold Coast, 9th place Sydney's, 9th place Bolito, and coming off a 9th place finish in Portugal for Sophie McCulloch. And Maida, those Australians, they were kanji. They would love to give out a few ois on the beach, as they always do, for a victor from their squad.
Yeah, for sure. Australians, they have such a strong story here in Brazil, and look, she's up and riding.
Nice hook on the backhand for Sophie. Looking down the line, setting up this section. Oh, a little late there in pays for it. Does not go complete. So we'll see what that score formulates from our judges. Erin Brooks with priority right now. 25 minutes on the clock on the countdown.
And this is the third time, that both the finalists have had to surf so far today. So I wouldn't be surprised that fatigue will play a factor in the next 24 minutes, Kaipo. But right now, it's all or nothing for both of them. Top 10, especially not having to surf the regional QS for a lot of Australian surfers, that would be huge. Replay here for Sophie. Great hook in the pocket, as you were mentioning, but this wave goes flat and real frothy on the inside. Tough to navigate all that white water right there on the face of that wave. Late drop for her, too. Brooks had a good amount of pressure on her, forced her to go on this wave and use priority. Beautiful opening turn, though. But too much froth on this wave made it so difficult to be able to manage to fit in a second one. Doesn't seem like it's going to be a great score, but going to be a good one for Sophie.
Now we can see the rails on this Paisel surfboard under the feet of Sophie McCulloch and the rail control, but you can also see, Maida, the difficult water. There's Australians. They like what they're seeing.
Yeah, but I mean, for sure, the fatigue can play with these girls there. Samuel Pupo just said that his arms are really tired, but this was kind of...
What is she doing?
Yeah.
This is fairly unusual. This could be just a repositioning for Erin Brooks. Took off on the... Let's see what happened. Oh, here we go. This is what happened before. She goes down here. So going down here, and getting really smashed by the lip there. And you got to be careful, Mitchell. The backwash too. I mean, I think you had an incident when we had a free surf earlier this week coming down from a backhand floater or a backhand reentry and meeting that backwash. It can hurt you. You can get injured that way.
Oh, my knee's still hurting from it. And if you feel like you're at a point when you're coming out of the whitewater, it's almost better just to eject. If you feel like you're going to struggle and not make it out anyways. At that point, it seemed like she was trying to make it back out in front, and unfortunately, she wasn't able to. Just a 1.07 as she's looking to reposition herself back in the lineup, Kaipo, taking the ski back out towards the channel. But as of right now, this is a low-scoring heat. An advantage definitely to Sophie McCulloch. Still has the 4 in her scoreline, but has a lot of time to extend the lead.
You know what? Even if it's low scoring, Maida, you gotta play the game, right? And hey, if a two-wave total of 7 points wins you the victory, you're still going to go down in history as the winner.
Yeah, you just need to pick the best waves of the heat and just do your best, because it doesn't matter if you win with a 15 point or even like with a 10 total. A win is a win.
It's just about having more points in your scoreline than your competitor at the end of the 35 minutes.
And that's any kind of sport. You go to basketball, you go to baseball, whoever scores more points ends up being the victor. But, you know, I'm surprised that Brooks hasn't had the good start that she's primarily had in most of her heats, Kaipo, especially with control of the heat and positioning. She's having a tough time out there right now in the final.
I think you nailed it on the fatigue comment for our surfers. Sammy Pupo, like you said, Maida, was really clear in his interview saying, hey, my arms are tired. These women, their arms, their legs need to be just as tired at this point in this final. And these have been strenuous heats, too, dealing with the bounce and the backwash, all of the factors today. And the ski rides, yeah.
And that's the point. When the ocean is a little smaller, when things are a little cleaner, it's easier to have this finals day. But then with the waves like this, heavy, strong, powerful, it's way harder.
Yeah, it's harder to surf the bounce for sure. And there's a lot of bounce in the lineup here at Itaúna. Flying by, tracking Aaron Brooks, making it down the line. Couple waves coming through here.
Ooh. Thought that was one of those rogue waves that Eli got in the last heat. Didn't know if there was going to be a wedge right there, Kaipo. Look at how far away Sophie is right now. That current is still super strong out there.
Yeah, you can see Sophie as a speck there in the background. She just went over that wave. There she is. So she's way down the beach. Almost at another sandbar.
Yeah, only 15 minutes have gone by, though, and nobody's really broken away in terms of a big score. And I feel like whoever gets the best wave out of the next exchange has a real good chance of winning this thing. 20 minutes on the clock. It seems like a lot of time, Kaipo, but as we've seen in the previous 2 semifinals, that goes by quickly. And if you're not on a good wave in the next 10 minutes, you're just playing catch-up the entire time.
Time management, priority management, all coming into play for heat wins throughout this entire event. It's been a challenging event. We've seen small waves, we've seen huge waves, jumbled conditions, clean conditions. There's been so many personalities at Itaúna that all of our surfers have had to negotiate into this final. Aaron Brooks looking down the line, picks a spot, puts it up there. Has to do with more foam down the line. Another snap through the foamy face. One more time. Talk about putting in an effort in some jumbled conditions. They get a little caught up on that final turn, but she did some damage before coming unstuck.
Yeah, she did, and a couple of great foam climbs right there. I thought the third one was going to be the best out of the 3 executed, though. Caught this wave under priority 2 way up the point, and comes around the section with a lot of froth on the open face. Gets the first turn right there, a little hung up coming out of it. Does well to fit in the board on the second one, and I thought she was going to ride out cleanly out of that third, but I think fatigue is playing a big factor right now with the exertion out there of both surfers. You look at the drone angle right here, she's going extremely fast, and it's so hard to navigate all of the whitewater when you're going at a speed like this. So Brooks, unfortunately, can't ride out of that one, Kaipo. Seems like a missed opportunity right now with 18 minutes on the clock. First 2 turns, as you were mentioning, they were good, but the score won't be great due to the fall at the end of this one. I mean, she was right in the pocket for the first 2. Great execution. just needed to ride that last one out.
A 4.17 for Aaron Brooks drops. Aaron does go into the lead. Sophie McCulloch remains with priority out the back. 18 minutes, 15 seconds for this women's final. We'll be back with the conclusion of women's final after these messages. Stick around. We're going to crown a champ here in Saquarema. It's the women's final here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Aaron Brooks currently in the lead over Sophie McCulloch in this 35-minute final. Time has ticked off the clock. We are just 16 minutes left in this final. I'm Kai Figueroa along with Maida Pops and Mitchell Salazar calling this final. And it looks like we're going to have a rider, maybe not. Looked like Aaron Brooks was trying to get another one under priority under Sophie McCulloch, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seems like she is really close to the rocks here, Kaipo. Kind of that rogue wedge that you were mentioning that Eli Hanneman was able to take advantage of in his semifinal. More than halfway through the heat, low scoring one, each have a 4 in their score line. But as of right now, the X factor could potentially be one of them getting something better than a 6-point ride and really extending their positionings.
Sets coming through here. And Brooks a little too deep on this one. Bit of a rip running through the lineup. Sophie McCulloch in cleaner water there. Look at this wave coming through. And unfortunately for Aaron Brooks, she's out of position for that one, but that one just rolls through unhindered, nobody on it. Brooks with another opportunity here. And the challenge, Maida, really with a lot of these rips running through. So like it's now you see it, now you don't type of surfing when it comes to these sets.
Yeah, it's true, Kaipo. We saw this whole morning, like the positioning is really something that is playing hard with the competitors right now. Look, and this is Sophie, sorry. Oh, just
loses priority with that effort.
Yeah, loses priority without surfing a wave.
So that is a priority error to the Australian Sophie McCulloch. Aaron Brooks now with heat control. She's got the lead. She has priority. 14 minutes on the countdown here. And a big opportunity, Mitchell, for Aaron Brooks to really break away in this final.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about her performances so far that they've all been on rail. We haven't even seen the air game that Brooks has in her arsenal, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it here in the next 14 minutes. Busting out an air would be huge for her at this point of the heat, Kaipo.
I'd love to see the progression. I would love to see everything pushed here. That would really extend Aaron Brooks's lead way beyond what it currently is, because Sophie McCulloch just needs a 2.18 to turn this heat. So this is a very, very tight final here at the 13-minute mark. Let's go down to the beach to our beach announcer, Paulo Issa for our men's final introduction, Paulo.
Momento decisivo, a grande final do Corona Saquarema Pro Challenger Series 2023. Gostaria de apresentar para vocês, primeiramente, uma salva de palmas para os dois finalistas, Miriam Bra e Samuel Pupo. Tá ali, lado a lado agora. Fazer a apresentação, taitiano Miriam Bra, de camiseta vermelha. Foi 25º em Sydney, 75º em Portugal. Chegou na 70ª colocação, já está em 24. Galera, um dos grandes atletas do mundo, taitiano Miriam Brae. Uma salva de palmas para o Miriam Brae. Agora, Samuel Pupo, 22 anos, local de Maresias. Saiu no corte da meio da temporada do CT. Na primeira etapa do Challenger, ele venceu. Chegou aqui, louco para se classificar. Conseguiu a classificação. Ajudou o David Silva a garantir a vaga para a elite do surf mundial. 22 anos, local de Maresias, o brasileiro Samuel Pupo! Ok, Samuel, ok, Miriam Brai, you allowed to pedal out. Vamos para a última bateria masculina.
Wow. Well, definitely two surfers that are more comfortable in the water than getting introduced on the catwalk there. But that's going to be our men's final. Mihimana Bray, Samuel Pupo, they're going to jog down the beach and get to the paddle out spot and prepare themselves for the 35-minute men's final. Samuel Pupo, with a win here, can top the Challenger Series in the rankings. So that's something that could be, you know what, if you want to set another goals, Mitchell, that could be a goal for Samuel Pupo. That way he'll be, you know, in seeding order, the highest ranked Challenger Series surfer coming in when we do the seeding on the championship tour.
Which is crazy given how consistent and how good Cole Hausman was this year. He already has 2 wins this season, and Sam looking for his second one so far. He has the win over there at Snapper Rocks, could potentially have a victory here in Saquarema too. It seems like Sophie might be up and riding here, Kaipo. McCulloch with the one turn there on the backhand. Looking for the redirect here on the forehand. Don't know if this wave is really going to double up, but doesn't need much for the lead right here, Kaipo. It needs just a 2.18.
All right, so Sophie McCulloch with that comeback, and let me just clean that up. I think the info was that we're looking at, obviously, Sammy Pupo's second potential Challenger Series win in 2023. I think Cole Hausman has it locked up as far as the rankings, and #1 on the rankings. Replay here of Sophie McCulloch, and that was enough for McCulloch to go into the lead. Mitchell, 3.5 for this effort.
Yeah, and you know, with the waves on offer that they've had so far in the first 25 minutes, they've done very well. A couple of falls for both of them. McCulloch, excuse me, makes it to the lip line right there with enough time and precision to just speed her way through the lip line right there. Kaipo gets a 3.5 for basically one turn. Did that underneath the priority of Erin Brooks too after she paddled for a wave, lost it, but moves back up into first right now.
Here we go, Erin. A lot of opportunity here. Smooth face for a nice carve to begin. Another carve there on the Mayhem surfboard.
Oh.
Snaps that oncoming section and cannot hang on with the backwash. Talk about fatigue and talk about how that can get into your legs, Maida. Throughout this entire event, Erin Brooks has finished those maneuvers.
Yeah, for sure. This is not really common for her. We didn't see that much during the week. Look how nice was this first turn right there. The second one was good as well. And she was looking for the junction there, but couldn't pull that. Probably the fatigue is playing.
Yeah, tries to time it here, up in the lip, and you can see this wave kind of just breathe there with the backwash hitting it. She's pretty squared up on the board, but can't just iron leg out of it there, Mitchell.
Yeah, she was a bit off balance coming out of it, and unfortunately for her, it doesn't seem like it's gonna really put her in a position right now where she's gonna be commanding if she does take the lead. I felt like that, no doubt, was gonna be the best by far in this heat. but there's been a few falls in this one so far from Brooks that have been uncharacteristic. She's been flawless throughout the event so far. The timing I still felt was on point right there. It was just a landing, Kaipo, so it's always been on the finishing maneuver in this heat so far.
Needs a 3.33 to take the lead. She did get 2 good carves. The judges will give her credit for those 2 good on-rail carves for Brooks, so we're still waiting. She could still turn the heat, I feel, with that effort on that last wave, but if she does, it won't be by a huge margin.
Yeah, and McCulloch with priority right now, 8 minutes to go. That's an eternity out there, especially in a final. So, smart play. I think Brooks is very obvious in trying to search for one of these inside waves and get a better score, especially as a backup. But as of right now, I still feel like it's anybody's final, Kaipo. 740, that's a huge amount of time out there, especially with the waves that we've seen in terms of consequence so far on finals day.
A 3.27 checks in for Erin Brooks. She needed a 3.33, coming up just short. So Maida, it's still Sophie McCulloch with the heat control, the lead, and the priority for the Australian. She's 7 minutes away from a win.
Yeah, now Erin Brooks really needs to find an opportunity down here in the inside, but she's totally capable of it. But for Sophie, yeah, it's better for her because she's with priority there. She can choose, but we have seven minutes left. Still a lot of time. She will probably try to sell something to Sophie. Erin Brooks, look, she's looking for this left right here, and she's up and riding.
Whitewater roll in, too much taper on that wave. Sophie McCulloch here, trying to roll into this rip bowl. Has to get over that rib in the wave. This is going to be a difficult wave to surf. You can see the different sections and ribs in the wave, and she kicks out.
Well, that was best case scenario for Brooks. McCulloch uses priority. She isn't able to extend her lead, and Brooks was getting desperate right there, Kaipo. I mean, she paddled for a few waves that had no face to it. A lot of shouldered off ones on the inside, and now it's 6 minutes on the clock. That's still a good amount of time for you to wait a little bit, be a bit more patient and selective in terms of which ones will be the correct one for you. Get the 3.33 and a bit more than that. McCulloch is just barely in the lead. I mean, look at the scores. 7.5 to a 7.44 heat total. It's really close right now, Kaipo.
It sure is. And the water right now is still rushing out with this lower tide, this drawing tide going lower through the afternoon. And that creates this rip effect here, rip tide effect. Sophie finds one with a steep face, carves there, but you can see the water is working up against itself. Okay, so you have all this outgoing water, you have the incoming swell, and it's almost like a standing wave, if you will. These surfers, there's an Australian crowd right there. They look stressed. The country looks stressed. And there is Erin Brooks' father, Jeff, with a watchful eye on the water.
And here she goes, Kaipo.
Big opportunity. Waits off the bottom, carves off the top. Wants to play with the pace of this wave. So carefully placing that turn, really waiting for it to stand up on the inside. Has to connect through this flat section. Gets that finishing maneuver, and that's just, you know, meat and potato surfing, if you will, Mitchell. Just doing, you know, really looking at the fundamentals and making sure you finish off that wave.
And just doing enough to get the score, too. Smart thing was to not fall right here, get your confidence back up, and just get the score that is required. Deep bottom turn. I mean, the first carve is great, right in the pocket. Unfortunately for her, this wave shouldered off, but she stuck with it. This is a veteran move from a 16-year-old surfer out there in the final. Was able to get one more turn in before this wave just faded out. And click it to win it, Kaipo. Needs just a 3.33. I feel like it's going to be the score right here in the last 4 minutes. But really, the majority of the score is going to come from this first turn. Fully on rail, committed. Some great stuff right there. Awesome technique. Her arms and hands are always just right in the perfect position for a lot of these waves.
Dad with the signal on the beach. She's got a 5-point ride. She goes to the lead. McCulloch with priority needs a 5.17. Signal from Dad on the beach.
One more.
And there's the spread from the judges, Maida. You can see pretty much fives.
Yeah, pretty much fives. Good timing to catch this score right there. for her because now she's in the lead, and with 3 minutes and 32 seconds left, the life of Sophie McCullough, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, it's a hard knock life sometimes when you got a big rip running through the lineup, and you're fatigued on your third surf of the day, looking for a win here. Mitchell, we're down to 3 minutes. Sophie McCullough, though, does have an opportunity. She's got priority. She's in there. She's just got to find some clean water. And I feel you can't be at the edge of this rip. Where these surfers have been, and has been on the edge of this rip bowl. Because the water's moving backwards, you got to put yourself smack dab in the middle of this peak, knowing that the water's going to work against itself, right? It's almost going to go backwards.
Yeah, it's way cleaner at the actual takeoff spot. If you're too far on the shoulder, that's where the rip's starting, and it's too bumpy right there when you're dropping in. That's why they've had such a hard time with the first section out there. Sophie's got a wave here, though, Kaipo.
See, again, you got to, and I don't know if there was enough push on that wave, but I feel that both surfers need to paddle deeper into the peak and just place themselves in the middle of it.
It's an attainable score, though. A 5.17 could really just come down to one turn for Sophie. And remember, last year she won the last CS event of the year in a must-win scenario. It came down to the last heat. Let's go with that one too, Kaipo. 2 minutes to go. That seemed like a good wave.
And even, like, look at, you can see the stress from the rest of the Irukandji, the Australian crew. Here she goes. This is the opportunity. Looks like she's got a clean face in front of her. McCullough, nice carve to begin with, on her way. Managing the warble one more time, gets caught up. That was tragic for the Australian. She's not going to get the score, and that's the reaction from her support squad.
I think she was just trying to do too much right there, maybe got ahead of herself. She had enough time. It seemed like the pacing of the wave was good, but she wanted to get the work done early in the first two sections right there. 90 seconds to go. Brooks with priority now, Kaipo, and it seems like it's going to be defense from here on.
Dad on the beach, Aaron Brooks' father, support squad holding up that board as a signal, Maida, to his daughter here. She's at the verge of her first Challenger Series win.
Yeah, it's gonna be huge for her. 1 minute left until the end of this heat, and making Aaron Brooks.
Ooh.
Here we go. This could seal the deal. Cupped out wave face, finds it in the rip bowl, up against, in the lip, and fights for the finish, rides out in front of it, wants to make sure. The beach erupts, hugs on the beach. Aaron Brooks, looks like she's just done it. Just 16 years old, Mitchell. She wins this, and she is automatically on the Challenger Series next year. Doesn't have to go through the North American qualification. She's going to be able to focus 2024 on qualifying for the championship tour.
Well, I'm looking at the replay here. Sophie was in position for this one. Brooks took it away, though. Wow, what a beautiful turn right there. Great timing, and really had to fight for the finish. I think the judges are going to take their time with this one to see if she fully rode out of it. I don't think Sophie is able to get another wave in time, though, Kaipo. Looking at the drone angle right here. I mean, just precise attack from Brooks, and she fought for the finish. Her only completion on the last section so far in this heat.
You know how you finish off a final? With an excellent score, an 8.67 for Aaron Brooks, and a convincing victory for Canada. Look at the numbers there. She didn't need this. She didn't need this score, Maida, but she did it anyway.
Yeah, she did. Like, she played the show right there. Look, the tears of joy. She's might be so happy, like such a young girl winning here in this big stage of surfing, Saquarema. What an amazing show she put it.
16 years old, mind you. She's on the Challenger Series next year. She'll be number 10 on the rankings, and that's enough to give her a ticket, not having to surf for the... And, Mitchell, have we ever seen a Challenger winner with the Canadian flag?
No, we've seen Peter de Vries win a 6-star event before.
Yeah.
But up until that point, that was the biggest win for Canada. No doubt
This is the biggest win for Canada.
Yeah, by far. And especially doing it in the last event of the season, really far away, because Peter de Vries won in Tofino, in his backyard.
That's backyard.
We are so far away from British Columbia right now. on the other side of the world, and Erin Brooks with the biggest win of her young career, Kaipo.
Let's give it up for Erin Brooks, your 2023 Corona Saquarema Pro winner. A well-deserved victory and a little glimpse. I've been saying it before with this young surfer, a little glimpse at the future of women's professional surfing hitting the beach right here.
Future world champion in the making, Kaipo, and she came up against a tough veteran in Sophie McCulloch too. 24-year-old from Queensland. She has to be very proud of making the finals for the first time in 2023. Won a CS event last season, but Erin Brooks dominant throughout the entire event. We kind of saw it with Alyssa Spencer last year here in Saquarema too, and now Erin Brooks taking out the biggest win of her career so far.
Two good friends there, Isabella Nichols, who's really re-qualified for the championship tour.
That's cool.
And Sophie McCulloch are going to chair Erin Brooks up the beach. What a show. Erin Brooks, round of 16, had to overcome Tina Hinkle. In the quarterfinals, Erin Brooks had to beat an in-form Sawyer Lindblad. Erin Brooks took out Nadia Erostabe in the semifinal, and now Erin Brooks is our champion.
And Mayhem wants to get on top. Matt Biolos working very closely with Erin Brooks too. A huge win for the young surfer representing Canada. Dom and everybody over there in Chile right now preparing for the Pan Ams. They're watching this final, Kaipo, and not only the biggest win for Canadian surfing, they've had a couple so far in the regional QS, Mateo Olin, Sanoa Olin, but now Erin Brooks with the Challenger Series win. Huge momentum shift for Canada in terms of surfing now.
Aida, the future of women's pro surfing is bright when you have 16-year-olds like this coming up through the ranks.
Yeah, for sure, we do. We used to see this girl free surfing pretty well, and now she came to compete, and she has just killing it. She's amazing. I really think she is the future of women's surfing. One of them.
Nothing better than a hug from Dad. We're going to be back with more action. We got a women's winner. Let's see who's going to take out the men's title here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Oh, Canada, you have a women's champion here in Brazil. Let's hear from our champ. Erin Brooks is with Manu.
Oh my God, guys, what a moment. Congratulations, Erin. How are you feeling right now? You're 16 and the winner of the Corona Saquarema Pro. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm speechless. The heat started off not too well for me, but God just sent me some amazing waves and he helped me right out of my last turn. And Sophie is such a great competitor, so well done to her as well.
And now you're remaining in the CS and you have a lot of people, a high quality level of surfing to compete with. How is going your next year is going to be, and how is your surfing going to be next year?
Yeah, I'm so glad that I requalified for next year. It will give me time to work on my surfing, and hopefully next year I can bring some of my errors to the heats, and we'll see what happens.
What about your last wave, highest wave of the day? How was that for you?
That was crazy. I knew that Sophie got another wave, so I thought that she might have got the score, so I knew that I needed to just go for it, and it was like in the final minute, so whatever happened, happened.
So I bet it's your first time here in Saquarema. I hope you're having a good time. How are you feeling about this city and all the surf vibe here?
Yeah, I love Saquarema and I love Brazil. I love the waves people and the food. Everyone here is so kind, and the waves here are so much fun.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again. That's amazing. Surf's amazing, isn't it, guys?
It sure is amazing. Aaron Brooks taking out a win, just 16 years old, biggest win for Canada in surfing to date. We got the men's final out in the water right now. Mihimana Bray out of Tahiti representing the French flag against Samuel Pupo, who has the beach all behind the Brazilian, who's requalified for the championship tour. Let's take a look at the first wave of both Sammy Pupo and Mihimana Bray. It opened up with Sammy Pupo. This was 6.17, Mitchell.
On the backhand, once again, Kaipo, great opening turn right there for Sam. Is able to generate a lot of speed in the pocket right there. And, you know, the way he's opened up in his heats have usually been slow. Not the case in this one. Great opening maneuver right there from the kid from Odyssea, Sao Paulo. Drifts the fins, and a bit conservative with the scores at the beginning of this one, Kaipo, knowing what both surfers are capable, because to me, this is just some beautiful and radical surfing from Sam. 6.17, as you mentioned, great opener for him.
Mihimana, this was his opener, 5-point ride.
Yeah, and Bray has been on fire so far today. 2 heat wins for him. Up and over the section right there, a foam climb for the second one. Wraps it back in the pocket, and way outside of the top 10 coming into the event. He was number 70. That was a beautiful finish from the Tahitian surfer representing France. Really loved the way he was able to project coming out of that floater that just gave him some momentum moving down the line with a lot of speed. And Kaipo, the big boy from Tahiti, had a 5th place finish over there in the CT event, looking for his first win on the Challenger Series level so far.
And this looks like it's going to be his backup score. That's just a 2.27, wave number 2 for Mihimana Bray.
Surprised he didn't try to smash that last section, honestly. The first turn was not bad. I'd be thinking he'd have around 10 points in his scoreline if he would have actually tried to hit the second maneuver right there, but no harm, no foul, still plenty of time.
Yeah, Mihimana Bray seeking his first Challenger Series win here. His 3rd start this year in Challenger Series event, like you said, Mitchell. Samuel Pupo looking for his 2nd Challenger Series win. And Pupo, with a win here in Itaúna, in Saquarema, can climb up the Challenger Series year-end rankings to number 2 as we look into next year's seeding and the year-end rankings for Challenger Series. There's Sammy.
It's huge for him. I mean, you won't have to go up against the very high seeds, the top seeds on the championship tour. And I think for Sam, having him already been there before, he won't be able to combat against a couple of guys that are number 1, number 2 in the world, like Felipe, like Ethan Ewing, because those are guys that are hard to beat, especially at the first 5 spots on tour. So Sam, he's already qualified, but a 2nd win here would be huge.
Yeah, the way the seeding works, we take the top 10 men from the Challenger Series. There's Miguel, Sammy's older brother. We take the top 10 men from the Challenger Series, and so you got to think about it. If you end up 10, 9, or 8 on the Challenger Series at the year end, when we start the tour at Pipeline, you're going to be faced up against 1, 2, and 3 from the year-end rankings on the championship tour. That means you're going to be faced up against Felipe Toledo, Ethan Ewing, or Griffin Colapinto in your opening round matchups.
And those are guys who all won events this year, and more importantly, were very consistent with their results too. Their heat winning percentages, very high, and there's a reason why they finished within the top 3 in the rankings too.
Yeah. Hey, and you don't want to be, gosh, now to come to think of it, you don't really want to be
top 5. I mean, on the bottom 5.
Well, you don't even want to be, you don't even want to be number 7 or 6 because Gabe Medina finished off the year number 6, right?
And John is right
and
around
John,
there, too.
what finished up, I want to say. Yeah, so there's that sneaky zone right there. No matter what, hey, look it, you're coming off the Challenger Series.
Oh.
You're going to be facing the top seeds. You got to get ready. You got to start preparing tomorrow, actually. You know, hey, good news right now for all of our qualifiers for the men's and women's. Enjoy the day today. Enjoy the night tonight. But work starts tomorrow for the championship tour because we have a hot field of top seeds.
Well, just look at the top 10 alone. I mean, that's a murderer's row, and as you were mentioning, you get thrown into the lion's den literally at the first event of the season. And even if you're somebody who's been there before on the championship tour, that doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're going to have success, Kipes.
Yeah. Numbers so far, 5-point ride and 2.27 for Mihimana. That puts him in the lead. Samuel Pupo, an up and out priority air for Pupo. Pupo with the singles highest wave score of a 6.17. So Pupo just needs a little over a 1-point ride to turn this heat. Low scoring affair so far. We're expecting bigger numbers as this final progresses.
And we saw the flag of French Polynesia right there. Mihimana traveling with Alain Rioux as well, a fellow Tahitian. And a big moment for Tahiti. You know, they've had a finalist on the Challenger Series this year. Vahine was able to make it over there in Bolito. Mihimana's up and riding.
Caught behind the white water.
Oh.
And finds a stab there. But you can say, you know, just the battle to get to the lip there. Didn't have speed to pull off that maneuver.
Well, and in the last heat, you were mentioning that both surfers were too far off on the shoulder. I think Mihimana was just a bit too deep right there. So it's a fine line where you're either too far behind or a little bit too far ahead. Still has plenty of time, though, 25 minutes. Brand new heat out there in the water, Kaipo.
That's right. But priority switches back to Samuel Pupo. Pupo with priority takes a look at this one. Decides not to go on that left. We have seen the second wave of a set being a little bit steeper because of that first wave will remove the water from the sandbank. There's Miguel taking a look at his younger brother, Sammy, and in the background there of that shot was Otavio Pacheco, one of our Brazilian surf legends on hand here.
Yeah, he surfed in the Legends heat earlier in this event. Really cool to see the Brazilian legends getting their flowers and the roses in front of them. But, you know, talking about the Pupos, they're really kind of the silent assassins coming out of Brazil. Miguel has always been that quiet guy, real shy. I remember when he won the event at Lower Trestles in 2011 against local boy Tanner Gudauskas. Just an incredible dominance and display of surfing over there at the lowers left. Next thing you know, there's this younger brother that they're talking about, Sam. And I'm like, who's Sam Pupo? Bursts onto the scene, wins a Challenger Series or a QS 10,000 in Portugal in 2019. And then he was on the CT a few years afterwards, looking for a second CS win this season.
Yeah, Miguel Pupo, 2022, after 10 years on the championship tour, ended up number 6 in the world. Sammy Pupo, rookie season on the championship tour, was number 10.
Yeah.
Which was a great effort. I mean, when we look back at 2022, the rookie season for Samuel Pupo, with that top 10 finish as a rookie,
it's hard.
That's a big accomplishment. Yes. But we had another rookie in that top 10 spot that I think tied for 10 was also an outstanding Callum Robson, too.
Yeah, I think the tiebreaker went to Sam, though, because he had one better result out of the two. But overall, though, you make the top 10 in your rookie season. Some impressive stuff right there, Kaipo. And I think how calm he is and how collected he is with his emotions, that's really when he brings out the best in his surfing. Even yesterday with the 2.8s in a heat where if he made it out of that one against Cade Matson, he was going to qualify again for the CT. And it just seemed like he was embracing that role of being the guy for the moment. Next thing you know, he's in the final with a chance to win his second event of the year.
Well, the beach would enjoy a win by Sammy Pupo. One thing we know about Brazilian sports fans, not just surf fans, sports fans in general, they like winning.
And they're loud, too. You go to the Maracanã right here in Rio, and it's one of the stadiums that holds the largest amount of people in the world. They call Saquarema the Maracanã of surf, though, the biggest surf stadium in the world, Kaipo.
And, you know, when this place is at capacity, it does feel like a stadium, this broad beach. The road that runs the gamut on the coastline, the PCH, if you would, of Saquarema, which just fills up with people and chanting and music and a good time. And a lot of really rabid surf fans.
Yep.
And that's what I enjoy about this country is just really the beach energy and the beach lifestyle is, in one word, outstanding.
And they are very well educated when it comes to the competitors, their pedigree, and how their results have been so far in the year leading up to when this event comes to town, both for the CT and the Challenger Series. I really like enjoying, I enjoy coming to this place so much because a lot of these people are very open-armed when it comes to receiving you here, but they're also great in the lineup too. Really embrace a lot of these surfers coming from out of town.
And I enjoy the picanha.
So do I. I'm down for some later today.
20 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown here. Samuel Pupo trailing Mihimana Bray, but that is, it's just a camouflage. He's just hiding in the bushes right now, Sammy Pupo, because he can burst onto the scene. He can take the lead with just a bottom turn at this point because he just needs a 1.1. He's got priority, and he is, you know, kind of poising himself to explode and really extend the lead over Mihimana Bray next time he gets to his feet.
Yeah, and a few heats ago, you mentioned him making the final in 22 here against Felipe. Felipe had a 10 in the final.
Yeah.
And that was the very best surfer in the world at that moment. To beat him, going to be nearly impossible. That guy's been the back-to-back world champion. To make the final here, though, where the quarterfinals onwards were all Brazilian, which, by the way, is an extreme feat to be able to do it at home, he was able to beat a who's who of Brazilian surfing on that finals day and make it to the final against Felipe.
This guy's been finding these one under priority all event long. Mihimana Bray, once again under priority, finds a little left. He will improve upon his scoreline.
Yeah, 2.27 is what he's looking to improve on. And the French surfers always have a lot of support from their federation. Traveling here with Alain Rioux, and regardless if you're from one of the territories or from mainland France, you have a lot of support coming out of that squad right there. They usually travel with a good group and a good amount of attention between a lot of them too. As looking at the replay here, a little bit of a setup turn for Mihimana and able to really connect with the lip line right there for the second one. Some beautiful stuff. And I think the positioning on this one was crucial for him getting that second turn in. No doubt going to be the most consequential one out of the two on this wave right here. Great timing for the first one, but as you can see, just a projection snap down the line. Always had his eyesight set on this last turn right there. Even grabbed the rail a little bit. Showed a bit of variation right there, Kaipo. Should no doubt extend his lead.
So waiting for the score and to set the situation. The bar will be raised to Sammy Pupo. Now Pupo needs a 3.16 because Mihimana Bray just dropped a 4.33.
Still within reach by a lot. And I think for Sam, the smart move would be doing what he's been doing for the last 10 minutes. You got the 617 literally on the buzzer. Might as well wait if you've already waited 10 minutes for a wave that is actually going to have a good amount of consequence in the rest of the heat. 19 minutes is a long time. He's been very methodical in his approach to competing so far in this event. As Mihimana makes his way back out, smart play for me, my perspective, Kaipo, would be to continue that strategy because it's obviously paid off super well for Sam right now.
Here he goes.
Ooh,
Pupo,
right.
looking right. Floats to that section. Eases through a carve there. Wave steepens up. It's going to hit deep water, but he slashes that section. One more stab into the lip. And a controlled float in the white water. Fist pump and applause on the beach. That's what he needed. He's going to take the lead.
And what I tell you, Kaipo, he was going to wait for the wave that he wanted, and it ended up being a right, and the best right we've seen today by a long shot. Opens up well, down the line snap right there. But there's one carve in here that is just one of the most beautiful turns I've seen at Saquarema. That one fully extends the body, a lot of torque into it, and straight up and vertical afterwards. He fully annihilated that wave right there. Precise attack, a lot of flow, and great amount of momentum moving down the line the entire time.
Let's follow him down the line on this aerial shot.
Well, that carve was cool, but this one was sick. I mean, look at the body extension right there. Fully brings it around all the way, and it set him up perfectly to be in the pocket for that lip line hit. So 17 minutes on the clock. I feel like this is going to be a huge score right now for Sam, and one of the few rights that we've seen out of that day. But look at that technique. Hands in place, body in position, over his board the entire time, and that fade with that carve set him up for that top turn right there. So no doubt going to extend his lead, and I feel like it's going to be a significant score when you look at the rights that we've seen so far today.
I agree. Just needs a 3.16. He's going to get that score and more. An 8-point ride. He goes excellent, Mitchell.
Man, what a performance already. Only 3 waves caught. The 04 was literally just an in and out for him, and he is in a commanding position right now as Mihimana needs a big score, Kaipo.
Mihimana Bray, priority. The Tahitian needs a 9.17 if he wants to do it, you know, in one wave. He can do it with a couple of 7+s, but if he wants to turn this heat in one wave, he needs a 9.17.
And that's without Sam increasing his lead, so if he gets something better than the 6.17, he actually might be comboed.
Think this guy's having a good time?
It doesn't seem like it, but we'll wait another 16 minutes to see if Sam wins.
I think they're having a great time on the beach. 16 minutes left in this final. Sami Pupo, we said, just like a panther hiding in the bushes, hiding in the jungle, jumped out to an excellent score. Sami Pupo on his way to a win. Conclusion of the men's final right after this. Saquarema is an epicenter for paragliding, power paragliding, and skydiving in Brazil. To celebrate the popularity of these activities in the region, the winner's trophy for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, was delivered this morning by a 2-person powered paraglider and parachutist Gustavo Ariera, descended from high above Praia Itaúna to hand the trophies to Manuela Perez, the mayor of Saquarema. What a delivery for a finals day trophy and our champions trophy. Could our champion be here in the way of Samuel Pupo? Yes, it could. He's in the lead over Mihimana Bray at the moment, Kaipo Guerrero, as well as Mitchell Salazar. We're at the 13-minute mark, Mitchell, and Samuel Pupo overcoming, you know, a taxing day in the surf. He said his arms were tired after his semifinal win, was able to produce an excellent score, that 8-point ride for the lead.
Yeah, and just the performance that he's had throughout the event, really. We had 2 lay days in between the round of 16 for the men. When they had to surf the 8 heats, he was the last one of the round. Whoever made it out of that heat, whether it was him or Kate Matson, was going to qualify for the World Championship Tour. He went out and had what I think is the best performance of his career today. A couple of high 8s, really went out and dominated the lineup in huge conditions, got an 8.7 with just a single turn, and I think overall this has been a performance that Pupo needs to be very proud of. Still has 12.5 minutes, though, to seal the deal right here. And Mihimana Bray, who has gotten his best result so far in his career, looking to get his first Challenger Series win, Kaipo. He needs a couple of good scores, though. He could do it in one. Needs the 9.17, though.
So Mihimana surveying the lineup here. with that priority. It looks like some lines approaching.
Looks like a big set, and he might be in position for one of these wedges. Might have to let the first one go, and I don't know if this wave is going to break in a good position for him, but if he's able to get to the shoulder and get in at least one turn, that should help his account out. Has to go under the first one, though, Keipel. That is a big set, one of the biggest ones we've seen in a few heats.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. That, I think, got both of our surfers by surprise. Rogue wave coming through.
And Sam way on the inside right now. In second priority with the lead. He's hunting the ramps over here on the right, Keipel. I think it was in the quarterfinals. He launched that big air, had the rotation attempt, and he was really close to landing it too. Wouldn't be surprised to see him entertain the crowd here in the last 11 minutes and try to get one of those rotations going. Straight airs, full rotations, alley-oops, doesn't matter. Get the crowd involved and get the other person to think a lot more about what he requires at this moment. I mean, we've seen it play a big factor in a lot of different events worldwide, but I think Brazil tends to be the one location where that happens a lot more than others. We see it at Pipe every now and then. We see it quite a bit at the US Open, but in Brazil, to me, the energy here on the beach is unmatched, Kipes.
This is true. Well, I'm gonna give us also our Portuguese guys over there in Super Tubos. They had a ton of people come out for that event too. But look at the crowd here, and you know what? The weather is not perfect today either. So this crowd, I mean, it's been a little bit colder. It's been cloudy. We've had in and out rain and stuff. So it's not like it's been a perfect beach day. But despite the weather, they've been coming out in droves to support surfing and Brazilian surfing specifically.
2 years in a row now, I'm just expecting the finals day of Challenger Series events to be beautiful, nice and sunny. Last year we had wind and rain. Today we have some gloomy skies and a lot of wind, but doesn't seem like it's phasing any of the surfers so far, Keipel, because the performances have been big. We finished all of our qualification scenarios. 5 women have qualified and 10 men have qualified for the CT at this event here.
Yeah, we got a graduating class, don't we, from the Challenger Series onto the Championship Tour. Mihimana eyeing up the beach right now and taking some, terrestrial clues, really line up, maybe triangulating between a couple of on the judges' tower or some buildings behind it. Figuring out his place. You can see the surfers on the constant paddle, because one thing that's been a theme here, especially in this last swell, is a ripping current running across your screen left to right.
Yeah, and so far this year on the Challenger Series, we have been extremely fortunate with having good waves and a lot of swell on offer for most events, Keipel.
Talked about an air. Let's see if Sammy Pupo can find a ramp. Wave goes rampless after that dead section, but you saw what his intent was as he was trying to build up speed down the line.
Well, he's looking for it, not for lack of trying right there. The wave just never stood up. 8.5 on the clock, though, and I think, looking at the 2 surfers that are in the final, we kind of expected Sam to make it towards finals day, make it push. Every qualifying for the CT, he's done that and a bit more. Looking for a second CS win so far this season, Keipel. But for Mihimana Bray, I mean, he defeats Shion Crawford, has to go an informed Crosby Colapinto against him in the semifinals, and now he's in the final with the chance to win his first CS event as a wild card, by the way. He's only surfed in 3 events, including this one.
Yeah, this is his 3rd event.
It's awesome. I mean, you get the opportunity, you get the call-up last minute, you make it here a few days before just in order to practice. He surfed all the way from the round of 82, the very first round of the event, and he surfed in the final against Sam, against his home crowd too. That's another thing that you have to add into everything else. You're not only surfing against the one surfer out there in the water, you're surfing against an entire beach too. So for him to be in contention to still win this thing, that's impressive stuff.
He sure is. And let's take a look at so far who's qualified, because I talked about the graduating class from the Challenger Series. Here is our graduating class from the Challenger Series. I'm proud of all the surfers. 10 men. We're going to see some rookies in the way of Cole Hausman, Jacob Wilcox, Crosby Colapinto, Cade Matson, Eli Hanneman, And that's going to be our rookie class. We're going to see the return of Jake Marshall, Samuel Pupo, David Silva, Frederico Moraes back on tour. For the women, it's the veteran. Sal's going to be back. Sally Fitzgibbons. India Robinson is going to have a sophomore year on the championship tour. Isabel Nichols is going to have another year on the championship tour. And rookies, Sawyer Lindblad and Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, 7 new names on the championship tour combined between the men and the women. Cool to see Hausman and Matson make it there. Crosby's going to join his brother on the CT now, Kaipo, as it seems like Mihimana up and riding.
Mihimana picks up one off. Patient approach there. Loose rails. Throws the tail. Throws a big snap for Mihimana Bray. And this wave stretching out, giving him a ton of opportunity. But remember, he needs to go way excellent. He needs a 9.17. That was some great surfing. I'm sure we'll see more on the replay. Some great surfing, but
it ain't a night.
That's what I was fishing for.
Yeah, 6 minutes to go. You mentioned that he might want to try to break it up in between 2 waves, and I think he might have just done that right here. Anything that betters the 5, and you're going to need a lower requirement in terms of the excellence out there, Kaipo. Looking at the replay here, way outside in terms of the drop, up and over the section, and then this wave stands up through this mid part right here, goes to town, straight up and vertical, good amount of pressure on the back foot with that layback right there. That was a critical section and a critical turn up and over the floater with the foam climb. And then that wave, or that section, excuse me, on that wave, just really flat at the end. So if he does improve on the 5, I don't think it's going to be a huge number, but there were a couple of turns that were of consequence. This one right here really kicks the tail pattern when he's coming out of it. But this, to me, the money turn on this wave, fully stretches out, lays back right there, and commits to that one section through the middle part of it. Some good stuff right there from Mihimana.
Needs 9.17, comes up short, a 5.93. He did reduce his requirement. All the judges' scores on your screen. One went as high as a 6.3, but none of the judges saying that even came close to the 9-point ride. But he did reduce his requirement. Mihimana now needing an 8.24. You can see it in the needs column in the score bug in the corner, but you can also see that Sammy Pupo with priority. Let's take a look at our heat recap. Sammy Pupo started off with a 6.17.
And he's been in control of the heat since Kaipo. Great blow tail right there to open things up on this wave. Wrapped it back all the way back, or behind, I should say, on that one, and then found one of the few rights we've seen so far on finals day. Little opening click right there, the carve to bring it back into the pocket, but this turn right here, one of the best we've seen all event long. Garners an 8-point ride on this one. Great combination on the forehand. So being able to find these waves and really look for them too, Kaipo, after surfing a couple of heats already today, fatigue has been settling in, but it doesn't seem like it's really affecting Sammy too much. And then Mihimana on the answer back. This is his last ride. It comes in as a 5.93, his personal best. Great combo right here. Strong layback for the surfer out of French Polynesia, but too flat on this one, I feel, for the score to go even close to the excellent range. So it has to settle with a near 6 and has a little over 3 minutes to go to be able to get the excellent score that he requires.
And as a note, that Sammy Pupo right now does have priority. So note that Pupo with priority right now. Disregard the graphic. Pupo does have priority. There is our unabridged version of this heat. All the waves ridden, but highlighted are the top 2 scores. And you can see that 8-point ride, wave number 3 for Samuel Pupo. Pupo with priority. Pupo with heat control. He's got the lead. He's got priority. And we got 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and Mihimana has been a bit more active. I mean, I know they both have 6 waves, but Sam has really had a lot of in and outs over his last 3 waves. Meanwhile, Mihimana has a 2, a 4, and a couple of 5s in a scoreline, so he's really been much more on the hunt for a lot of those good waves on the left. It's been Sam who, after the 8.0 on the right, has really just been catching a lot of those quick waves in order to get a ramp on offer, but so far hasn't been able to do so. 2.5 on the clock, Kaipo. Priority with Sam, and he's been an animal when it comes to controlling the heat with priority at the end of these ones. Gonna be really hard to knock him out of place in terms of first positioning with 2 minutes to go now on the clock.
Yeah, Sam Pupo's not going to give up on this one. He's not. He knows how to play the 2-minute drill. This is the 2-minute drill, standard operating procedure for a polished competitor like Samuel Pupo. He's going to seek out Mihimana Bray. He's going to put the defense hat on. He's going to stop any forward progression. He's going to take a win right now. It would be a miracle for Mihimana Bray to break away and get that 8.24. But we're talking about the ocean, Mitchell. Stranger things have happened.
They have, but rejoining the elites, you know, we call them the Brazilian Storm. I like to call them the Brazilian SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics. They just have incredible airs. Their arsenals are beyond comprehension, Kaipo. What we've seen at lowers the first 3 years, you know, Gabe and Felipe in the first final match over there in 21, then Italo and Felipe in 22, and then this year, Felipe taking out Ethan Ewing in the final match of lower trestles. Some incredible stuff from the Brazilians the last 3 years on the CT.
Sammy, let's Mihimana go on this one, knowing that that wave doesn't have a quality. If anything, that did for
he broke away.
Mihimana. He broke away, and so he's going to give himself a little bit of chance, but also he's going to be burning some time on the clock because he needs to paddle back out to get into position for another ride.
But, I mean, 50 seconds to go, I feel like not enough time, especially with the amount of waves that we've seen so far in terms of the quality. Sam right here just going to use priority and try to defend Mihimana in terms of the first place positioning. But I said it before, 3 events in, you got to give this guy a lot of credit. I mean, he was so far out of the rankings, number 70 coming into this event, surfed all the way from the first round, the round of 80, into the final with a couple of big performances on finals day 2. Took out Chiang Crawford, who I thought had an excellent chance of winning the event. Crosby Colapinto is a CT surfer next year and is going to lose the final to a CT surfer again.
Not to mention Mihimana in the round of 16 took out Mateus Hurdy in one of those heartbreak heat right there. And Mateus Hurdy, you would have said, would have been one of the favorites on on paper coming into this event here at Itaúna. Let's count it down because your 2023 Corona Saquarema Pro champion, Samuel Pupo. There's the Pupo family. There's a proud mom there, and as she should be, she's got 2 kids back on the championship tour.
One of the great surfing families out of Brazil gets the win here in Saquarema. Had a good performance last season at the Challenger Series level, but first major win in Brazil for Samuel Pupo. Good to see him on the podium, and he's going to be rejoining his brother with the very elite, once again, Kaipo on the CT.
That's right. He's been a runner-up here at Itaúna. He didn't settle for a runner-up this time. He is your champ. Great show from the Tahitian Goofy Foot in the way of Mihimana Bray, but it's all about Samuel Pupo and the win here at Itaúna. It's been 6 days of competition. We started off with 80 men. We ended up with this man as the champ.
Yeah, and huge performance throughout the entirety of the event. Had a huge amount of lack of consistency when it came to the middle part of the year for the Challenger Series. Was a victim of the mid-season cut on the CT. Kaipo was able to win the event over there in Snapper Rocks and wins his 2nd event on the CS this season at home in Brazil in spectacular fashion. When nobody was even looking at the right, he was able to find a diamond in the rough and get an excellent ride on one of these rides out here at Itaúna. Impressive stuff.
It's been a big couple of days for the younger Pupo brother. The stress of requalification, and now the joy of a big, big win and being able to be greeted on the beach by older brother Miguel. Get the hat on for the sponsor. Mateus Hurdy down there, Joao Chianca joining in. Let's cheer him up the beach, guys.
What a moment, Kaipo. Winning at home, no better feeling than that. But being cheered up by your older brother and one of your best friends after winning a major event in a scenario where he was needing to make many heats to requalify for the CT. He had a lack of consistency throughout the middle of the season, but once again, Sam Pupo on top. His 3rd victory at the QS 10,000 level or CS level, Kaipo. Big stuff for Sam Pupo.
Yes, taking a win in Aracera. Took a win on the Gold Coast earlier this year, and now winning in home waters here in Brazil, Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, and being congratulated right there by local boy Joao Chianca. He was in his corner the entire time, probably gave him some key advice to his success out here right now. And all smiles as Sam right now, being embraced by the local crowd. And what a huge moment for him and for Brazil too. Only 2 Brazilians left in the draw on finals day. One of them comes out on top.
Hugs from mom. They call it Ohana Pupo.
That's cool. That's what it's about right there. I mean, that's your original sponsor, Kaipo, the one that was paying for most of your trips the entire time.
This guy's picked up a couple bills too, paying there with the congratulations. Got surf legend there, Otávio Pacheco with the congratulations. The Brazilian fans with the Brazilian flag proud on this moment. One of their own has been the victor here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and for Sam right now, getting a lot of momentum heading into Pipeline at Sunset Beach. 2 events where he not necessarily has underperformed in terms of his get results over there, but I think he has a lot more to show and a lot more to prove over at the Hawaiian leg.
Well, we're going to take a breather right now, but we will be back with more action here at Saquarema. Stand by for the Corona post show. That's where we're going to wrap up all the activities that went down here in Brazil. Corona post show after this. It's the Corona post show here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Finals day today, and we have some champions in the way of Samuel Pupo coming through, qualifying for the championship tour. Did more than that. He went all the way to the top, winning the final up against Mihi Mana Bre. Samuel Pupo did this one for the home team. And Samuel with yet another Challenger Series victory. He booked in the year. He won in Snapper at the beginning of the year, won again here at the final event. For the women, it's a 16-year-old sensation. Erin Brooks, not a full-time member of the Challenger Series. She will be next year. She came on with her first Challenger Series win and one of the biggest victories for Canadian surfing in surf history. Erin Brooks, our women's champion. What a day, finals day we've had here. It's been a great finals day. It's been 5 days to build up for this finals day. It's been a long road. We started with 80 men, 48 women. We have champions today. I'm Kuiper Girl, Maida Paps, and well as Marcos Bukuyuva. I'm going to start with you, Marcos. Your highlights of this finals day, what do you think was the greatest moment?
Oh, my sweet Jesus, I think how he raised the bar so high, Samuel Pupo, and how electric was Erin Brooks. I can rewind the history books with Nikki Wood winning in mid-80s with 15 years old, the Bells Bowl. That was epic today. That was epic also.
Yeah, we had a teenager win, just 16 years old. Erin Brooks, Maida, taking out the win. And it's not like it was a fluke. She was putting out excellent heats after excellent heat after excellent heat on her road to this victory.
Yeah, one of the best scores today, the 7.83 during the quarterfinals. It was just amazing how she engaged the rail, the style and everything, the extensions. Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, well, let's go down to our awards presentation with Mitchell Salazar, Rachel Apollonio to make everything official. Let's go.
Boa tarde, Saquarema Brasil! Welcome to the awards presentation for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, the sixth and final stop of the 2023 World Surf League Challenger Series season. Back to Brazil. Crowd, you are awesome. You are the best in the world, no doubt. We thank you for not only your appreciation of the surfers, but also involving yourself in the qualification scenarios throughout the week. Outstanding CT qualifications throughout this week so far, and we do have a couple of Brazilian surfers rejoining the elite on the championship tour. Special thanks to our regional sponsors, the city of Saquarema and the Rio de Janeiro state government. Plus also a huge thank you to the local team for their outstanding efforts and the entire staff of the WSL. But a big thank you to you, the local people, supporting not only the best surfers in the world, but you guys are the best fans in the world as well.
Boa tarde, Saquarema! Sejam muito bem-vindos à entrega de prêmios do Corona Saquarema Pro, apresentado por Banco do Brasil. Essa foi a sexta e última etapa do Challenger Series de 2023. De volta ao Brasil, né, gente? Uma multidão e energia brasileira empurrando os atletas como em nenhum outro circuito, nenhum lugar do mundo. Vocês são os melhores fãs de surf do mundo. Vocês estão aqui na chuva. Obrigada! A gente teve excelentes performances, grandes aéreos, notas altíssimas, surfistas incríveis. E esse evento, com certeza, vai ficar para a história como o maior Corona Saquarema Pro até hoje, com ativações cheias todos os dias, apresentação de Jetwave, bateria dos Legends, Onda do Bem Outubro Rosa, shows ao vivo e até Esquadrilha Céu. Quebramos os recordes de número de público com 40 mil pessoas no domingo e mais de 60 mil pessoas em todo o torneio para a grande final do Challenger Series aqui na praia de Itaúna. Agradecimentos especiais aos patrocinadores, Prefeitura de Saquarema, ao Governo do Rio de Janeiro e, além disso, a equipe local por seus excelentes esforços e toda a equipe da WSL. E um agradecimento especial a vocês, que são os melhores fãs do mundo!
And on behalf of our partners on the World Surf League, we do want to thank the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. It is proudly supported by Corona, Banco do Brasil, the city of Saquarema, the Secretary of Sports and Leisure of the state of Rio de Janeiro government, Vivo, Natura Kayak, Yeti, and TikTok. And we want to say a big thank you as a community to the Mayor of Saquarema, the Mayor Manuela Perez. Muito obrigado for receiving us once again, not only in the city of Saquarema, but also in the state of Rio de Janeiro.
É isso, gente. Muito obrigada aos patrocinadores. O Corona Saquarema Pro, apresentado por Banco do Brasil, é uma realização da WSL Latinoamérica com os patrocinadores. Os patrocínios de Corona, Banco do Brasil, Prefeitura Municipal de Saquarema, Secretaria de Esporte e Lazer do Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, Vivo, Natura Kayak, Yeti e TikTok.
And to help us award the trophies today, we have Ivan Martino, President of WSL Latin America, our Mayor of Saquarema, Manuela Perez, Travis Logie, the Deputy Commissioner of Tours and Competition, and Rafael Picciani, the Secretary of Sports and Leisure for the state of Rio de Janeiro.
Para ajudar com a entrega da premiação, a gente tem aqui no palco o Ivan Martinho, presidente da WSL Latinoamérica, Manuela Pérez, que é prefeita de Saquarema, Travis Logie, representante do Tours and Competition da WSL, e Rafael Picciani, secretário de Esporte e Lazer do Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro.
And to present our women's runner-up trophy, it'll be Ivan Martino. Let's get things going, ladies and gentlemen. Your women's runner-up
A vice-campeã
of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Let's hear it for Sophie McCulloch. All right, Sophie, center stage for you. First of all, huge congratulations. You move up way in the rankings, but most importantly, you get your first finals appearance of 2023. What was it like sharing the water with Erin Brooks here in Saquarema?
Yeah, it was really fun. The conditions have been tricky all day, and Erin's been ripping. So, yeah, knew it was going to be a tough final, and yeah, she ripped in the final, but yeah, we still had a lot of fun.
Huge congratulations to yourself, Sophie, and once again, big congratulations on doing so well in the Challenger Series after falling off tour. We'll see you next year.
Ela disse que ela sabia que ia ser uma grande final contra a Erin, que ela estava surfando muito, mas que ela está muito feliz e agradecida.
And let's go to our men's runner-up. Presenting the runner-up trophy for the men, it'll be Rafael Picciani. And let's hear it for Tahiti's own, representing France, Mihimana Bray. Mihimana, center stage, if you will, here, please. First of all, congratulations. Big moment for you in your career. You've only surfed 3 events on the Challenger Series so far this year, but you make a final here in Saquarema. What was the week like for you?
Yeah, it's one of the best week of my life, the best result of my life, and I want to thank everyone, all the people here in Brazil. I love this place, you know. It's my second time over here. Muito obrigado, everyone, and I want to congratulate Sophie and Erin Brooks for the win, and also Samuel. He ripped the whole contest, and congrats to everyone, and yeah, thanks.
Felicitação, Mihimana, congratulations.
Ele disse que só participou de 3 eventos do Challenger Series e que foi a melhor semana da vida dele, foi o melhor resultado da vida dele. Parabenizou os outros competidores e falou que ama o Brasil.
So Mihimana Bray, your men's runner-up, and now presenting the trophy for the women's champion, it'll be Manuela Perez, the mayor of Saquarema. So let's give a warm welcome, your champion of the 2023 Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil on the women's side, Canada's Erin Brooks. All right, Erin, congratulations. If we could get a word with you real quick. First of all, you get the biggest win in Canadian surfing history. Your best result to date before this event was a quarterfinal finish. You get the victory here after a few falls, but you get an excellent score at the end. What was it like sharing the water with Sophie in the final here?
Yeah, the waves were super fun this whole event. I felt very comfortable here in Saquarema, and I really enjoyed my time here in Brazil.
What about the crowd? Did they get involved in the final for you?
Yeah, I love the crowd. Everyone is so kind, and I love how they cheer on everyone.
Congratulations, Erin.
Thank you.
Ela disse que as ondas estavam muito divertidas para ela o campeonato inteiro. E ela também queria agradecer a multidão, que ela achou vocês incríveis e o jeito que vocês torcem é muito incrível.
And now let's get down to business. The guy who needed a result here to qualify, presenting the men's champion trophy, will be Travis Logie. Let's hear it, your champion on the men's side for the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, Brazil's own Samuel Pupo! All right, Sam, a couple of questions for you over here, my friend. First of all, huge congratulations to yourself, your second win on the Challenger Series in 2023, but you do it in front of your home crowd. These people were supporting you through thick and thin throughout this week. A huge performance yesterday to make it into the quarterfinals. You re-qualify, but you also get a second win. Tell this crowd how you're feeling at this moment.
I'm so grateful. Vou falar em português mesmo, né, galera? Obrigado a todo mundo, pô, vocês fazem muita diferença, vocês não têm noção. Pra mim, pô, essa vitória faz parte de todo mundo que tá aqui na praia hoje. Meu irmão, meu pai, minha mãe, todo mundo que fez parte desse ano incrível, e ano difícil, mas Deus tem um propósito sempre. Essa vitória, toda a honra e toda a glória a Deus por mais uma oportunidade e por trazer a vitória pra gente de novo.
So just to translate there a little bit, thanking not only the crowd, but your parents, especially your mother and your brother who were here throughout the entirety of the event. Having your brother in the event, he did extremely well, wasn't able to make it into finals day, but how did that affect your performance knowing that you needed a good result here to requalify?
Faz toda a diferença, né? Pô, meu irmão, sem palavras assim, por tudo que ele entregou para mim, independente da gente estar na competição junto, ele sempre deu o seu melhor para tentar me ajudar o máximo possível nas baterias e isso faz toda a diferença, né? Ter uma família perto com você, dando todo o amor possível e é isso. Obrigado, galera. Para vocês.
Wants to not only congratulate everybody for being in his corner throughout this event, but more than anything, it was living in the moment for him that got him the victory here, his second one of the season, and he is back on the World Championship Tour. We're gonna get Erin and Sam right here in the middle, please. A photo opportunity. Once again, let's hear it for your champions of the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, Erin Brooks and Samuel Pupo.
That was an awards presentation right there. Making history for Canada. Erin Brooks and Sammy Pupo doing it for the home team here in Itaúna. Oh, man. Marcos, Sammy Pupo, he's just starting off this year with a win on the Challenger Series, but then hit some troubled waters. You know, just early eliminations to the rest of the event in that Challenger Series. Had to do it here at home, and he did it.
Oh, yeah, you know, glory in the beginning, glory in the end, and a lot of turmoil in the middle, man. What a roller coaster. You know myself, I'm an emotive guy. Tears of joy dripping from my eyes right now, guys.
Hey, we love it when a show can touch it. Let's take a look at our brackets for the men Maida and the road to a championship for Sammy Pupo, and some of the notable names there in the quarterfinals. But Sammy Pupo, really, the journey started, first of all, defeating Marco Mignot. Mignot could have qualified if he made the final, but Sammy Pupo had some other ideas.
Yeah, and Marco Mignot caught a wave the last 9 minutes of the heat, but I mean, everything was on the side-by-side of this guy here, Samuel Pupo. And during that heat, actually, he also qualified David Silva. It was an amazing thing for the Brazilian crowd.
2 for 1 for the Brazilians here in a quarterfinal number 1 for Sami Pupo. 8.5, a 5.5 in his effort to defeat Marco Mignot. And also, as Maida said, Marcos got David Silva back on tour. We're going to see DVD 2024 Championship Tour.
All the way down, you know, with a blast from the sky, with a friendly fire from Samuel Pupo. DVD got it all. He won in Ericeira. He got a count with the effort of Samuel over here. What a rundown for Samuel, man.
Semifinals, Sami Pupo came up against Eli Hanneman. Eli Hanneman, who's going to be a rookie on the Championship Tour in 2024, has been brilliant the entire event. But again, Maida, Samuel Pupo in rhythm in the semifinal, took a win here.
Completely in rhythm, surfing with a lot of speed, flow. Yeah, this guy had to put everything to beat Eli and all these boys. The level were so high here, but look how he can pull these moves there, throwing a lot of water, surfing right in the pocket. He did pretty well.
Yeah, 7.5, a 6-point ride. That was enough to move into the final for Samuel Pupo. Then Sambuca, Sami Pupo coming up against the Tahitian in this final, Marcos. And it was going to be a challenge because Mimana had surfed great heats up until this point, but Sami Pupo found the 6.17 on a left.
Talking about rising to the occasion, oh my God, I love those heterogeneous heats, placing the right turns at the right pockets, holding the rail, surfing forehand, surfing backhand, with the blast from the sky, with the blast from his Ohana family. Samuel got it all, man.
Sami Pupo then finds this gem of a right for an 8-point ride, and that sealed up the final, the third Challenger Series victory for Samuel Pupo. Pride to the family, pride to his surfing nation, and Pupo with a lot of momentum, Maida, going into the Championship 2024. I'm going to be excited to see what Sami's going to do on next year's tour.
For sure. The best thing could happen to him right now was to win this event here, the last one of the season, building some confidence for him to go to the championship tour, and I'm really looking forward what this guy can do besides his brother.
Chair up, hugs by good friends Mateus Herdy and Joao Chianca, our victor, Samuel Pupo. Let's take a look at the numbers as they transpired for Sami Pupo. That right-hander, Marcos, 8-point ride, that turned the final.
Hey, he showed the variety, he showed the skills, forehand, backhand, in tune, like wave magnet. Amazing performance for Samuel Pupo, back-to-back. First win in the first start of the season, in the end of the season. That was a roller coaster for everybody, man.
It's been a roller coaster ride, just period. I'm going to put that as just a description for the final event of the Challenger Series. We saw a big story with the home team with Samuel Pupo. We saw a big story for a nation that you don't really think about surfing, Canada. They got a 16-year-old representing them in the way of Erin Brooks, and she was brilliant.
She was completely brilliant. Like, the way she engaged the rail, the way she was surfing, very stylish with a lot of extension on those moves. And here's how she got there.
Yeah, the brackets for the women. She took out Sawyer Lindblad in a very competitive quarterfinal number 4. And then semifinal number 2, Erin Brooks took out Nadia Arostabe. Remember, in that semifinal number 2, Nadia Arostabe had a chance to qualify for the championship tour. She needed to win this event, but Erin Brooks played spoiler. And let's take a look right here, Marcos, at Erin Brooks' road to the final, starting off here in the quarterfinal against Sawyer Lindblad. Erin Brooks on fire on the left.
Yeah, speed tickets for Erin Brooks right here, right now. Amazing how crispy she was surfing. I love to watch like Canada putting the flag up there, man.
Yeah, a big moment for Canada, and Erin Brooks, again, identifying these lefts, these running lefts. She says it made her feel very comfortable, these bouncy big lefts. A lot of times she's surfing at Rocky Point on the north shore of Oahu. Really comfortable in those conditions. Semifinals, Maida, and her against Nadia Arostabe. Erin Brooks was unstoppable in this semifinal.
Yeah, sure, and she got a 7.5 on this heat. And also one of the best scores of the day, the 7.83, the hit before that. She was surfing pretty good, like really smart surfing, connecting every dot, like slashing the tail there. It was amazing to see the young lady doing all this.
Working her way through this semi-final, Erin Brooks was, where she set up again on this left and showed a lot of restraint to hold back, wait for the moment, and then unleash.
On fire, quick reaction, on rail, she got it all.
Then we had the final set up, Sophie McCulloch, Erin Brooks. Into the final we go, and Erin Brooks, again, manages the warbly conditions for a victory. Great surfing.
Yeah, both of the surfers, they had kind of trouble like sticking the finishing move theirs, but I mean, the fatigue probably played hard, but she was really good. Look, throwing buckets all over.
Yeah, Erin Brooks already won the final right here with these two waves over Sophie McCulloch, just working it over and surfing to the criteria. But right at the end of this heat, Erin Brooks did this. Didn't need this wave. Didn't need to go excellent, but she did. An 8.67, how did she ride out of that? This was incredible, Marcos.
Without needing, she went for the Hail Mary. Amazing. She deserved a big claim over there.
Yeah, 8.67 for Erin Brooks. And the ski ride into the beach, tears of joy from the 16-year-old. They chalk one up for Canada, as well as Erin Brooks will be in the top 10 for the women, so she will have an invite into the Challenger Series in 2024. Well, she will not have to surf through any of the qualification series. She's straight onto the Challenger Series.
No gliding for her. It's a half ticket to the Willy Wonka factory.
Maida, future pro surfing for women?
For sure, her first win at the Challenger Series, surfing so good. Look, for sure she's gonna rip the whole year next year.
Wow, what a effort. Hugs by dad there for Erin Brooks, and she can all let it go right there. The work was done. Let's take a look at the work she did out there. 8.67, we talked about, 5-point ride, 13.67 two-wave total, easily taking out the final against Sophie McCulloch. She's been on point all week, continues to make a name for herself. Young Erin Brooks. Look forward to what the future holds for this rising star. Well, you guys, what this was all about, this event was really all about qualification, and qualification for both our men and our women. Remember, we take our top 10 men to move on to the championship tour. Let's look at the graduates from the Challenger Series that will be on the 2024 championship tour right here. Our top 10 men and the graduates, if you would. Sammy Pupo jumps into the number 2 spot in the rankings. Cole Hauschman took off the Challenger Series, but look at that, Marcos. David Silva, DVD, he slid back in there. We'll see him on the championship tour.
With the blast from the skies, what a season gonna be the next one, man. Gonna be electric.
Cole Hauschman, Jacob Wilcox, Crosby Colapinto, Eli Hanneman, Cade Matson, all rookies. What do you think about our rookies, Maida, for the men's championship tour?
Wow, I think Eli Hanneman can be like really something to watch, and also Jacob Wilcox, especially in the first event of the season, Pipeline, and also in Margaret River. I'm looking forward to watch them.
This is number 11. These are the CS Challengers. So these are the surfers who will not have to surf for the regional qualifying series. They'll be straight onto the Challenger Series. Bittersweet for Emrod, Michael Rodriguez. We'll see him on the Challenger again. He's number 11 at the end of the year.
Yeah, Kaipo, definitely tough pill to swallow for Emrod, and from Matheus Erdi, also Jackson Baker, Gloria and Drama. We knew it gonna happen.
Yeah, well, hey, look at, I mean, we knew there were going to be winners. We knew there was going to be losers, but those 11 through 20, we'll see them straight onto the Challenger Series. Talking about women on the Challenger Series. On the Challenger Series, we only take the top 5 women to qualify for the championship tour. Maida, here are our top 5 women. Isabella Nichols making that cut for the women.
Yeah, she was the whole day today, like watching and seeing what's gonna happen, and for her, happiness, she's there. So next year is going to be interesting to watch her too.
Rookies for next year: Sawyer Lindblad, Alyssa Spencer. They're going to be the rookies on the Women's Championship Tour. And Aaron Brooks make the top 10. She jumped up 12 spaces, Marcos, to be above that cut line with her victory here today in Saquarema.
Propeller by a fast, crispy surfing, like a slingshot. She deserves it all, man. She's a rising superstar.
Yeah. So Aaron Brooks, Nadia Arostabe, both of those surfers with big results to sneak into the top 10. Vahine Fierro, she's been a warrior. We're going to see her again on the Challenger Series for the women. Where we start off, let's take a look at our Natra Kayak Wave of the Day. Who could it be for the Wave of the Day, Maida? What's your guess?
I think Aaron Brooks.
It's going to be Aaron Brooks, and she waited till the final, and the final Wave of the Day, Marcos, for this, an 8.67, bang, disappears. Where'd she go? Comes out of the white water.
Ballistic, dramatic, she got it all. What a slingshot the entry, almost like a wizard there.
Yeah, with the single maneuver.
It's about the quality, not the quantity.
Ah, what a moment. Our Natra Kayak Wave of the Day. Feel the power of freshness with Natra Kayak bringing us that Wave of the Day. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Sometimes I just have to say wow with all the stuff that's going on, but we have a little bit more for you on the Corona Post Show. We're going to take a break. When we come back from the break, we're going to go over today's top fives. Actually, we're going to go over the top fives of the event in its entirety right on the other side of this break.
puts herself in a great position, comes flying out.
Able to navigate that tube into the barrel.
Wow, that was wild.
Drops in, drains through this section.
It's all fun and games until we start losing surfers on the CT.
We cut this field down, and now we're getting into the swing of things.
Managing his speed so incredibly well. Yago going the distance.
What more do you want, people?
Bongia. The crowd is absolutely losing their minds, and it's for good reason.
Coming to you from Cloudbreak, one of the best waves in the world.
It's the pathway to the WSL Finals.
This is what it's all about, winner take all. This is for a world title.
Let's celebrate your world champions.
Corona Post Show continues, and the championship tour schedule is out. We know what we're expecting this season upcoming in 2024, and we have the graduates from the Challenger Series onto the championship tour. And those graduates, a lot of them, most of them were decided here in Saquarema, Maida.
Yeah, we qualified a lot of people here, and from the women's side, I really put my coins under Alyssa Spencer, because I think she's been in the bubble for quite a few times right now, and now she's motivated, and I really trust her, my bet.
Yeah, let's take a look at all of our qualifiers here. Listed up them again, 5 women, 10 men. Who are you looking forward to 2024 out of the men and their performance in those first 5 events before the cut?
I want to see the comebacks for Freddie. I want to see how Cole can handle the pressure. I want to see Eli rising to the occasion. I want to see how hard, you know, he's going to play the card Samuel Pupo with a lot of self-esteem arriving in pipeline. So there's a lot of things to unfold there.
Yeah, so there's a lot to look forward to. We got the rookies in the way of Cole Hauschman, Crosby Colapinto, Kate Madsen, Eli Hanneman, and Jacob Wilcox. On the women's side, we got rookies in the way of Sawyer Lindblad and Alyssa Spencer. I actually look forward to how all of the rookies will perform in that first half of the championship tour year. It's time for our top 5, the top 5 moments of the Corona Saquarema Pro. And we had some moments. It was hard to find the top 5, but this guy made it a little bit easy for us. Joel Vaughn, number 5, Maida, with a 10-point alley-oop right here.
Yeah, look how high he went. Just amazing, just landing there with all commitment. Look, very high air game for him.
That was a no-brainer, Kaipo, for the top 5.
That's our number 5 moment, Joel Vaughn, doing it for North Shelley, Australia. Tens feel good. Number 4 on our top 5 today was a clutch performance by Samuel Pupo. Men's round of 16, heat number 8, needed to win this heat to qualify for the championship tour. Maida, he did it. He did it in brilliant fashion. An 8.7 and an 8.33 on his way to a win here.
Yeah, this was when Samuel was against the hopes. He needed to make this heat, and he did it with high fashion right there.
Great surfing on the backhand, Marcos, and commitment right there for that turn.
Talking about
8.7.
clenching, amazing effort there with upside down, you know, top to bottom, 1 turn, massive session there.
Number 4 moment on our top 5 today, Samuel Pupo.
Nerves of steel.
Looking at number 3, it was friends doing friends favors. Eli Hanneman helps Cade Madsen come on tour with a victory. Eli winning his heat, and then the reaction. David Silva, Maida, made the cut. We're going to see him on the Championship Tour 2024.
Oh, this was so emotional. I mean, like, when you have your friend winning a hit, and then you get your spot back to the Championship Tour. Look, Isabella Nichols as well. All those guys that got qualified here out of the water was really amazing to watch.
It was Erin Brooks actually winning over Nadia Erostave, and that win put Isabella Nichols back on tour. Number 2, our men's winner. Let's chalk up one for the hometown, Marcos. Samuel Sambuco going off today.
Actually, Samuka is his nickname. He was rising to the occasion, putting the bar so high. Last heat of the day, he was superb. Nice performance on rail, without nursing the turn, going for broke on the forehand, going for broke in the backhand. He got it all. He checked all the books.
Checking the books, as well as clutch performances up until this moment. But after he qualified and making those quarterfinals, Marita, I think just the pressure off, and that brought out the best in Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, for sure. He said that in an interview. Oh, the first heat that I surf without pressure, and it was shown on his surfing. Very relaxed, putting everything together just to make this win.
That's our number 2 moment of the top 5 and the win for Brazil. Good to see Sammy Pupo back in the saddle. Our number 1 moment, 16 years old, the future of women's professional surfing, and her first Challenger Series win. Erin Brooks, Marcos, can't say enough about this young lady.
Amazing first win for the Canadian flag. So fresh, so clean, super crispy, you know, fast. She deserves a speed ticket from the cops of Saquarema.
Going fast and clutch finishes throughout this entire event. This was outstanding, Maida. This is why it's the number 1 moment.
Yeah, it was right in the end of the heat. She didn't need this score, but she was so committed to that. She just snapped the face of the wave right there and stand up in her feet. It was amazing what she could do.
Watch out, big leagues.
Watch out for the Challenger Series for 2024. Erin Brooks is going to be back on there, and she's going to do battle in 2024 to get a seat in the 2025 Championship Tour, and getting chaired up the beach by Isabella Nichols, who she helped out to get on to the
Gotta pay for the
2024
barbecue.
yeah, Championship Tour. What a great event. Great feelings. A lot of drama involved. Some tense moments, Maida. But we went through this roller coaster of feelings and of qualifications. We knew it was going to happen here. We're going to see sad moments. We're going to see happy moments. It all happened here in Itauno.
Yeah, it was amazing to have this competition here in Brazil, like ending the whole season here was really nice. And what I said, the whole emotions, like every time in the athlete area was completely different moods, you know. We have those that were crying for good, and the ones that were sad. So it was very nice to watch everything here unfold.
I truly enjoyed my time with you guys. Thank you, Marcos. Thank you, Maida. Remember, November 1st, that's the start of the big wave season for the World Surf League. Also, Championship Tour, that kicks off stop number 1, 2024, January 29th at the Bonsai Pipeline. Tune in to worldsurfleague.com for all of our updates and scheduling upcoming. And with that, aloha, enjoy our end of day highlights. See you at Pipe.
See you there.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.